likely that even if there was damage, it wouldn't be so extensive that the nose wouldn't have been pulled out with the rest of the wreckage out of the claws. It seems rather unlikely. And last of all, how did they get the nose into the moon pool? Because theoretically, the nose should have been sticking way out one end of the claws if it stayed behind. So how exactly did they get that nose into the moon pool?
And there's no close that says, quote unquote, this is what we did, correct?
How do you mean? There's no,
as in, this is how we got the nose in the moon pool.
Oh yeah, no, they never explained that. No,
okay,
that's never been explained.
I'm just thinking, okay, well, let's just run with the theory. Let's just run with the story.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we pull it up and a big chunk of it breaks away. Oh crud! The only part that we've got left is what we meant to cut off, and it won't fit in the hole.
Yeah.
Well, it's like trying to get something in your car that's too big. You got to tie it on to something and cinch it down. And I can just imagine they would have gone in with some kind of cabling and attached the superstructure, let go with the claw, and it would have drifted down, and then they would have craned it up through the moon pool.
That is entirely possible. They could have done something like that. I mean, they could have I don't know if they had anything on board that was capable of hauling that much weight besides the claw itself. Mm-hmm. But they could have actually attached cables, dropped it, let it be suspended, bring the claw back down, and grab it, bring it back up. So that's entirely possible if that's what they did.
I mean, I'm just thinking. Okay, well, let's just say the story is true. The cover story that is the cover story for the first story. Mm-hmm. Let's just say that's true. That's the only plausible way I could see it happen.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway,
but it is suspicious that they would, if they custom built the ship, and I don't know anything about structural integrity of ships or anything like that. I don't know if it was impossible for them to do that,
to make it actually big enough,
actually that long. Especially the moon pool. The ship would have been pretty big.
It would have had to be very big to accommodate that large of a moon pool.
But why would you do that?
Well, why would you go to all this trouble and expense to raise an obsolete diesel submarine? I mean, really.
Yeah, I guess that's the real question, isn't it?
There wasn't much in there. I mean, the Soviets had liquid fuel rockets, which was a technology that we had already had abandoned in favor of solid fuel rockets. So it's not like we were really jonesing for their rocket technology. And of course,
they were nukes, right?
Yeah.
So
it would have been possibly there would have been some usefulness to seeing their nuclear warheads and figuring out how tinkering with those a little bit. Mm-hmm. There would have been some usefulness there. But again, it probably would have been easier to just grab one of the rockets that have fallen out and just have a much smaller operation that goes down and just grabs a rocket that's a missile in the ocean.
So are there theories about these problems?
No, I have no theories myself. Well, I have theories, but I don't believe them very, very much. There's a couple of theories. One is that, and one other thing I wanted to mention too is that there's a guy who was involved with this project called John Craven, who eventually wrote his memoirs. He was in the Navy, not actually with the Navy, he was a scientist, and he was involved in the sonar search for not only the wreckage of the K-129, he was the guy that actually orchestrated the search to find it through the sonar records and pinpoint its location. And he also was part of the search behind the Scorpion, which was a U.S. submarine that sank in 1968. Mm-hmm. It was a Skipjack-class sub that sank in the Atlantic off the Azores. So he wrote his memoirs. In his memoirs, he said he was talking about Project Azori, and he said that he had seen the photographs that were taken by the Halibut, and that he was surprised to hear that what the photographs were of was a diesel submarine. That's what he said.
Did he say what he thought they were going to be?
He didn't say what the photographs were of. He just said basically it was not a diesel submarine.
Have these photos ever been released?
Not that I know of. No.
And this happened again. What was the year they pulled it? 68?
That was the year the submarine sank. It was the early 70s when it was actually
okay.
Raised. Yeah. So
Freedom of Information Act extends how far back?
yeah, they usually I would say it's long past time to release those things. And actually, I have not yet researched that. My bad. I should probably try to find out if any of those photographs have been released. But I really suspect they haven't been released because what I suspect actually happened is that when the K-129 sank, when a submarine goes, depends on the position of the planes. But say for example, the rudder is straight, and the stern planes have been straightened, and so you start to sink, and eventually, if your nose is a little bit, you'll start going more vertical, and at that point, your control surfaces in the rear of the submarine basically act like flutes on an arrow. And
they drive you downwards.
Essentially, you're gonna wind up going straight down. So if the K-129, when the K-129 sank, I'm guessing that probably it went in nose first. The nose was completely demolished, and so that's why the Navy felt very comfortable saying that they'd recovered the nose because the nose no longer existed anyway.
Okay,
that's fair.
What I believe is that the Glomar Explorer, when it was built for another mission, it performed that mission. And then later on, as part of their little cover story, they went out to this part of the Pacific where this thing had been, where the submarine had sunk, and they parked out there for weeks and pretended to raise the wreckage of the submarine. That is my belief. Now, whatever it was they actually raised, I'm not sure. It could have been the wreckage of the Scorpion, which I mentioned a few minutes ago. There was actually speculation of the submarining community that the Scorpion had been sunk by the Soviets. So there probably was motivation to raise the wreckage and find out what precisely had sunk the Scorpion. And so,
how big was the Scorpion?
Well, that's the problem. The Scorpion was 252 feet long.
So also too big for the...
Yeah, well, when it hit, it kind of hit nose first. So what happened is part of the after section telescoped in.
So it scrunched.
So it did get compressed somewhat. I was doing a little research to try to find out exactly how extensive the damage was and how short the Scorpion had become from its impact. I've seen pictures, and of course these could be doctored pictures too.
Sure.
Because if it turns out that they were able to take underwater pictures of the Scorpion, but if it actually torpedoed, they would probably airbrush that because you're admitting that the Soviets had declared, and they basically declared war on you by committing an act of war, and then you've got to do something about it.
Yeah.
So the story that I heard, I know some submariners, and submariners are known as a silent service because they never talk about their stuff, but of course they talk all the time. I heard from a couple of them that the Scorpion was in their boats in revenge, but hockey.
Okay.
Hockey. And I have also read that the Navy had indeed wreckage somewhere. Mm-hmm. But again, could be just pure
garbage.
Just pure BS. Who knows?
Yeah.
So anyway, it's a mystery. So we don't know. It could have been the wreckage of maybe an experimental Soviet submarine, one of our experimental submarines. It could have been a UFO.
So so obviously we don't know exactly what it did, but after this mission, what did they do with the Glomar Explorer?
Yeah, the Glomar Explorer got refitted. Actually, I had the good fortune to actually see the Glomar Explorer. It was right here in Portland. That was, I think, 98, 99, somewhere in there.
Uh-huh.
I was taking a jet boat ride. You know the jet boats?
Yeah.
That are right by the USS Blueback.
Right.
The mighty Blueback down at Omsey. Yeah. Yeah, so I took a jet boat ride, and then we went up to Cascade General Shipyard. And on the outside of the shipyard was no less than the Glomar Explorer. I was here for a refit. And I forget exactly what they refitted it for, but it's still in service. It's 619 feet long.
So let's just start that second.
Yeah.
So how wide was the moon pool?
How wide is the moon pool?
Yeah. I'm trying to get a general scale of the Glomar.
So like how big is the Glomar?
Yeah, I mean, is it a giant block floating in the ocean essentially, or I'm just trying to get an idea of what
it actually looks like a ship. I've actually got a picture here. Yeah. It's 619 feet long. And as you can see from those towers there, those are the towers that those great big steel pipes go in, are in.
Oh, so I'm glad you showed me the photo because it looks just like any other ocean-going vessel. I expected this thing to be some crazy wide and flat thing to accommodate the weight and the pull and all of that.
Yeah, you thought it would look like some sort of floating dry dock.
Yeah, essentially. That's what I would have expected it to be.
Yeah, but no, it's like 619 feet long. It's got a regular bow and everything. It's just got that fancy 16 feet in beam. Let's take a look at this. So anyway, it was mothballed, eventually refitted, and eventually got sold off, and it's still in service today. It's right in vessel for
feeling radiation out of it.
Yeah. So ask me again.
Do you know what they're doing with it?
Yeah, it was converted in Cassia General. It was modified to what they call a dynamically sea drilling ship, capable of drilling waters of 7,500 feet.
So it's an oil drill.
And with some modification up to like 11,500 feet.
So it's, Devin's right. It's a giant drilling ship now.
Yeah. Basically, it's like kind of like an oil platform. I think probably more for exploration than actually, it's probably too valuable a thing to actually use as an oil platform.
Sure.
But and so it's still in service.
Huh.
Yeah. And who knows, knowing that the Navy, they're obsessed with secrecy, but there's probably still a couple of code books lying around in some old Yeah.
So the Hughes Corporation built this, and when the Hughes Corporation went down, I mean, did any other information ever come out? I mean, I know he was a fanatic for secrecy, but I'm just curious if anything ever slipped out other than that break-in that initially told us what was going on.
Not that I am aware of. No, it is all still secret. I mean, they're pretty good about keeping secrets, believe it or not.
Do we know if that break-in was motivated by secrecy?
It could have been motivated by a desire to get the cover story out there.
Sure.
Because obviously.
Wait, which cover story?
Yeah, exactly. There's always more than one.
Well, I'm serious. So what was the cover story originally?
The original cover story was that it was built for the mining of manganese modules.
Okay. Break-in.
Yeah, and there was a break-in which blew that cover story apparently. So now we get to the next cover story, which is they're raising an obsolete diesel submarine off the Pacific Ocean floor.
Okay, except that that doesn't hold water. No pun intended.
Water, but cover stories are always like that. You never have just one. You have they're like an onion as you peel back the layer. Stinky little
tear jerking.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's possible that the break-in.
It could have. It's entirely possible that for some, perhaps they wanted to tweak the Soviets a little bit. And
that's true. It was the 70s, and it's still in the Cold War.
Yeah, perhaps they didn't necessarily want to tell the truth about why exactly they had built this ship and done whatever they had done with it. But they decided it'd be kind of fun to tweak the Soviets. We've already done what we wanted to do with it. Let's take it out to the Pacific, park it somewhere, pretend to be raising their sub, and then we'll blow our own little cover story and tweak the subs. Are there any wild theories? I mean, any theories out there that are weird and crazy that up? I mean, nah, I have not heard any. This thing is like. Not really conspiracy theory circuit. This thing is not really huge.
Okay. Okay.
This actually is not a story that a lot of people are really into.
I was waiting to hear that this was where we discovered Velcro or something crazy like that.
Yeah. And 2 years later, Velcro. You explain that.
Yeah, timing's right.
No, exactly. There it was on the ocean floor.
The logical place for Velcro.
Yeah, what the hell is this? Wow, look at this. Wow.
I could hold my shoes together.
It's perfect.
Yeah. I love Velcro.
Oh God, who doesn't?
Are we going to do a show about Velcro one of these days?
Let's do a show about Velcro.
We'll have to. Yeah. We'll have to do that.
Mysteries of Velcro. Well, anyway, that's about it for the story. If I think of anything that I overlooked in this particular story, our listeners, I will just sandwich it in at the beginning of the next story. So,
there you go. Or we can just update the post on the website. We can do that as well.
We can always do that. I'm going to continue to research this story. It's a fascinating story, and I think that someday we'll probably find out what they actually did with the Glomar Explorer. ThinkingSidewaysPodcast@gmail.com. Okay. But, okay, so for those of you who are interested in following up or more fascinating details, or, if maybe you just want to, go over it again, just to be sure you have it all down right.
Write us about the story or anything like that. It's thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com.
Okay. Okay, and also if you would like to write us, if you're somebody out there, like for say for example, if you're Dr. John Craven and you want to talk about some of the details of that stuff, we would love to hear from you. Anybody else out there also, Roger Dunham, you please also write to us. Is Thinking Sideways Podcast at gmail. That's it for tonight or today. Anyway, that's it for today. So we'll see you next week. For now,
Talk
bye-bye.
to you later, guys.
I'm Joe. Bye.
Aliens.
It's the aliens?
It's the aliens.
I agree.
Yes, it's the aliens! Somebody agrees with me, finally!
Thinking Sideways is not supported by eco-terrorism. Instead, it's supported by the generous donations of our listeners on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more. And thanks.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a slide. What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, your host this week, joined by my co-hosts,
Devin.
and
Steve?
all right. Well, you guys want to solve a really groovy mystery?
Yeah.
Well, we can at least poke some holes in it.
Yeah. This is kind of an interesting one. It's not a really huge one, but people are still chewing over it years after it happened.
This is because this is tied into another big giant mystery, and so I'm pretty sure that's why people are so intrigued by it.
Yep. The other one is, of course, the assassination of JFK. I'm sure most of you have heard about.
Maybe.
Yeah. So I'll explain in a sec how this ties in. We are talking this week about the mysterious disappearance of Congressman Hale Boggs.
Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more. And thanks.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a slide. What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined as always by...
Steve?
This week, we're going to be talking about the disappearance of Devin. What happened to Devin from Thinking Sideways? She was supposed to be at the recording studios at 7 p.m. It's 7:05 and she's not here. All right, theories. She ran away to start a new life. Can you get that?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Sorry I'm late.
Oh.
I was tweeting.
Oh.
Sorry. Okay, sorry.
Ah.
Okay. Hey.
Well, time to find a new mystery. Hang on a second while I go to the Google. And please enjoy this really restful elevator music. Hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined as always by...
Devin.
And...
Steve?
This week we're going to talk about a few mysteries surrounding Queen Elizabeth I of England. Some of you guys may have heard of her.
Once or twice.
Yeah.
I guess.
And these are a couple of different mysteries that have been suggested to us by so many people that I'm not going to give you guys a shout out except to say thanks for the suggestions.
Well, there's a lot of mysteries around her.
Yeah.
There are some mysteries around here. One of the first mysteries that she was involved in was the misplaced colony of Roanoke.
Misplaced.
Also known as a colony we can't seem to put our hands on at the moment. Yeah.
It's the best
The colony
name
of nothing
ever.
to see here.
Yeah, exactly.
Please move along.
Yeah. Don't mind the alien burn marks in the ground or any of that stuff.
Yeah.
But she was involved in that because she wanted to get England a toehold in the New World. All the Europeans were doing that. It was all the rage back in those days.
Still is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
She granted a charter to Sir Walter Raleigh to found a settlement in what would become Virginia, which was named after Elizabeth because she
Virgin
was
Queen.
the Virgin Queen. Yeah.
She was.
Yeah, other nicknames.
Apparently.
Yeah, Good Queen Bess, and I think she had one or two other nicknames.
She had a lot of them.
Yeah, she did. And but another mystery about her is people have been wondering for a long, long time, they still are today, is did she ever have a child? And
That is one of them.
It's
yeah, it's a big one, yeah.
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 And I'm just going to jump in here real quick and say that historic mysteries like this, it will probably not surprise any of our listeners. bother me a little bit. I am not super stoked on the idea of the public fascination of, was this woman a virgin? Was she not? Did she have a child? Did she not? Though I understand in this one circumstance that it is of historic significance and totally worth an episode. So if I seem a little cranky, that's why. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, well, is it... as it's been
Soapbox
said-
away.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, expect a little crankiness there. But it is kind of something to ponder because she said she was. She said she was going to remain unmarried and a virgin, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
But
She made a big deal out of it.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
royal courts back in those days were kind of libidinous places.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of hanky-panky going on. So
Yeah,
how did she
absolutely.
manage to pull that one off?
Yeah.
I got to be honest with the stuff that I've read about the things that went on in court and all of the political dealings. I know I've probably said this before, and I'll probably say it again. I don't even understand how the royalty managed to exist with all of the games they were playing.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
but then
yeah.
again, I don't understand how the political system in our own country, which is pretty similar,
Yeah.
has managed to get along as long as it has.
Yeah.
well,
So luckily the mystery that we're talking about is, did Elizabeth have a kid, not was she a virgin? Which is one that people have suggested, and I have outright refused every single time. Because I don't care to talk about that. But we are going to talk about today, right? Did
We're
she
going
have
to
a
talk
kid or
about
not?
whether she had a kid or not.
So let's get to it.
Let's solve this. Yeah. But before I get into the mystery thing, I think I should give everybody a little background on Elizabeth I.
Yeah, in case you haven't heard of her.
Yeah, that's a little history lesson here. It'll be brief. Don't worry. Don't go away.
Well, I watched The Tudors, so I know all of this.
Oh, okay. Elizabeth was born.
It's the same as Game of Thrones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Real history.
It's all based on that.
Documentary.
Yeah, with real dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, England always had that giant ice wall, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sweet. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, so she was born 1533, the daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, who was his second wife.
Henry VIII, I am.
Yeah, and I'm sure you guys have all heard of Henry VIII and his 6 wives. But if you haven't, here's a quick rundown. Henry was the second monarch in the Tudor line, and he and his first wife, Catherine of Aragon, had a daughter who would later become Queen Mary I. And then Henry got impatient with Catherine because she had actually 6 children, but only one of them survived. 3 of them were stillborn, and 2 of them died shortly after childbirth. And so she hadn't given him a son, and he
Which
wanted
was
a royal
really,
son.
really strangely valued.
It was very much at the time, yeah. So he decided to move on, and so he found this new girl, Anne Boleyn, and married her. There was one hitch, though. He needed to persuade the Pope to annul his marriage to Catherine, and the Pope said no.
Understandably, the church does
The
not
Catholic
condone
Church, yeah.
does not condone divorce.
Well,
Yeah.
they're a little more lenient on
At-
it these days, but
well,
at that
that's-
time,
yeah,
Yeah.
no,
they
not
were
at that
like,
time.
nah, yeah.
It was seriously a rule.
I love the fact that the Church of England was created because a king was like, you know what? I don't
want
really
you-
like my wife anymore.
I know. That's the whole reason for it.
I really want to bang this more attractive younger chick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Steve is like laughing. He's like about to fall off his chair over here. But no, I mean, like that's basically what Henry said was I'm not interested in my wife anymore. I'm interested in someone else now.
Yeah,
So
she's younger
he
and
created
cuter.
an entire new church and religion basically because he wanted to do something else.
There's been quite a few figures in history who have done very similar things.
I know. It's pretty interesting.
Anyway, that's the story. After marrying Anne Boleyn, she gave birth to Elizabeth, and then 2.5 years after Elizabeth was born, apparently Henry was getting a little tired and was ready to move on again.
He wanted somebody younger.
Yeah, or maybe Anne was just too naggy or something. But
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was.
Yeah, Henry accused her of adultery and had her put to death. Another character I should mention here is Catherine Ashley. She was appointed as Elizabeth's governess when she was 4 years old, and that's when Elizabeth was 4. Yeah.
And that was a prestigious title, right?
Yeah.
Like we should be clear, it was
Not just
Of a princess, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a serious thing. I mean, and she was well educated, Kat that was, and she taught Elizabeth astronomy, geography, history, mathematics, French, Italian, Spanish, Flemish. Apparently.
I was actually really surprised when I was reading that I never realized that Elizabeth I had such a knack for languages.
Yeah.
She evidently was really, really
good
good
with
at
them.
it.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
I don't
when
know
you
why that caught me so off guard, but
when
it
you
did.
start learning languages at 4,
That's a very good point. I hadn't thought about
That
that.
makes a big
Yeah.
difference, I think. Yeah.
I know I've mentioned this before, but I have a fair number of friends who are very fluent in multiple languages, and all of them, even if they started learning the languages that they're now fluent in later in life, they all had, bilingual parents basically. So they were raised with that knack. And I think it's something that a lot of kids learn early on. So, if she started learning other languages at 4, she was going to be good at them.
Yeah. Elizabeth was pretty smart. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
She was really smart.
Yeah. Anyway.
But Kat was important.
Yeah, Kat was a very important.
Well, the
hugely
person who
important
raises
figure.
you.
Yeah,
is
she
really
was
important.
essentially her mother.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because, as you know, Henry, her stepmothers came and went fairly rapidly.
Quite a few of them.
As it turns out, yeah.
And
but frankly, even if a stepmother managed to stay for even 10, 15 years, it doesn't really matter because the queen at that time nobility isn't really that involved in raising their kid.
No,
that's just how it was then.
Not really that much, yeah. So anyway, but the reason I brought up Kat is just that she plays a role in some of these stories.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, back to Henry VIII for a little bit. His next wife, Jane Seymour, finally produced a male heir, Edward, who became King Edward VI after Henry died. He was 9. He immediately decreed that all candy in England belonged to him.
I would do the same thing.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Even now, maybe I might be like, you know what? English candy's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do it pretty well. And unfortunately for Edward, he only ruled until he was 16 when he died of diabetes.
Did he actually die of diabetes?
No.
What did he die of?
I don't remember.
And he did not decree that all candy was his.
No, actually he didn't.
No, he was always very sickly.
Yeah.
And he had something with his lungs. It was like pneumonia. He seemed to take on things like that or get that all the time. He had breathing issues. He had a lot of fluid in his lungs because I remember he got sick and it was wintertime and then he started getting better. And then he started getting ill again in the summer when it should have been warm and his lungs should have dried out. And I don't, it may be determined at this point exactly what it was that he suffered from, but I don't remember what it was. But I know it was basically pneummonia.
Probably. Either that or his half-sister Mary poisoned him.
Well.
Because, guess who got the throne next?
Mary
the First, yeah.
Not Mary, Queen of Scots.
Well, not directly.
No,
not
Mary,
immediately.
Yeah.
Mary didn't get it immediately.
There was a little interim period there,
of 9 days.
Yeah, there was a little interim period. There was some contention. Well, first of all, there was a little contention about Mary the First, whether she was legitimate or not, because the marriage had been annulled to her mother and all that stuff. But eventually it was all sorted out, and Mary got the throne in 1553. And she ruled for 5 years until 1558 when she died. And during this time, there were some plots against Mary that may or may not have involved Elizabeth. I know that these plots that wanted to topple her and put Elizabeth on the throne, but whether Elizabeth actually participated in these is kind of an open question. And it's thought that
Mary wasn't
not.
popular.
No, Mary wasn't that popular.
Pretty much nobody seemed to have really liked her.
Yeah. And Elizabeth was younger and prettier, and people just seemed to like her better,
frankly, it did seem that people didn't like Mary's mother very much. The people seemed to kind of like, at least in my reading, I'm not British, so I don't know, but
I'm definitely not fully versed in this time frame. So.
Yeah, but it did seem to me that people like Anne Boleyn was like the people's wife,
the people's
Henry.
choice.
People really liked her.
Like
for
Princess
whatever
Di.
reason or not. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
And so they liked Elizabeth more than they really liked any of the other kids. That's what it seemed like to me, at least.
Yeah, that's fair. Back to the plots against Mary. Elizabeth spent some time in the Tower of London, I think around a year, and there was actually a question at the time of whether she might get executed or not for her maybe participation in these plots. But again, as I said, there really wasn't much evidence that she was actually involved in any of them, and I'm thinking Mary probably was reluctant to execute Elizabeth because they'd actually been kind of close in childhood.
Yeah.
Even though they were only half sisters, there was kind of a schism between them when she went to the throne. But things they sort of got a lot colder towards one another.
Yeah. Well, they were sisters. They were raised together. And how old were they at that point, too?
Mary was quite a bit older than, and she was like at least 7 years old. At least 7 years old.
Okay.
Maybe 10 years.
But how old was Elizabeth? She wasn't that much older, was she?
Yeah, they're younger, you mean?
No, I'm sorry. Than Edward.
Yeah, she was. I think about the time that Mary took the throne. I think Elizabeth was 19 or 20.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And so not that much older.
Maybe 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, at the most. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. One last little bit of history. When Elizabeth ascended to the throne, many English Catholics didn't accept her as legitimate.
Right.
Right, because Henry's marriage to Anne Boleyn was illegitimate in their eyes. And so
She'd have been a bastard.
she was, she was a bastard, and therefore not a legitimate heir to the throne.
Mm-hmm.
At this time, it's believed that Henry VIII had actually had numerous flings and affairs, and that he actually had male children.
Yeah.
He did.
But they couldn't take the throne.
Right, because they were illegitimate.
Yeah.
He seemed to really hold to the standard of I can only bring into the fold and give power to the ones who were officially recognized by marriage. Like it was, he knew, everybody knew that he had these kids. It wasn't a secret, but
he was
also
the
didn't,
Robert Baratheon of.
But he did not try to also force them in and say, I have a boy. This is my boy. This is going to be the king. Except the boy. He's a king. Like, he didn't do that at all.
No,
the tenets were in place.
Even Henry pushed the rules and he redefined them in a lot of ways, but he knew there was only so far he could go.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And-
I think it's hard to say, oh, I slept with this woman who sleeps with a lot of people one time.
There's
and
that, too.
Now she suddenly has a son, and he's totally going to be the next king of England. You're welcome, everyone. I have no way to know if he's actually my son or not. But
That's another good point. You want to make absolutely sure he actually is your son.
yeah.
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 Which, although with
Not that easy at that time.
Yeah.
no.
Back to Elizabeth, though.
We keep steering you off course.
I know
Sorry.
you guys totally are, but you mentioned Mary Queen of Scots. Mary Queen of Scots felt that she did have a better claim to the throne than Elizabeth.
Right, because it was legitimate, though distant.
Yeah,
right?
more distant relation to Henry VIII, but all legitimate and everything. But she never got any traction on that claim, and eventually she was overthrown in Scotland and wound up taking refuge in England, threw herself on Elizabeth's mercy, but couldn't refrain from monkeying around in a few little plots against Elizabeth, and so in February 1587, Elizabeth had her beheaded.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, although she said at the time that she didn't really mean for her to be beheaded.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, explain how does this go down?
Yeah, she had signed Mary's death warrant, but she told her secretary not to send it off. But apparently certain other important persons either misunderstood the meaning of at least one word in that order or something. No, actually what happened is it was like the Privy Council was called without Elizabeth knowing about it, and they decided to, well, we've got the death warrant, let's carry it out, and they did.
Got it.
Yeah, Elizabeth was upset about that, or at least she pretended to be. There's some people think that perhaps she wasn't upset about it at all.
That she actually was the reason that it happened.
Yeah, she just wanted a little plausible deniability.
Right.
Yeah, well, I mean, Mary would have been a serious threat to have floating around.
And Mary was quite popular with a lot of people.
With some people she was, but and at the same time, I think Elizabeth did not want, even though she wanted Mary out of the way permanently, she didn't like the idea of killing royalty.
She wasn't, I think she just wasn't really, she wasn't a killer at heart. I mean, though.
Well, she had a number of people put to death.
She did, but
she was not afraid to.
I don't have the sense that she necessarily was in cold blood, thinking, well, this person might vaguely want to kill me, so I'm going to have them throw, that doesn't seem
No, she wasn't.
ring true
She
to
wasn't
her.
Chairman Mao or anything like that.
Yeah.
Not at all. No.
Yeah. Briefly, this is like one of my favorite little periods of time. This whole, nobility in this era.
The Elizabethan
in
era?
England, not the Elizabethan area as a whole. I mean, yes, that is like very interesting to me from a costume designer's perspective, because it's interesting clothes, but just like the whole little bubble of nobility in this time is like very fascinating to me. So I'm sorry, because I know I'm the person who keeps taking us off track.
Yeah, no, that's
so
cool.
we're not even close to getting into the mystery, but
Yeah, no, we're on the verge
maybe
of getting
Joe
into
will
that.
be able to do that now that I've apologized for being the person.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Some of that royal scheming and all that stuff is kind of fascinating.
It's just so interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I have a hard time keeping because there's always a bajillion players in these stories, and it's always confusing to me.
And they always have the same names.
Thank you.
a lot
right?
of that going on.
But the other thing that always cracks me up about this period is everybody romanticizes it and goes on and how wonderful it must have been, and I'm always like, are you kidding me?
They painted their faces with lead paint.
I don't
want
wanna
to
live-
pooped in the streets.
I don't want to live. Yeah, I don't want to live there. We live in a Gilded Age now,
yeah.
and I'm sorry, when you're in a castle where there's all kinds of vermin running around, and the only reason you don't see it is because the maids are sweeping up their droppings every morning, which, by the way, spread a bunch of diseases. It's not a time to just be hanging out. Life sucks.
Yeah.
It did. I mean, people just
Even for nobility.
really, poor people in America today are just so much better off materially speaking than
Yeah.
royalty was back in those days.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even, nobility almost, had it almost worse off again because, there was that whole, we got to paint our faces white, and it was lead paint, and we've got to do all of these things to make ourselves look rich, and they're just poisoning their bodies, and it's horrible. But it's still very fascinating to me.
It
So,
is. It is.
again, I'm sorry, we're super off track again.
We are off
Let's
track.
keep
a little
going.
Bit. That's okay. Speaking of all the scheming and everything like that, I mean, this is just the British royal family, but imagine what it would be like to be a member of the Saudi royal family. Because
God.
Ibn Saud, the founder of Saudi Arabia,
that was
had 200
crazy.
children.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Insane, right?
Yeah. And
What about
thousands of
like
grandchildren.
what about Genghis Khan even? I mean, like, there's like a 20% chance that any human being has his DNA.
Yeah,
Right?
Anyone.
Like, let's talk about that for a
Anyone who's
second.
descended from mainland China, I think no, it's not 20%. It's 80%.
It's insane.
It's an insane amount.
Yeah.
He populated that entire
lot,
country himself.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
even worse than Henry VIII.
Yeah.
Well, now that we've just talked about all kinds of naughty business, let's talk about a virgin queen.
Let's talk about her. The mystery is, did she have a kid? Elizabeth was never married, and there's been a lot of speculation about why. And I'm not so surprised personally, because her mother and her stepmother, Catherine Howard, were both beheaded by Henry VIII.
Yeah. Did not have great stereotypes. Stereotypes? No.
Did not.
Idyllic
No.
marriages.
Didn't have really good prototypes for marriage.
It was. Yeah. I mean, she just what she saw of marriage just wasn't good.
No.
Yeah, but her friend Robert Dudley, who we'll be talking about a little bit, they knew each other since the age of 8, and they were very close all throughout their lives. He said much later that after the execution of Catherine Howard, that is, Elizabeth told him that she would never marry. And you can see why she might be a little cynical about the whole marriage thing.
Yeah.
But plus also marriage meant having kids, which was dangerous back in those days. As I said, Catherine of Aragon had 6 kids, 3 of whom were stillborn, and two of whom died right after birth.
Yeah.
And that's a lot. And that was not uncommon at all back in those
No.
days.
Yeah.
That's a lot of suffering to go through for no results.
It really is.
Yeah.
And there's, I mean,
And that sounds crass. I understand what you're getting at.
no,
You're-
it doesn't sound. I mean, it's a reality of.
Well, but it
yeah.
sounds harsh. But you're right. It is a reality.
Absolutely. I mean, the chances of you dying in childbirth at that time is insane. Not only, to give birth to a stillborn child or a child who dies shortly after that, the fact that you might die in
Yeah.
childbirth was extremely high.
Uh-huh.
I also wonder if maybe there was a bit of, she was queen, she was ruling a country, but it, typically nobility was men. So I
Yeah.
almost wonder if, she thought, if I marry someone, they will suddenly be in charge.
Yep.
That's very
right?
true.
So that could have been part of it as well. And I know
Yeah, she didn't want to share power.
there's a lot of reasons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And another reason was that she had potential suitors among the royalty of Europe.
Yeah.
One of which was King Philip of Spain, Spain at that time was a lot more powerful than Britain, and it was thought that Philip might stage a hostile takeover, meaning like an invasion. And eventually the Spanish did. You remember the Spanish Armada?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. They were always they were all at war with each other constantly.
Oh yeah. And so, but she kind of wanted to keep it ambiguous with Philip, like maybe
He was
maybe
because
I'll
he was
marry him.
interested in marrying her.
She was keeping him in the friend zone.
Right.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, and so she was just sort of keeping him put off because he was thinking, hey, if I marry Elizabeth, England is mine
Yeah.
without having to fire a shot.
Yeah.
And so,
I got 99 problems, but England ain't one.
Yeah, you guess so. So Elizabeth was actually able to forestall war by doing this.
Right.
So she
By
did-
not marrying.
Yeah, but she did it for the good of England.
Yeah. She was able, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Eventually Philip did get tired of waiting, and war did break out, and there was that whole defeat of the Spanish Armada, which was one of Elizabeth's most spectacular successes. Of course, bad weather played a big part in that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
So a lot of the question about a lot of people think, wow, it's so mysterious she didn't marry, and that figures into some other mysteries too, by the way, which we'll be talking about.
Yeah.
But it's possible. It's understandable. Okay.
So our mystery is: did she have a child? So how are we going to approach this?
Yeah.
How do you want to organize this, Joe?
Well, I thought what I would do is I would list some of guys that it's rumored that she had babies with.
Okay.
And,
Or a baby at least.
Or at least one baby with, yeah. And there are several candidates for that.
Okay.
And then we'll just talk about how plausible it is that something happened.
And then maybe we'll talk about who might be children of Queen Elizabeth.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about possible fathers.
So
These are
who's the first one here?
Yeah, okay. And these are just the ones that people believe may be the ones. The first candidate is Thomas Seymour. After the death of Henry VIII, his widow at that time, that was his last wife, Catherine Parr, waited about 6 months and remarried.
She waited.
Yeah. So she married Thomas Seymour.
And that's a different Thomas Seymour than might be related to...
The Jane Seymour
Jane Seymour?
that gave birth to James VI.
Yeah.
I think that
they're
these
not
two,
related, right?
I thought that they were distantly related,
Oh,
like
okay.
cousins or something like that.
Okay.
Again, why I get so confused when we talk
It's
about these
hard.
stories.
Again,
I
they
know.
all have the same name.
Yeah,
I
and
wish, you know what we need to do to the studios? We need to just paint that wall with a chalkboard material, and then we can just, we can
It
draw.
it needs to
all
be
of it.
glass, and we'll use dry erase.
That's
Yeah.
a good idea,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah. But yeah, it got to the point where this is so convoluted. I stopped trying to
Figure out who was
figure out
who.
exactly what the relationship between all these people was.
Well, I know
Except
you did a
unless it
bunch of
was
legwork
necessary.
with it, but it gets out of hand very quickly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
And
Seymour.
So Thomas Seymour. So she remarried, and then Elizabeth came to live with Catherine Parr and Thomas Seymour for a while. I think about 10 months.
And she was 13, 14 at that time?
Woman.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah. Well, anyway, apparently Thomas took a big interest in her and had a habit of showing up at Elizabeth's bedrooms, like early in the morning and stuff like that, and frolicking with her and tickling her and stuff like that.
For quote-unquote tickling sessions.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I don't know how Elizabeth felt about this. She might have been flattered by the attention, or maybe she was annoyed, or maybe a little creeped out. Maybe she was really into it, and this is why he's put...
It could potentially be the first man who has shown any attention to her. So that would be the argument for maybe she actually wasn't put off by it.
Or he was in a position of power in her life, and she didn't feel like she was in a place to deny what he was doing.
Yeah, she maybe might have felt a little bit dependent on. Yeah, she needed.
They had opened their home to her,
and she was an orphan.
She was an orphan, and she was living in a style that she was maybe not necessarily accustomed to, and they were being kind to her, and so she thought, well, they're being nice to me, so I can't say no.
But that's what the situation was. Catherine Parr was apparently undisturbed by this behavior at first, but apparently Cat Ashley was not cool with it at all. But
Catherine had participated a time or two.
She had participated a few times in these tickling sessions.
I can only imagine that Catherine didn't so much like Elizabeth, if only because she was an earlier child of her past husbands, right? So
yeah, I don't know. Maybe she didn't. But she liked her enough to take her in, so that was nice of her. But apparently she decided that it would be best for Elizabeth to go live elsewhere. So apparently she decided, for some reason or another, she wasn't cool with Elizabeth and her husband being under the same roof. So I don't know that anything ever actually happened.
But we also don't know that nothing happened.
We also don't know that either. Elizabeth left the household in May 1548 at age 14. So there was that 10-month period in which something could have happened.
Yeah, and what's the timeline after that? Is there kind of some unaccounted for time in Elizabeth's timeline after that?
No, there was never any period where she was like out of sight or anything like that, where she could have just been like invisible. But this obviously in this period of her life, she was a lot
minor
less,
player.
Yeah, she was a lot less in the public eye, and so it's conceivable she could have gone off somewhere and had a baby somewhere. And
Especially at 13 or 14, it's not as though...
It's not unusual in those days.
Yeah.
Not even unusual these days, actually. But
yeah.
And then, of course, the offspring of this liaison was, according to these theories, none other than William Shakespeare. I'm not sure if it's the same William Shakespeare because Seymour died in 1549 and Shakespeare, as far as I know, was born in 1564.
But you don't know who Shakespeare was.
It's hard to say, and actually, I'm not sure exactly what year he was born because nobody actually has his actual date of birth.
Nobody actually knows who Shakespeare was.
Yeah, he was born in April. He was not born. He was baptized in 1564.
As William Shakespeare.
I believe so. Yeah.
Well, in those days, even 100 years ago, that whole baptism thing, the whole birth record thing was kind of just whenever you felt like it. You know, I have family just a generation ago that they say, oh, yeah, this is my birth date because that's when mom wrote it in the Bible. My grandfather, in fact, found out when he enlisted in the Army that he was a year older than he thought he was.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it happens pretty recently. So in those days, it could have totally happened.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So, but here's my thing with this Thomas Dudley bit.
Oh, I guess I should...
Or Thomas Seymour bit.
Yeah, and I want to add, I also agreed it's not good.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so the thing is, we haven't said, by the way, he was 40 years old at this time.
Yeah, he was a bit older than her.
39 or 40, depending on exactly when everything went down. But my problem with the whole she was pregnant with his child is today it's possible for girls to get pregnant as early as 12 or 13. But there's the stuff about there's the sexual maturity is coming earlier based on diet. Have you ever read any of this stuff? So,
Yeah. Yes.
okay, well, you were looking at me like I was crazy for a second.
The reason I'm looking at you like you're crazy is because it's not unreasonable to think that in that time a girl who was 13 or 14 years old would be pregnant.
See, but I don't. The way I interpreted things, I took it as actually the norm for reproductive age was more in line with 16 or 17.
But that's not to say that it's not possible at what we're talking.
Rabbit test is possible as well if we're going to say whatever's in the realm of possible.
When
What's
we're talking
normal?
about modern days, like puberty coming very early for girls, we're talking like 9 and 10, not like 13 and 14. That's a normal time for people to be hitting puberty.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah. So even in those days, 13 and 14, totally normal for somebody to be getting pregnant. We're talking like these days.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what I read. But the stuff
You're
I
probably
read,
reading on average.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is that I'm looking at the average. I'm not calling her an exception to the norm.
Sure.
I'm saying on average, that's a pretty tall order.
14 to 16.
Yeah.
You give them 2 years. But no, I totally hear what you're saying.
But yeah, but she was 14 when she left, so I think she was old enough. I really do.
I
Romeo
shake
and
my head at this
Juliet.
because I don't.
Romeo and Juliet's the one
We're
I
not
always
real.
go to. But I mean, it was written by William Shakespeare. Maybe it was inspired by his mother, who got pregnant at 16 or 13. Who knows?
It's a possibility.
Lord.
Yeah. That's a whole other mystery, which I don't know if we'll ever tackle or not. Was
Shakespeare?
Who was Shakespeare? and
Oh,
all that.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but it does seem like Shakespeare is involved in this quite a bit.
Yeah.
In this whole
Weird.
Elizabeth thing. Yeah.
Well, the other thing that I was going to say is that Seymour, like all of this stuff with him mucking about with Elizabeth.
It feels wrong, right?
Well, it feels wrong.
Tacky,
and
yeah.
he exhibited some really questionable behavior, but he got his head cut off the next year.
He eventually did, yeah.
Because he was in some plot and he was sneaking into the king's residence and he set off one of the dogs, and rather than like a normal person just running away, he shot the dog and made a big to-do and then got out. Like, the guy had really bad judgment all the way around.
Yeah.
So I question whether he was just had several screws loose and that's why he was messing with her, or if it was really some weird power play.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I don't know.
the whole thing just smells really off to me.
It was a little off.
And it feels really convenient,
Yeah.
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Some of these feel like, okay, maybe that's a legit theory, but a lot of them feel kind of like, well, that's very convenient that would have happened at that time.
Yeah, so well, let's rule him out. Although I got to say that this is a period that I consider the most likely because it was before she ascended to the throne.
Yeah. So she would have been out of the public eye, and it would have been easy for her to just kind of, in 9 months.
It would have been easier. I mean, I still think it would have been pretty much impossible to keep it secret.
Well, there is a way that
Yeah.
it could have been kept secret.
Oh, you kill everybody who knows about it.
No.
What's that?
No, she never brought the child to term. Though it was illegal and highly frowned upon, abortions did happen.
That's true.
So it is possible that she aborted the child, and it's also possible, based on practices of it at the time, that could have rendered her sterile, which is why she then never had a kid again.
And maybe why she chose not to have sex again.
Yeah, this was not awesome. Don't really like that.
Yeah.
Thanks, no, not doing that again.
Yeah, and it might be that if she was truly molested by Thomas Seymour, then maybe that kind of turned her off on the whole sex thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's a very plausible answer. Though again, I consider Seymour, not a good valid candidate.
Yeah. But,
There are a lot of possible reasons afterwards.
yeah. One reason I don't really buy into him as a father is that after she left Catherine Parr's household, they still maintained a very friendly correspondence, which I think would be kind of, wouldn't you think it would be unlikely if Catherine, if her husband had impregnated Elizabeth, do you think she would not be feeling all that friendly towards her?
I would say that would kind of chill the relationship. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and they apparently had a good relationship. So probably not Thomas. Next on our list, Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester. And for those of you who are not British, this is spelled Leicester.
Leicester.
But it's pronounced Leicester.
We gotta start a campaign to either start adding vowels and consonants to town names in general, just to repeat this pattern, or lobby all of England to change the spelling
Well,
of their
since
towns
I'm
to the way they're
obviously going to
spelled.
marry Prince Harry when I'm queen, I'll lobby for that.
Oh, is he not married yet?
No. Because he's waiting for me.
Okay.
Actually-
we were talking about Robert Dudley.
Actually, one of my favorite English town names is Dull.
Yeah.
And it's actually spelled the way it's pronounced, Dull. And they're the ones that had the sister city relationship with the town of Boring, Oregon.
Yeah. Like, of course they do, right?
I love it. And these two towns really do exist.
They do.
Okay, I will do an episode about that.
Okay, but Robert Dudley.
But Robert Dudley and Elizabeth had known each other since they were 8 years old. And as I said, they were the best of friends. And a lot of people suspected at the time that they were lovers because they were so close. And Elizabeth showered.
Well, they were childhood friends.
Oh yeah, and so especially when you're royalty and people are always trying to stab you in the back. There's probably not that many people that you can really trust. So that's got to have something.
You
to
would
do
think
with
a friend since you were 8, you
Yeah.
probably could trust.
it. Yeah, somebody who's never done you wrong and everything like that. Yeah, and I think he was trustworthy, and she showered lots and lots of favors on him, and
that, of course, made everybody think that they were lovers.
yeah, it did. Yeah. And there was lots of other. I won't get into every little detail, but there was lots of reasons. But yeah, he benefited quite a bit by his relationship with Elizabeth, financially and otherwise. And of course, Elizabeth was intensely grief stricken when he died. And the kind of grief that you would display when you've lost somebody really close to you, maybe a lover.
Yeah, but maybe a friend. I mean,
Well, it could be that too.
if you have a true intense friend since you're 8, that person is your family.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah. Definitely, and especially when the actual members of your family are either dead or they're off
Or awful.
marrying a new stepmother.
Yeah.
Or awful. Yeah. So
Courting your cousin.
Yeah.
he was probably more family, like you say. And there was talk that they might potentially get married, but there was one hitch because Dudley was married himself. He married a woman named Amy Robsart. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. In 1550, and then she fell down some stairs at her home in 1560 and broke her neck, which did clear the way for Elizabeth and Robert Dudley to marry, which is handy. don't you
Yeah,
think?
but people considered it to be an assassination.
Yeah, there was a lot of speculation that Robert Dudley had her murdered, just so he could marry Elizabeth. And so he was very unpopular in England for a time, actually for quite a long time because of that. Although personally, I don't think he did it. That's yet another mystery, and you'll read the occasional article in Britain about it, the unsolved mystery of her death and all that stuff. But the fact of the matter is that she had like advanced cancer.
Yeah.
There was no reason for him to murder her at all.
Yeah, it was a matter of time.
Yeah. So okay, we'll put that mystery down. But even without being married to Robert Dudley, it doesn't mean they couldn't have, done the deed and
Right.
had kids, or
Yeah.
at least a kid. Some of the proposed offspring were Francis Bacon.
France is bacon.
France is Bacon. Yes, I know. France is Bacon. How do you like that, French? Yeah. Yeah, look at you. Yeah. Actually, you could be worse things.
Yeah, absolutely. Bacon's pretty well liked.
Bacon is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
But anyway, Francis Bacon, of course, many people believe, was maybe really William Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Here he rears his ugly head again in here. So at this time, Elizabeth would have been 28. She would have been on the throne for 3 years. So I don't know.
Again, we're coming. I know where Joe is going with this, which is the hard part of hiding it,
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
hiding
Good.
a pregnancy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk about that in a second, though. Let's
Yeah, we can talk. Yeah, let's talk about that in a
I know
second.
we'll talk about that. Let me just toss a few more out there.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
Robert Devereux, the second Earl of Essex. When Devereux came onto the scene, he and Elizabeth became besties, and they were really close. And Some have even said some people have speculated that they were actually lovers, like even though he was quite a bit younger than her.
Significantly
Younger, yeah. But other people have said that they had more like a kind of a mother-son relationship, and they were really close. So if it had been Devereaux, then she would have been 32 years old when he was born. Some of the reasons I think people suspect him of this is he was kind of a bad actor sometimes. I mean, they had a good relationship, but he was kind of a loose cannon. And
Didn't he get himself killed?
Well, by Elizabeth, yes.
Yeah.
She executed him finally. Yeah, in the
Yeah,
end.
because he kept doing stupid stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And so eventually she felt she had no choice. And I suppose it's possible that a mother would have her son executed.
Yeah.
But
Seems unlikely,
it seems
though.
kind of unlikely.
Well, but he did some real. I mean,
Oh, he did.
She kept giving him military commissions, and he kept no-showing them, which is a huge no-no. Like, just show up and stay in the tent, for God's sake.
Yeah, or it just, and in the end he got involved in a plot against her, again, which, against your own mother, huh?
Don't do
maybe.
that.
Don't do that. Maybe, of course, maybe he didn't know that he was actually her son.
But
But I still find it hard to believe that she would do that rather than just, like, have him locked up permanently in the tower
Hit
or
him
something
across
like
the
that.
face a couple
Yeah.
times. Yeah.
Yeah.
give him a good spanking.
Yeah. Let's talk about another candidate who is Arthur Dudley. Dudley showed up in the court of Philip of Spain in 1587 and claimed to be the son of Robert Dudley and Elizabeth. He said that he was raised unaware of this by a guy named Robert Southern, who told him on his deathbed who he really was. And Dudley fled the country, he said, because he was afraid that Elizabeth's agents would murder him to keep the secret that he now knew.
Which makes no sense.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, if they were going to kill you, they'd have killed you a long time ago.
Well, yeah.
They have no idea when you were told the truth.
Well, the only guy who knew was the guy who told him, who died immediately afterwards,
Right.
Robert Southern. So if he just kept his mouth shut, he was perfectly safe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure how much of that makes sense. Arthur Dudley did actually exist. There's strong evidence, at least, that he did. There's mention of him even in the records in Elizabeth's court, that they were aware that he'd showed up at Philip's court in Spain.
Mm-hmm. The thing that, though he showed up in the court, it's really suspected that he wasn't really who he said he was. And by that, I mean, he may not have actually been Arthur Dudley,
Yeah.
because there were spies everywhere.
Mhm.
And it seems like there's some research that indicates that he was a spy who really stuck to his story and would not let it go.
That is what a lot of people believed at the time. Yeah. And so I don't know too many people that take this guy seriously. I mean, he was around. He did make these claims, but he was probably just an imposter. You think?
And when do we know? When would he have? How old was he? When would he have been born?
He would have been born. Well, depending. I've heard various estimates, but based on his age, it was estimated that he was about 25, I think, and that he would have been born maybe in 1561.
Okay.
And so in summer of 1561, there was one significant thing, which was that Elizabeth was ill. She had this spell where she came down with edema, which is swelling of the tissues. And
It was called drops, at the time, right?
Exactly. And maybe she could have been pregnant, and she was bedridden and all that. So this is also around
And
the
how
time.
old? How old would she have been?
She would have been 28.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean,
You know?
okay.
Okay.
I mean,
But-
yeah. I at that as someone who is currently 28 years old, at that time, that seems like it'd be late to be pregnant.
In that
those
day and
days?
age?
Yeah, in that day and age, that seems like a late pregnancy.
Yeah.
We're talking, people are getting pregnant at 15, 16, 17, maybe as early as 13, 14.
Maybe.
To carry a baby to term and have it be healthy and survive.
Mm-hmm.
It's not unheard of. Certainly, it's not unheard of, but it seems it's
Yeah,
late.
I mean,
It's
yeah.
The older you get, the harder it is.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I understand.
Yeah, and
that,
with
but
modern medicine, it's like fine, but at those times when we were like, oh, hey, leeches, that'll solve your problem. No problem.
Yeah, I
Or
know.
what was it they were given? They would give mothers during or after childbirth ergot. Did you guys know that? I just heard this recently.
Yeah.
And it
Here's some mold
thickened
for
the
you.
blood.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no, you're going to be good. It's some mold. It's fine.
Yeah.
Just eat it.
Just chew on this.
I know your body thinks that that's poison,
Yeah,
but
no.
just eat it anyway.
Yeah, no, that's why a lot of that stuff was like alcohol, for example. It makes you feel better, makes you feel good.
Yeah.
It's really kind of poison.
Uh-huh.
But and things like bloodletting and stuff, like what would happen, the blood pressure drop would make you high, it would make you lightheaded and feel and
you would
feel
think
better.
that's fine.
And they concluded, hey, this must be beneficial because they report feeling better.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
okay.
But yeah, 28.
28 is possible. I
It's
mean,
possible. It's totally possible.
It's totally possible.
And the fact that she was sick with dropsy, which, bedridden for a couple months.
Bedridden, kind of
swollen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I hear it.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Maybe she was pregnant. I don't know. Well, let's go on for our next suspect.
Well, I'm sorry. Just quickly, wasn't that about the same time that Francis Bacon was
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was.
born too?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
So was either Francis Bacon, a.k.a. Shakespeare, or was Arthur Dudley, or neither one?
Or neither.
Yeah.
Or she actually just had edema.
Yeah, probably. That's what it was. I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, I know edema causes swelling, but that'd be a lot of swelling, to be actual pregnancy sized.
Every woman carries a pregnancy different, and I've seen pictures of people who I didn't believe are pregnant who are 9 months pregnant, and I've also seen pictures of people who are 9 months pregnant that I think you're just obese. It's hard to tell. It's just it's hard to tell. Everybody carries a pregnancy differently, and if you've got all these corsets and you're kind of bedridden, and people are thinking, "Oh, you're sick," it's possible. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I'm not willing to discount it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go on to our next suspect, who was Edward de Vere, 17th Earl of Oxford, who, of course, was also rumored to be William Shakespeare. I know.
Of course, yeah.
I know. I don't know. I mean, there's a whole huge community out there of people who are arguing back and forth on this guy was Shakespeare or this guy was Shakespeare. They have all kinds of theories and evidence and everything. It's
and again, that may be an episode in their future.
You never know. I don't know. I mean, we're gonna have to get some serious scholarly work done if we're gonna do that.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are hardcore. I mean, these guys aren't just guys on Reddit or anything like that. They're writing books about this. Yeah. And not that I'm
Redditors
slamming-
write books.
Not that I'm slamming Reddit, but yeah. This is a little more scholarly. But anyway, back to our thing. The offspring of Oxford and Elizabeth would have been a guy named Henry Wriothesley, who was born in 1573. And I don't know whatever went on to happen to Henry, but there's not much out there on him. But at this time, Elizabeth would have had to have been about 40, which causes me a little bit of doubt. That 40, seriously, at that age.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, even now, 40.
Even now, it's tough to get pregnant at 40.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the problem I have with all these theories is that again, this all took place after she ascended to the throne.
Except for the first one.
Yeah, except for the first one with Thomas. So it's like imagining it would have been a little easier than, say, Princess Diana going about her everyday business, pregnant, and not having the paparazzi not notice it.
Yeah.
But still, there's a lot of people around. There would have had to have been people attending to her at childbirth and stuff like that. So somebody you would think would have talked.
Mm-hmm.
You think?
At least after the fact.
Yeah.
You would think.
Yeah.
You would imagine so.
You can understand maybe while she was alive, you're keeping somebody rich. There's no reason to talk, but
Yeah, I mean, there's good reasons not to make the queen mad by running your mouth.
Yeah, absolutely.
But at the same time, a lot of people would have written it down in their memoirs or their diaries, their journals. There would have been mention of it. I wanted to talk about one more suspect for a father, which was a guy named Miles Stafford. And he has very recently been put forward by a guy named Seth Margolis, who published a novel called The Semper Sonnet. I don't think it's too much of a spoiler to reveal this, but Elizabeth does have a child very early in the book. And again, which I want to clarify is a work of fiction.
But Seth did a ton of research.
He did a lot of research for this book. And so let me give you a quick rundown of the plot. Our protagonist is a woman named Lee Nichols. She's discovered a previously unknown sonnet by William Shakespeare. When she goes public with it, all hell breaks loose. And she finds out that some people really, really want that sonnet for a reason she'll discover if you read the book. So anyway, it's a fun read. Seth, we actually were able to get a hold of him. He was kind enough to actually answer some questions about Elizabeth and his research and his book. And so let's talk to Seth here for a sec. So Seth, thanks for talking to us. We really appreciate it. And I guess my first question for you is that you have found a new potential father for a child that Elizabeth might have had named Miles Stafford. So did Miles really exist?
No, I'm sorry to say.
It's okay.
It was I found it much more interesting to invent him and then dispatch him quickly. You never really hear from him, other than that he had this rare genetic disorder that passed on this tendency to shivering, as someone calls it in the book, which I thought was an interesting sort of way to keep his sort of lineage alive, was, not in a particularly positive way. It also made it, when you're writing a thriller, it made it interesting because, when the Lee Nicholson, the 21st century heroine of the book, would come across various locations where the Filer family lived. She would see, for instance, 2 fireplaces in one room, and realized, that became an indication that these people who live there had a real obsession with staying warm. So that's the one thing that I had my fictional father of the Elizabethan offspring pass on to his descendants. And of course, the name Filer, as you know, because you read the book, it's full of wordplay, and the word Filer is an adaptation of an ER, of course, for Elizabeth Rex, and French was the main language spoken at the time, or a version of it in the Elizabethan court. So it was like, it was interesting, or likely that she would have had, if she had a child, might have given him that name just as a sort of sly reference to who his at least his mother was.
So in real life, one candidate for a child was Elizabeth. That's really popular with a lot of people. Is Robert Devereux. What do you think about him as a suspect? And
right, he was one of several people that she sort of showered her royal pleasures on in ways that mystified people at the time. Why him? And so there were always rumors. And she did have a very close relationship with his father, Robert Dudley, also known as Lester. And I think she had his bedroom moved next to hers, and there were all sorts of. So if there was going to be an offspring, it would have been most likely with him. And there was actually someone named Arthur Dudley who surfaced at one point, who claimed to be the offspring of the two of them.
Showed up at Philip of Spain's place.
Yeah, because the Catholics never saw her as a legitimate, period, but as a legitimate monarch of England. So if they could find any sort of scandal that would, add further illegitimacy to her, it would work to their ends. And in fact, in my book, that's one of the reasons that she disguises the fact that she had a child, was that it would imperil her claim to the throne. And of course, in the Semper Sonnet, she has the child before she becomes queen. Most of the rumors about, or the theories about her having a child, have her having the child while she was queen. And as I said, there's so many of them. She, at one point, she took to her bed. She had some sort of mysterious illness, which I think they called at the time dropsy, but today we would call it edema, which is the swelling in the midsection. So, of course, if you, and I think that's pretty much historical fact, that she was taken to her bed with dropsy or edema, and that she had a swollen abdomen. So if you're inclined to think that she had a child, this might have been a good time for that child to have been carried, because she had, she could have used that as an excuse to disguise her pregnancy.
Our last question, you've done a lot more research on this really than we have, and so I guess I'd like to know, do you really think Elizabeth had a child?
I don't know. I would suspect not. I tend to be a discounter of conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
And so, it was a really intriguing idea for a novel, and there are bits and pieces of her life and the circumstances around it that might lead you to think she had a child. But I tend to think she didn't. But, I think it's sort of like, if you think about the Kennedy assassination, again, I'm not a conspiracy theorist in general, so I think Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. But a lot of people just feel that it's just unthinkable that this great man, who was so beloved at the time, and maybe even more so in retrospect, could be brought down by one lunatic with good aim. You want it to be a conspiracy because it seems unfitting that such a great person could be eliminated by such a nobody. With Elizabeth, there's a similar frustration that, arguably certainly the greatest monarch in English history, and maybe one of the great leaders in world history, just ended. Her line ended with her death, and the Tudors were no more. her genes were no more. How could that be? It doesn't seem fitting somehow. So people constantly want her to have left something behind. And in a way, I think that's part of the fascination with her in general, and it's certainly the reason that a lot of these theories continue to flourish, and it's really the reason I wrote the book.
All right, Seth, I tend to think you're probably right. I think that it's unlikely, like you say, people just can't accept it, and people love to speculate about royalty. That's just a major sport here in America and Europe.
We don't have royalty here.
Yeah, well, we do. It's British royalty. A lot of people seem to worship those people. Anyway, thanks again to Seth for talking to us. His book, if you care to pick it up and read it, is called The Semper Sonnet.
It's out now.
It's out now.
It's a fun little book.
Oh, yeah, it's a fun read. Now, back to our mystery for a second here. There's one other permutation of this, which is that she didn't have a child because she couldn't have a child because she was actually a guy.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to let you run with this one because I want to have a heyday with it. I just want to let you tell the story because this one is so outlandish to me.
It is, but...
It's crazy. It's funny to me because it's so crazy.
This story actually has a pretty good pedigree, though.
It does.
You know, it's sometimes called the Bisley Boy, and it begins with Bram Stoker, who you may have heard of. If you haven't heard of him, he's the guy who wrote Dracula.
Dun, dun, dun.
Which is a toothy book.
Yeah, it is. Actually, a pretty influential book when you think about it.
It's got some bite.
Stoker claimed the story is actually not something he made up, but it actually originated in the village of Bisley in Gloucestershire, which is where he heard the original story from the locals. And he wrote about it in a book called Famous Impostors, which he published in 1910. So according to Stoker's story, Elizabeth was sent to Bisley in 1543 or 1544, and dates are a little vague, due to a plague outbreak in London. And I checked, and there was some plague at loose in London at that time, although it was not the Great Plague, which was the one that really slaughtered a lot of people. But ironically, in Bisley, she got sick and died anyway. And her governess, Kat Ashley, you remember her, learned that Henry VIII was on his way for a visit. So what to do? This is actually kind of like a sitcom, you know, where you're taking care of your friend's cat, and the cat gets killed. You got to go find a duplicate.
Wasn't there? Like, didn't Kramer pull that once or something on Seinfeld? Yeah,
it's a well recycled plot line. Yeah, it is. So Kat combed the village looking for a little girl who looked similar to Elizabeth and couldn't find anybody. And by the way, you know, isn't that weird? And some people are coming around looking at your kid saying, can we borrow your kid for like a couple of decades?
For the royalty.
Yeah, that would have been tricky.
Yeah.
But then she had an idea. There was this little boy who lived nearby, and Elizabeth had actually been playing with him somewhat. And he was thin and pale and about the same size and had reddish hair like Liz. And so she had this idea that, well, we'll swap the little boy in. We'll dress him in girls' clothes, and Henry will be totally fooled. And so
Henry's an idiot.
Yeah, and of course he was fooled
because he's an idiot.
Yeah,
right.
And the other question:
he didn't notice the hair dye.
Yeah. What I'm curious about is that Bram Stoker, I'll take his word for it, that he honestly was told this story, but how had they kept this for centuries? He said that they were so isolated that the story just never got out. That's what he actually wrote. I read that. I read part of his Famous Impostors book.
It doesn't make any sense to me, but okay. I'm gonna, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, anyway, here are Bram Stoker's reasons why it probably is true. Number one, Elizabeth was very secretive. She seemed to have a big secret, some people said. Number two, she was very close to her inner circle, just several people. She treated them all very favorably, kept them all close, and that was probably her way of...
Are we debunking this now, or are we just...
No, not yet.
Okay,
no.
great.
Not yet, hold on.
She refused to marry. There were rumors that she couldn't bear children. There was apparently, he says, I had no way of checking this. There was that correspondence between Elizabeth and Catherine Parr. Apparently, the style of those letters changed after this swap. And one of her teachers felt that she was way too smart and clear thinking to be a woman.
Insert Devin scoffing here.
I'm laughing at the absurdity of that.
I'm like actually offended by that. This is like thousands of years later, and I am offended.
Thousands.
Take it up with
thousands.
Yeah, take it up with Bram.
It's thousands, okay?
Keep going. Ignore. Just keep going.
I am obviously not a man, so I am not as smart and clear thinking
well,
as Queen Elizabeth.
Devin,
was.
can I point something out?
It's hundreds.
Steve and I always solve our mysteries.
You do,
You
and I
never
don't.
do.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Actually, Joe, can I point something out?
Yeah.
Only you ever solved the mystery.
Wait. Can I point something out? Joe's a liar. He never solves this.
All right, fine. Let's get back
What
to
else do we have here?
Oh, let's see. She had a large wig collection, which
Yeah.
obviously she was probably using to cover up
Male pattern baldness.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I have them.
Yeah, she had only a few regular doctors, and she refused to ever see any other doctors because they're going to find out that, guess what? She's got something going on down there. And she also insisted that no autopsy be done after her death.
Uh-huh.
So, okay, all those good reasons.
Great.
Yeah. But on the other hand, it's still hard to believe Henry VIII was such an idiot that he wouldn't notice that there was a little boy.
While the royalty didn't spend all day, every day with their child, they would know what their child looked like. So, yeah, that's a difficult one.
Yeah, and frankly, you know, it's a really big gamble because you got to hope you've not only found yourself a little boy who sort of resembles Elizabeth, but who actually has some acting skills.
Yeah.
And knows something about Elizabeth's life. And so that was a big chance that Kat was taking there. The other reason, the wigs, Elizabeth, there were people that actually saw her without her wigs on, and she wasn't bald. She had a full head of hair. It was
No,
gray.
she didn't. She didn't have a full head of hair.
Yeah.
She had smallpox scars because she got smallpox at one point.
Oh, that's right. She did have smallpox.
Yeah,
Luckily for
and
her,
she
survived
had
it.
pretty severe scarring from it, and that was one of the reasons that I've seen listed that she had more wigs after that was to cover the bald spots that were caused by the scars.
Yeah, but it wasn't male pattern.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't my hairline.
No.
Which is a very shallow hairline, by the way.
I
So
would-
close to my
That's
ears.
way back there.
I would also suspect that like a symptom of lead poisoning.
There's always that. You know, a lot of dishware in those days was made of lead. They found out that lead was so malleable you could hammer it into all kinds of nice shapes. You know, and
Right,
make
no,
cups
but
and all
I
kinds
keep
of
bringing
stuff.
that up because the white face paint that they used was literally lead based.
Oh, yeah.
So the white face paint that Elizabeth would have been slathering all over her face and putting on her lips every day was lead. It was like so much lead. Yeah.
I know.
But I guess also like lead leads to infertility.
Does?
Lead poisoning does lead into fertility, so that's a problem too.
It leads to a lot
of stuff.
organ
Yeah,
issues.
but I mean those are.
Yeah,
I
lead was.
keep bringing that up because she smeared it all over her face all the time.
Oh yeah, but again, there was a lot of lead in everything.
yeah, well,
yeah,
they were
absolutely.
ingesting it all the time
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
But I mean, no,
Yeah, not good for you. But
no, it does very bad things.
yeah. Oh, back to our she was a guy thing. Apparently, Elizabeth did have periods because Philip of Spain was, as you know, interested in knowing whether she could bear children because he still thought there was a chance that he was going to get her. But his spies bribed the queen's launderers for details of whether she was menstruating.
Oh, yeah. Did she ever cycle? Yeah.
Yeah, and the answer came back, well, yeah, she is menstruating.
Obligatory just because you get your period doesn't mean that you're fertile statement.
I guess that's true.
Noted.
Yeah. What's the other thing? She often wore dresses with low necklines.
Have you met a drag queen ever, though?
I was going to ask, what the hell does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know how.
What, are you saying that she couldn't have been because she would have had a hairy chest if she was a dude?
None of her portraits seem to have her be particularly busty.
That's true. She should have been a guy with a push-up bra kind of thing.
I mean, she wore those really tight corsets. So.
And the other thing that I was thinking of, okay, so holy hell, I'm gonna actually defend this for
Here
a
you go.
second.
Yeah.
Is that to have the voice of a woman and to have some of the lighter build? There's an easy way to have a boy do that.
Castration.
Castration,
Yeah, I know.
which is to make him a eunuch. And then the testosterone doesn't kick in and all that pesky hair doesn't show up.
That's a good point.
And actually, frankly, I'm looking at pictures, portraits of Elizabeth now, and they're all like very flat-chested. And she also had the neck ruffle that she loved to wear that would also cover up the difference between her neck. But they are very flat-chested. That was what was in style at that point, I know.
Yeah, corsets were rather tight.
Well, they were tight, but they also, that was in style, was to have no boobs at that time. So,
No cleavage, no nothing.
you know, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, I can't imagine that ever being in style, but okay.
What else have you got
You're-
on here?
Not much else. I mean, if it's hard to believe they could have castrated the kid, because if somebody said, hey, just to make this whole Liz charade work out, we're going to have to castrate you, I think I would be like slipping out the back door and heading on home.
Do you
Going
think even
somewhere.
if somebody was like, but literally you will be the richest person in this country and you will rule it?
That's true, but still.
I watched Amadeus, and that kid was kind of down with it.
Yeah?
I can see this being okay.
Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, we'll go with that then. Yeah. Okay. So Liz got castrated, and then what else?
I'm sorry. Thank you. That caught me off guard.
Yeah.
Keep
Actually,
going.
Okay. Actually, over at Elizabeth, I don't know if you guys looked at the Elizabeth Files.
Oh, Lord, how could I not?
Yeah.
It is a huge trove of information.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is amazing. Actually, we'll post a link to the Elizabeth Files if you're really interested in learning more about Elizabeth. It's pretty cool. It's well written, well organized.
It is well organized. It is one of those sites. I've said this about sites before. Is I feel like there is so much information on them that it's overwhelming. I read 2 or 3 or 4 articles. I don't remember how many I read on there, and then they would keep coming up in searches, and I just stopped going there because there was so much detail. It's quite well done.
Oh yeah, no, it is. It's well
totally.
researched. It's definitely authoritative. But I got this little tidbit from the Elizabeth Files, which was that at some point during marriage negotiations with the various monarchs around Europe, a panel of doctors examined Elizabeth.
What?
Yeah, to see if she could still bear children. I mean, this is a real big deal back in those days.
Oh boy.
And
okay.
yeah, they came to the conclusion that she could. Well, I'm not sure how they could have examined her that closely to determine she could have children without noticing that she had a little something extra down there. You think?
Yeah, you would probably, you would notice if Elizabeth was actually a dude.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be fair.
Yeah, I think you would.
Although, again, in fairness, just examining somebody doesn't mean that you're going to be able to tell if they can have a kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know how you tell that either.
I don't know.
Okay, well, to answer our questions, did she send the Roanoke colonists off to their death deliberately?
Yes.
For Roanoke?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, she did.
Yeah.
She actually, when they opened up their food supplies, they found there was nothing but lead makeup in there.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, lead, makeup, and neck ruffles.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
And a little note said,
Keep warm with this.
Sucks to be you. Anyway, the next question, did she have a child? I'm kind of doubting it. Maybe, but I really kind of doubt it. I think we would have heard something.
I don't know, because I have a hard time with, unless it was, even if it was somebody like Seymour or somebody after the fact, that there were ways for contraception, and there were practices post-copulation, for making sure that a pregnancy didn't come to full term.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
These things happen, and those things, like I mentioned earlier, I mean, I saw stuff in the reading that can have a permanent effect on a woman's ability to be able to bear children. So I could see how that's why Eileen, I mean, I don't think that she was actually the Virgin Queen.
Oh, God, no.
I don't think that she abstained for her entire life.
No.
So that's why I lean to that direction.
Yeah, no, I think if she was pregnant, it had to have happened before she ascended to the throne. If she ever had a child, it would have had to have happened before she was the queen. Yeah. But I do agree. It seems unlikely, but it's possible. But I also totally disagree with the whole idea that obviously William Shakespeare has to be the child of Elizabeth.
That's just fun times.
That's silly to me.
Yeah,
but I don't think she probably had a child, but if she did, it was very early in her life, and that person would have been raised totally separate from her.
Mm-hmm.
And probably, probably not of her own consent, right? I mean, that baby would have been taken away from her early in her life.
Yeah, it would have been like, you're not even going to know who your kid is, probably.
Yeah. That would be my guess.
Which would be a disincentive to ever do it again.
Exactly.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, last question. Was she a guy? I vote
No.
Okay. All right, fine. Well, I guess that's it for this week. If you have any thoughts about this, if you're descended from Elizabeth, of course, we would love to hear from you. So
especially if your name is Prince Harry.
Yeah. So write us at Thinking Sideways Podcast.
He's not going to email you, Devin.
That's it. So write us at Thinking Sideways Podcast at gmail.com. There's also our website, of course, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can listen to the episodes. You can check the links that we put up for further information, and we will put up a link to the Elizabeth Files.
Yep.
And there's a ton of stuff out there. You'll enjoy it. We're on iTunes, so subscribe, leave us a review and a rating, and we love those really good ratings especially. As for streaming, you can stream us all over the place, so no, we don't have any recommendations there, really. We're on Facebook, Thinking Sideways Podcast, right?
Yep.
On Facebook, of course, we have our page and also the group. You can join the group.
Yep.
And you can, there's all kinds of good...
Be a groupie.
Yeah, you can be a groupie. There's lots of good commentary and just conversation out there. We're on Twitter. We're Thinking Sideways. And, of course, we have a subreddit, which has got some stuff going on every now and again, at least. Yeah. And last of all, we're on Patreon. So if you want to support the show, totally optional, but if you want to, you can go out and you can pledge a certain amount of money per episode. So be aware of that. If you decide you want to get real generous and give us $50, just remember that's $50 every episode. So,
which is why we have things like the PayPal button. If you want to do a one-time,
do PayPal.
And that's more conducive to your budget, then that's why that's there.
Yeah, you can do that.
We got the merch too.
Yeah,
we got
buy
merch.
a sticker.
We got merch. We got like T-shirts and mugs and
new
stickers
shirts.
And all kinds of
somebody
stuff.
bought the Mary Celeste the other day. That's pretty awesome.
I saw that. Yeah, that's really cool. I have not actually yet seen the Mary Celeste T-shirt. I got to go out and look at it.
What is your deal?
I know.
Something. It's lots of things.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. No, I'm probably going to have to get one for myself.
I thought about buying you one.
Yeah.
And then I decided I didn't want to.
I'm going to get a bumper sticker for my car.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I buy bumper stickers by the gross and put them on all kinds of people's cars.
Yeah.
I'm not endorsing that.
No, probably
Legally,
not a good idea.
no.
Nah.
Emotionally, yes.
Yeah, I like it. So that's patreon.com/thinking sideways.
Or the website for merch.
Or the website, yeah, for merch, yeah. All right, well, that's it for Elizabeth. Another great historic mystery solved. So, yeah, you British people, please don't be offended by all this. Yeah, I don't think she had a kid. Yeah, you guys?
I know.
I'm not posh enough.
Yeah, me neither. All right, bye, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know. Insufficient data to formulate a slide. What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey there, and welcome to Thinking Sideways, the podcast. As always, it's my turn, which means I am Steve.
As always, it's your turn?
As this time it's my turn.
Okay, yeah.
As always, I'm always Steve.
You are always Steve.
Except that week I was Joe.
Yeah, I remember
Which
that.
was weird.
It was really weird. I didn't like it very much.
No.
I don't think the fans liked it either.
No, they didn't.
Got a lot of hate mail over that one.
Did. But I am Steve, as always, joined by
Devin and...
Joe.
Yes.
And once again, we have another mystery to look into. This is a listener suggestion. We've been trying to work through the backlog. Which
we have a big one.
Yeah, there's a lot.
We have a lot of suggestions, which is great, but that list has gotten huge. This particular story that we're going to talk about was suggested by Todd quite a long time ago, so sorry that it took us a while, Todd. But
Yeah, sorry, man.
Hope you're still listening, Todd.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
Todd didn't get angry that we'd never used his suggestion. He stopped listening to us.
Well, it was a great suggestion because what Todd suggested was that we look at Stanley Kubrick's The Shining.
Yeah.
Because it turns out there are a ton of theories on the interpretation of what the movie is all about.
Yeah, it's surprising, actually, how many weird little hidden meanings people seem to find in the movie.
And I hadn't seen it in like 20 years. So I remember several years ago I watched, there's a documentary which is going to come up, so we'll just talk about it now, Room 237.
Oh, you saw that?
Oh, yeah. I've seen
watched
it
it
several
too.
times now.
Yeah.
But I remember watching it before and thinking, I don't remember any of this stuff. I've since watched The Shining about 2.5 times in a week and a half. So at my house, The Shining is no longer allowed.
Yeah.
I got into a lot of trouble for continually watching that
bet,
movie, and I know
yeah.
you weren't.
Well, I had never seen it before because it may or may not shock our listeners to know that I hate horror movies. Like, I don't watch them at all. In fact, if there's like even a remotely scary, tense soundtrack to something, I probably won't watch it. This goes back to legitimately, I think I was a year and a half old. My mom tried to show me Bambi. She'd never seen it before.
And it terrified you?
Well, and, the moms in her group said, oh, don't worry, the kids don't know that, spoiler alert, the mom dies. No, the kids don't realize that. And, the music kind of comes up, and I stand up on the couch. I'm a year and a half old. I stand up on the couch as the music's just like, and Bambi gets out of the fire, and I just turn to my mom and I go, Mama, where's his mama, Mama? 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 Where's his mama?
She
Mama?
got shot.
And my mom just gently took the remote and turned it off and said, and I think that moment with the music is a very good representation of I can't. And this one was so bad. I mean, I texted you about it. In the middle of it, I was like, do I really have to do this? Because...
Yep.
No, I think, what is this movie about? Why are we watching it? And I just cleaned up what that message said.
That was super clean. I did not... I was not excited about watching it. I think it was the soundtrack. I think that if it had a different soundtrack, if it had wacky sax in it,
but see, that's the thing. It's a very it's totally Kubrick. That movie is absolutely Kubrick. And spoiler alert for everybody: if you haven't seen The Shining, I know you were going to get around to it, and it's only like 35 years old.
Yeah,
but we're going to talk about this movie in depth.
You might want to go rent the movie first.
You might want to pause the podcast and come back in a couple of hours when you finish The Shining.
Yeah, it's a good movie. I know that. Devin didn't like it.
No. I liked it. I just don't like movies like that. And the thing is like I like all of the other Kubrick movies I've ever seen. So it was just this horror.
This one's kind of an outlier because he always wanted to do horror. So this was a bit of an outlier for his catalog.
Yeah.
He actually has he did a little bit of everything. He
really
did war movies and horror movies. I mean, you've seen it's obviously Dr. Strangelove is a
That's one of my
comedies.
favorite movies of all times. You guys know that because I title all of the names of my scripts in that fashion.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys have picked up on that.
How I learned to stop that and love the bomb. And all that stuff.
Yeah. How I learned to stop worrying and love the Toynbee tiles.
Yeah.
Or, whatever. Yeah.
And then one of my faves is Clockwork Orange.
I like that one too.
Which is another darkly humorous movie. It's really very funny, but it's in a very dark way.
Yeah, he was a very unique director.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Very talented.
Absolutely talented. But let's go ahead and kind of step into what we're going to talk about here.
You don't want to talk more about how much I hate horror movies?
Well, we could.
We could do a whole episode on that.
Let's do that one later.
You might turn our listeners off.
Yeah.
Okay. But no, what I was going to say when we were talking about all the theories is some of these theories, you kind of got to stand on one leg, hold your mouth in just the right way, and then maybe see it. And some of them are based on the evidence they give you are really, really obvious.
Yeah, so, and when I watched Room 237, I was having a really hard time not doing that thing that people do sometimes where you sit in front of the TV and you're like, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that thing is the real thing. Oh, no, wait, I know you said that that contradicts it. Just accepting the facts as they were given, and I know that we'll talk about that a little bit too.
Yes, because you cannot do that.
No.
But are you two ready? You ready for movie time?
Ready.
Yep, let's do it.
All right. Who's got the popcorn?
Oh, I'll make some.
Okay, sweet. First bit of business, let's talk about The Shining, not the movie, but the book.
Yes.
Yeah, by Stephen King.
By Stephen King.
It's a little different.
It is. King wrote the book, and it came out in 1977. And the baseline story is the same. And I'm going to give you a baseline version. It's not exact because they do diverge from each other so much.
Yeah, well, essentially, they're going to spend the winter in
the Torrance family.
The mountains,
they move to the Overlook Hotel. It's in the mountains of Colorado. They're going to watch the hotel and maintain it over the course of the winter, and they're going to be snowed in. There's three main characters at that point. We've got the father, who is Jack, the mother, who is Wendy, and the son, who is 5-year-old Danny. That's our main characters.
Well, and Danny has telepathy.
Yes, it turns out Danny can see things.
He can shine.
He can shine, as it is called.
Yeah, so you can not only read minds, communicate telepathically, but also can see things that happened in the past and in the future.
Or are going to happen.
And he has what's his name?
His little
in the
Tony,
movie, he has Tom.
Tommy, but that's in
Or
only in the,
Tony.
Sorry, it's Tony.
But that's only in the movie.
Yeah,
in the
not
movie, he has Tony
But
in
not
both.
in the in the book too.
Oh, he
In
did?
the book, Tony is there.
I didn't read
but
the book. Sorry. And
You gotta okay. What Devin is doing, by the way, everybody, is she is imitating Danny with the pointer finger up and down to talk. So right now, that's up and down conversation.
Yeah.
Nah.
That is not present in the book. He talks to Tony in his head. So the finger thing is a way to visualize it for film.
Yeah, interior monologue is really hard to do in
It is.
movies.
So what happens, of course, Danny sees things. Those things are affecting his father. His father goes nuts. He tries to kill the family. The father dies, and Wendy and Danny escape the Overlook.
Yeah.
That's the short version. That's a very evened out, because again, they diverge so much.
But the hotel is like haunted, I guess you could say.
Yes,
or
it's a very
has-
hellish
or
place.
It's inhabited by a very evil presence.
I would say evil presence is the right way to go about it.
Yeah.
So like I said, King published the book in 1977.
Yeah.
Kubrick got a hold of it, decided he wanted to make it into a movie. But, of course, he needed to make changes for it, because as we just said, internal monologues don't work on film.
Almost. Well, you can
No.
do it if you're going to have the narrator.
Yeah.
But that's a bad format for a horror movie. So.
That's why, a movie that was very faithful to the book was Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
And
it
really
it really sucked. It didn't work. I mean, the
wasn't
book was hilarious, and the movie just sucked.
Yeah, it didn't make it. Well,
Yeah.
so Kubrick knows this, so he gets a hold of King and he says, I want to make this into a movie, but I need to make changes. And King, being flattered that Stanley Kubrick is asking to turn his book into a movie, says, go ahead, change what you want, not realizing quite how much was going to get changed.
Oh, yeah. Pretty much everything.
King hates this movie.
Yeah.
Absolutely hates the movie. And it's because of the fact that Kubrick went in and slashed so much out and then changed so many things that he had to change.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's really
still-
interesting.
It turned out to be a good story, a good movie.
They're just not the same story.
Not quite the
totally.
same.
Not
story.
quite the same story.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to focus on the movie. So we're going to talk about the actors briefly here. We have 4 actors we're going to talk about. So Jack Torrance, the father, was played by Jack Nicholson.
A very young Jack
A
Nicholson.
very
Yeah.
and yet already balding Jack Nicholson.
Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way,
Wicked Widow Peaks.
there's
Yes.
a warning to you people. I guess it's too late because you've already shut off the podcast and you're renting the movie right now and streaming it on Netflix. But Jack Nicholson's hair is kind of wild in this movie.
It is.
Just as a warning.
It's not on Netflix.
It's not on Netflix.
No, you can't stream
I
it.
think Amazon
Oh.
Prime is where I watched it.
I don't remember
This is
where.
sounding like an ad. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Anywho, our next character is going to be Wendy Torrance, the mother. She was played by Shelley Duvall. She's a great character.
She's
Yep, we're going to leave it at that.
Yes.
We have the son, Danny, who is played by a 5-year-old boy named Danny Lloyd.
Who, fun fact, didn't know that they were filming a horror movie and in
know.
fact didn't even see the movie or like find out anything about it until he was like 14. It's like 9 years later. His parents finally said, yeah, all right, fine, you can see this movie.
Yeah, he was
And
16,
didn't-
I think, yeah.
Apparently he was like horrified. He had no idea.
They
any of
told
this
him it was a
going
drama.
on.
Did you watch the
Yeah.
making of that's out there? And there's one guy, I cannot remember his name, but he was basically Danny's handler. He hung out with Danny. He did everything. So as soon as the scene was done, hey, Danny, let's go do this. He'd grab his hand. He'd run down the hall. Like they were totally keeping him sheltered, I would say.
They do this with child actors a lot. There's this movie called The Fall, and one of the characters is a little girl who only speaks Spanish. And they actually had to film all of her scenes in sequence as she learned English, so her English would get better. And the one of the other characters is a paraplegic. He can't walk. And she literally thought that he was paralyzed until the premiere of the movie when she saw him walking down the carpet, and she was horrified. I think they do that a lot with kids, right?
Well,
it's
she's
just-
horrified.
it's
I'd be happy.
the
Like,
realism
hey, you walk,
for it.
cool.
Right. I mean, not like,
But
no,
she was
that's
shocked.
the worst. But she was shocked. Yeah.
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 But,
We have one more
sorry.
character.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was a tangent.
Okay, no, on this tangent that we're on, just one last thing. I guess I need to go back and watch the movie again because I'm trying to remember if they found a way to keep the kid out of the frames in the scenes when they're in the bathroom and Jack Nicholson is chopping the door down.
he wasn't in the
He
bathroom
wasn't
at
in
that
there.
point.
No.
He was already escaped the bathroom.
No, he started to.
No.
So
Danny
had
went
he
out?
already got? Oh, that's right.
So
He was already out
He
the
was
window.
he was already out.
But then when Jack Nicholson is chopping at the door of the apartment, was he not? Did they find a way to keep him out of those scenes
Yeah,
too?
the chopping only happens on the bathroom door. You're way ahead, sir.
No. He chopped his way through the apartment door too, and then opened and then turned the doorknob.
They have him in the bathroom at that point.
And they do cuts. It's all cut scenes.
Yeah.
None of it's
Yeah.
wide.
It's not like it was
So-
done
So they
sequentially.
managed to actually keep him off the set for those.
Yeah.
while he
Well,
was
I don't know if
chopping
he
and
wasn't
acting.
off of the set,
presume
but I
he
imagine
probably-
they had him somewhere else.
Yeah.
I imagine he was in the cafeteria. or
Anyway,
something.
sorry. There's
Yeah.
another.
We have one other actor that we need to talk about, and that is the guy who played the character of Dick Halloran, and he was Scatman Crothers, and he was my favorite actor.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He did a
good.
phenomenal job.
He was really good.
So he was really interesting, but those are our 4 characters.
And that character does or does not exist in the book as
He
well.
does.
He does.
Yeah.
Okay.
He does. He does not experience the same fate in the book.
Sure.
That is a complete diversion
Okay.
in the movie.
And that's actually the one thing about the movie that's very King-esque, very very Stephen King-like, is he has a way of having this, because he comes all the way across country and comes in and immediately gets murdered just like that. No chance to do much of anything.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that Stephen King would do.
And
Yeah.
yes, in the
You
book,
It didn't happen
that wasn't
way.
it. He was
Yeah.
the hero in the
Yeah.
book. But let's go ahead and move away from the story for a moment before we, because we've got, what is it? We got just a little bit more, and then we're going to start talking about theories.
Okay.
The last thing I want to talk about is Stanley Kubrick himself. If you're not familiar with him, you need to go watch his movies.
All of them.
All of them, yeah.
In
Because-
succession.
I wouldn't say that. I'm not
No.
a huge Kubrick fan, but I appreciate them. But I also, you guys, I know you remember this, Devin. A couple years ago, I went and I watched 2001: A Space Odyssey for the first
And you
time.
hated it.
I hated it. I was like, I don't get that movie.
I
You had to
remember
explain it to
because
me.
we talked it with Toynbee Tiles. We were talking about a Kubrick idea, Resurrect.
Yeah.
On Dead on Planet Jupiter, and you were just like, I hate that thing.
And
I hate it.
And now that
I
I've
don't
done some
understand it.
research on it, I started to get it. But that's the way Kubrick movies are.
Oh, absolutely.
He didn't believe in just giving it all up front. He would make you think about it.
You know what? I think that his style was so. The best way I can describe it is that he intentionally wanted you to leave the theater thinking that you had missed some grander point. Because usually you had, right? But even if it was kind of straightforward, and that's why there's all these theories about all these different movies, is that you always end his movies thinking you've missed some huge point. Even if there's not.
It's just his way of giving you the story.
Yeah, that's just the way that he tells stories.
I guess. I mean, I didn't leave the theater after I saw Clockwork Orange thinking I'd missed the point, but maybe I did. I don't know.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think for me, as you read a little bit about him and you start to actually kind of intellectualize about the movies, you realize like, oh, there's so much of this kind of ethos around him that there must have been some bigger message there. It wasn't just about this one thing. Even with, Dr. Strangelove, the more you start to watch his movies, the more you're like, wow, did I miss something? Was there some really poignant thing there that I totally missed? And I think that even if there wasn't something, because I don't think there always is, but that's the way I would describe it.
No, I would say that's an apt description. Absolutely.
Yeah, and one last thing before you run off to watch his entire catalog. If you're not going to do that, another one I would recommend is Paths of Glory with Kirk Douglas. Have you guys ever seen that one?
No,
I don't know that I've ever seen that one.
Yeah, no, it's a good movie.
Okay, well let's give a little bit of bio data here on Stanley. Made his first movie in 1951, which was a really short documentary. He acquired funding for it himself. I mean, in 51 it cost $1,000 and he had to raise that cash on his own. His last movie was in 1999, Eyes Wide Shut.
Which I believe, didn't Spielberg finish that movie?
I swear I saw something that said that he wasn't involved in that movie.
Like an interview?
Yeah, I remember reading about it somewhere because apparently the movie wasn't completed, but maybe it wasn't Spielberg.
It feels like this is the sort of thing that who
yeah,
knows,
it doesn't.
Right?
It's not really relevant.
It's kind of a cool.
Here.
It's kind of cool lore if it is, but
Yeah.
I don't think we'll probably ever confirm it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've talked a lot. I mean, so far we told you about Stanley, and the last thing that I want to tell you is that, including the short documentaries or the short films he made in the beginning, he did a total of 16 movies in 40 years.
Which isn't that
not
many.
a lot, really.
No,
Yeah.
but you also need to remember that his movies took anywhere from 1 to 2 years to complete, after which point he was exhausted because he did everything.
Yeah.
He did all of he's involved in art direction, in the cinematography, in the soundtracks. He did all of the editing. He had full
He was
control.
hand cutting it, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, yeah, and he had it all sent to his home, and he did all of the edits.
And the thing about it is he would take scenes over. He would take many takes.
We're going to talk about this later.
And then
let's hold
that's
that.
a lot of footage
fun
to go
little bit.
through.
Yeah,
It is.
Yeah.
Well, I think that might be one of the shortest descriptions we've ever done on the show. But we're done talking about all those things. We're going to jump right into theories.
Well, it's not really theories, is it?
Theories and interpretations.
These
Or
are
like-
just not our theories, but theories that other people have.
Oh, yeah. No, well,
Yeah.
most of the times theories aren't our theories. But yeah, I guess, how would you describe it,
I
Devin?
don't know. I guess theories about, because it's not really like theories of how this thing happened, right? It's theories of
What it
the
means,
yeah. So
what the
meaning.
intention is,
We'll call it meaning.
Okay.
And also why perhaps Kubrick did it.
There we go. Meanings and reasons.
Yeah.
This week on Thinking Sideways. Okay, well, we're going to start out with my favorite one.
Yes.
We're going to start out with the first meaning/reason, which is the moon landing. Because it was
Yay.
faked.
Of course it was.
Let's talk about, well, no. These theorists aren't saying that it was faked. They're saying we made it to the moon, just that we didn't make it to the moon at this particular moment, or the footage isn't, right?
Right. So let me get this, because
Okay.
there's actually
more,
some
it's more
technology.
than that, right? It's more than just saying, oh, you didn't make it to the moon and we did it on a soundstage, because they're not saying we didn't make it to the moon.
They're saying that the footage that was sent of Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin hopping around on the moon for 20 some odd minutes
Was fake.
Right. That's what it says.
Yeah, I think it's important to clarify that, though.
Yeah,
for some
that is a
reason.
good point.
But why was it faked if we made it to the moon?
Because we have. Let me get
Well,
into
yeah.
this
But they-
first,
okay,
and
they
then
left
we'll
the
cover
camera
that
at
at
home?
the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
You are just raring for the end of everyone tonight.
Wow.
All right. According to this, Kubrick was the one who did all of the filming of the astronauts on the moon.
He directed it.
He directed it.
Yeah.
And he then had remorse over it. And so he's explaining that through things in the movie The Shining. Officially, according to history, the United States landed on the moon in a manned mission in 1969.
Yes.
That's when we talked about Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong. Suddenly lost that name. You would think I'm the one who's been working crazy hours. But in 1968, which was the year before that happened, Kubrick released 2001: A Space Odyssey. And that had some really elaborate space scenes in it.
Yeah.
On the
and
moon
scenes.
and guys floating around in space. And that was all done with a technique that is called front projection.
Yeah.
The simple version of what front projection is you have your actors, they're standing in front of a camera. You have some kind of plane behind them so that the ground doesn't just continue to go flat. Something rises up. It
a set that
ascends.
they are physically on, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Behind that is a reflective surface, which I'm just going to call a mirror because it basically is a mirror. But that mirror is big and turned at an angle. And from the side, another camera is projecting something on it. so that they look like they're in front of what's being projected, whether it's still or motion film.
Right, so it's like pre-good green screen.
Absolutely. There was technology at the time where you could fake the backgrounds, but it was really bad.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite, I always think of that old 60s movie, Sinbad and the Seven Seas,
Oh, yeah.
where the guy is, the genie is going around, and you can tell that they're showing it on a movie screen from the other side.
Yeah.
So he didn't want that because it looked like crap.
Yeah.
So he used this technique.
And therefore what?
And therefore, it was very realistic. And there's a very easy scene in 2001 that I think shows this, where I think it's 3 people are standing on the lunar surface, and they're on a bit of a ridge. And I even noticed
Yeah.
that part of the bottom of the scene was taken up by lunar rock, and it seemed odd to me. But that's a very easy example of how it worked. So what they are then saying is that this is how he made the footage that we all saw, or that everyone saw in 1969.
And in fairness, when you watch 2001: A Space Odyssey, or you look at the pictures of them on the quote-unquote moon, it looks really good for that
does.
time. It actually looks pretty dang good for this time.
It does.
With our CGI technology.
Yeah, I mean, except for the footage of of spaceships, and I'm
Right.
I'm omitting the Discovery. The Discovery was a huge model they filmed on soundstage.
Yeah.
And but you see this. You see early on, you see a satellite going around the Earth, and it looks like they drew it on cardboard.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, but
that's
I think
the only thing about the movie that doesn't look great today.
Right, but I
it
think
holds up really
in
well.
support of this theory, right, you look at the images of these actors on a soundstage with this front projection on the quote-unquote moon, it looks real good.
And if you think about front projection, and then I went back and watched some of the footage of the 1969 landing, the camera,
It's
the
real
lunar
low.
surface
Yeah.
takes up about half of the left frame and then slopes so that it's taking up about a quarter of the right-hand side of the frame. So that is, of course, for this more ammunition to prove that it was faked this
And
way.
it's grainy. It's not
very
HD.
grainy.
I think there's some points to be made about this, whether or not I totally believe it.
Yeah. Well, and we're going to move away from front screen or front projection. I keep wanting to call it front screen for some reason, but it's not.
No.
We're now going to move to the Overlook Hotel in The Shining, and we're going to go to the second floor. If you've seen the movie, you know this because it's the red and orange and brown hexagonal carpet.
Yeah, and this is towards why, right? This is evidence of him telling the story.
Yes, it's saying that he used that carpet as a way to make a very obvious clue
that he had faked the moon landing.
Yes.
No, we're no longer on this is how he faked the moon landing.
Correct. Not
Okay.
how, but this is his way of telling.
Okay.
And exactly how does it reveal that he
If you look at launch pads at Cape Canaveral, suddenly can't say that word either.
Canaveral.
Canaveral.
Yeah.
Putting the R in a weird place, Steve. It's fine.
It's like when I said cavalry instead of cavalry.
Mm-hmm.
Both of those are wrong.
Wrong.
Well, yeah. There's the Cape Canaveral pattern.
Mm-hmm.
But
they're saying that because those launch pads are in hex shapes, but they're not perfect hexes because of the land around them. You can see, and I've seen images superimposed, when the camera's at just the right angle, so the perspective is stretching things out, it's almost a perfect match to a couple of those launch pads.
So Kubrick then had that carpet made? You'd think he would have gone and bought a roll of carpet and, for the
That's
set.
why he chose the carpet.
You would think that.
I don't know.
But this is the same scene where something else a little suspicious happens, right? Like this is the scene where Danny happens to be wearing that sweater.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's the other clue in here is that Danny is wearing the Apollo 11 sweater.
So I think it's part of it is that these things coincide that makes people suspicious, right? It's not just because you can kind of make the hexagonal thing fit. It's also because Danny happens to be wearing an Apollo 11 sweater.
Mm-hmm. That is another key piece in it.
Am I jumping?
No,
Okay.
no. It's absolutely an important thing there. I think this is what you guys were, or Joe was kind of getting into a little bit, which is why would this footage, the lunar landing footage?
We have been jumping around a little.
Yeah, a little bit in this theory. But why did the footage get faked? There was a space race. We had to get to the moon. And of course, the Russians were wanting to get to the moon. So according to this, we couldn't get there. We couldn't get there first. So it happened so that we could have supremacy in that manner. Even if it wasn't real, they would think it was real. So we would win. And history would remember us as being there first.
Okay, and then so are they saying that eventually one of the Apollo missions?
Eventually, we got men on the moon. Yes.
Which Apollo mission was it?
They don't say. Conveniently.
Yeah, that is handy.
Yeah, in the readings for this particular theory, you'll also come across some stuff that talks about a strange light in the night sky that shouldn't be there according to the stars. And there's a million reasons why that is, but the theory says that there was a random light on in the studio that mirror picked up.
Oh, it's interesting. That's not what I had read about it. It was that it was the light of the projector. That's where the projector was like pinhole hitting.
Oh.
That's what I read.
Oh, no. See, one of them I talked
totally
about was some light was left on, was what I got. But, I mean, either way, it's
that's government for you.
Oops.
Yeah, just bungling it again.
So now there's other ways that, according to this, Kubrick tells us that it is the lunar landing, and he's sorry. That is when Dick Halloran takes Wendy and Danny into the pantry. There's Tang cans on the wall, which, of course, the astronauts drank Tang.
So did everybody else. Then.
Yeah, I know.
I
had Tang in my earthquake kit when I was a kid, and that was in the 90s. Like, come on, guys.
Another clue we have is that room, the room where the spirits are, where the scary naked old lady is at, is room 237.
Yeah.
The moon, even figures, 237,000 miles away from the Earth.
The other one that they had in that one, right, was the key. Are you going to talk about that?
No, I hadn't. I wasn't going to go to it.
On the key?
Have at it, because this one was so dumb to me.
It's super dumb, yeah. But I like to talk about dumb things sometimes. It's that the key has a little tag on it, right, to label what room it is for, and it says room, no, like number, and then yeah, but NO. And it's a capital N and a tiny little O. So people say, well, you can only have it say room, or if you add the N, it can be moon.
If you switch it around.
So obviously Kubrick was trying to say that it was the moon room and everything was fake in there, and he faked it.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah. So smart.
Okay, so there's the last thing. I'm jumping ahead.
Yeah, you're forgetting about the twins.
I am.
Gemini.
The Grady girls.
Yeah, the Grady girls.
Okay, you hear them referred to as the twins because the girls who played the characters of the girls in the blue dress are twins.
Fraternal.
And super creepy.
Super creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I've seen them as adults, and they still look really
a lot alike. They didn't look that much alike to me.
Yeah, I got that too, but people point out the fact that Ullman, the manager of the Overlook Hotel, says that they were the Grady girls about 8 and 10 years old, and in the book, they're not twins.
Good point.
Yeah.
So people say, well, obviously this is a reference to the Gemini space program as you were heading to.
Because he's using twins when they didn't need to be twins.
And, we've talked...
We should have used triplets, though.
But Gemini was the space program that was in effect before we started sending men to the moon. That's when we were doing all of our research.
The orbital missions?
Yeah, it was 2 astronauts in a capsule, basically.
2 astronauts in a capsule. Actually, they did some interesting stuff, and it was all leading, research and techniques leading up to the success of Apollo.
2 astronauts get into a pop can, basically.
Yeah. No, but actually, the Gemini missions, we did our first spacewalk from a Gemini capsule, and then there was one cool mission where they launched one capsule, and then a couple of days later, they launched a second one. And they actually rendezvoused in orbit and connected up and stuff. And so all kinds of really kind of cool stuff.
Yeah.
And it was important to the Apollo mission later.
But according to this theory, the girls are the direct link to Gemini.
They were the predecessor. I mean, I get it, right? They were the predecessor to Danny. They were the last kids that lived there.
But they were the Gemini, and well, no, because you can't do that, because they say, well, then the Torrance family is 3, which would then be a reference to Apollo,
yeah.
but that takes away the caretaker Grady and his wife who were already there. So that doesn't actually work.
But
you could spin the theory that way.
But Danny was Tony, and also could shine to what was his name?
Dick Halloran.
Yeah. So he was 3.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe. Well, let's.
I'm sorry. This is how this is going to go.
Let's not take this theory too far.
No.
Frankly,
Well,
I
here's
think it's
the
incredibly
last
weak.
thing that I found everywhere about this, which is in the Colorado room, we see Jack on his typewriter. Wendy comes in and interrupts him, and he pitches a fit and chews her out about his responsibilities and his work. All the proponents of this say, well, that's a word-for-word representation of a conversation that Stanley had with his wife about his regrets and the money for doing the moon landing footage. The problem is that is outright wrong, because thank you, New York Times, their stuff is archived and on the net, and there is an interview with Jack Nicholson talking about the fact that he and Kubrick had initially looked at the scene. He had talked to him about the fact how it reminded him of what had happened with him and his then ex-wife just before and then during their divorce.
Kubrick or Nicholson?
Nicholson's.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, Nicholson's divorce. Sorry, they both were married several times.
Right.
I had to think which one we were at that point. But then, so they wrote the scene together, which means that it couldn't be a direct representation of a conversation that Stanley had with his wife.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
We've shot this one full of holes.
Besides,
It's kind of a colander at this point.
Who had a listening device planted in their apartment anyway?
No, that it would have been that Kubrick wrote it, right? But that's bunk.
There's,
it's bunk.
Oh, and one other fork to stick in this thing is that the reference to room 237 representing the 237,000 mile distance between the Earth and the Moon is the room number was not actually 237 to begin with. It was 217
in the book,
and they're thinking that they changed it to 237. The reason they did that is when they filmed the exteriors at Timberline Lodge up on Mount Hood, the lodge asked them to use a different room number and not room 217 because they were afraid that people would be afraid to stay in room 217.
But Joe, they don't actually have a 217.
No, they do.
Sorry. I've heard it said about this. They're like, but if you call Timberline Lodge, they don't have a room number 217. I've been there, as have you, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
You know they have a room 217.
Oh yeah, they do. And
your
actually,
story is correct.
It's their most popular room. They don't have a room 237.
No.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is right, but I just wanted to bring up that's a thing that people say.
People do push that.
Yeah.
Shall we move on to the next one?
Yeah, let's get on to the next silly theory.
Yeah, wow, we beat that one.
Jeez.
Poor horse. Okay.
Let's talk more about horses.
Well, a little bit. Not really. We're going to go to our next one, which is that this was all about the massacre of the American Indians. Here's how it goes. When the Torrances first get to the hotel and Stuart Ullman is showing them around, he's the manager. He tells them that the hotel is built on an Indian burial ground and that during construction they had to fight off Indians, so there's probably some buried there. And then as you see the scenes as they're panning around the hotel, and if you watch, there's a lot of Native American artwork, and there are photos that there's at least one very prominent one that is a man. It's just a headshot of a man in a headdress. Then we talked about, the artwork, which is going to be the tapestry in the Colorado room, which is a huge tapestry, giant thing. So again, there's...
But this movie has a lot of giant things in it. A lot of huge rooms in this movie.
Huge rooms, the huge rugs. All the rugs are themed. They're kind of a Native American themes. Some of the floors have inlays that are the Native American themes. So it's everywhere. But they are saying that that's because he's trying to tell us that this is about the American Indians.
But were there any pictures of dead Indians?
No. But there were,
Okay, case
besides that, we're going to talk about the pantry a number of times, and we're going to go back to the pantry right now, because when Dick Halloran shows Wendy and Danny the pantry, there are cans, again, big cans, or big Calumet baking soda cans.
Which it's not surprising they're there.
Because it's part of that was a major brand at the time, and it's stockpiling a giant hotel that feeds gads of people.
Yeah.
But that can, part of it is it's a bright red can, and it's got a reverse image of a face with a headdress on.
Yeah,
so
Native
it's a
American
Calumet
with a-
American Indian.
Yeah.
I think that stuff is still sold, right?
It is. I have it in my
it's
cabinet.
Really, yeah,
Okay.
it's very
It
familiar.
absolutely is.
I was
yeah.
like, crap, I don't bake, I don't know.
We have like 4 cans of it at our house.
Okay.
So yeah.
But, there's that time when the cans show up, and they're all nice and neat and orderly and all facing forward. And then we're going to flip ahead to when Wendy locks Jack in the pantry after she clubs him in the head with a baseball bat.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
Now, I told you we were going to be
warned
full
them.
of them. It's a good thing you watched this.
Yeah.
Well, at that time, when Jack is leaning against the door, talking to Wendy, trying to open it, you can see all of these cans on the edge of the shelf, except they're now no longer square. They're slightly turned. You can't see everything. So what this says is that is representative of the way the American government came to the American Indians and said, we're going to make all these treaties, and we're going to be very honest and upfront with you, which is why all the cans are facing forward at first. And then we changed our mind. The American government changes their minds. They do all these things, and they basically break all their promises, which is why the cans are turned to represent that breaking of the promise.
I see.
Yeah. I don't know that I really go in. That doesn't make sense, how the twist of a prop. But I have seen photos of Stanley there very specifically adjusting the cans. Could have been for lighting reasons or too much detail or not enough. I don't know.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I think that Stanley, if nothing else, was really good at setting the mood. And I talk about his really great ability in The Shining to create this sense of disjointed reality.
Yes.
And I personally, just coming from a theater background and having experience in set dressing and things like that, understand that you're supposed to feel uncomfortable in a very regimented way in the beginning, and then things start to fall apart and they get crazier and crazier, and that's a great way to make people unconsciously realize it. The fact that people have taken it and analyzed it and all of that, it's maybe reading a little too deep in something that he was just trying to make people feel subconsciously. That's my general reading of that whole thing, that it's supposed to feel like everything's falling apart.
Yeah.
So of course he's going to adjust it, and it's not, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that...
It's not linear.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I think if Kubrick had really wanted to make a movie about the massacre of the Indians and the white man's broken promises, he probably would have just made a Western.
He would have made an actual movie about it,
Yeah,
right?
he would have,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, and it's kind of sad that he died as young as he did, and he didn't have a chance to make a Western.
It's true, he didn't, did he?
Yeah, he never made a Western.
Huh.
Yeah.
Weird. Well, let's keep going with the more of the metaphors that we're going to find in this.
Oh, there's more Indian stuff?
Oh, there's more. So the next one that we've got is the fact that in the very end sequence, the camera zooms in to the framed photos on the wall, and then the very center one shows Jack Nicholson there. Underneath it says Overlook Hotel, July 4th of July, 1921. 4th of July to most Americans is a celebration of independence, but according to this metaphor, it's emphasizing the fact that that's not necessarily the case for the American Indians, because we screwed them a whole bunch and they don't have what they used to have.
This is again incredibly weak, because I mean, seeing that like the date July 4th doesn't make me think of the Indians, because the Indians, this is not really their celebration of Independence Day. I mean, would looking at July 4th ever make you think Indians?
No, but
No.
again, I'm not part of that culture, so of course it wouldn't. And, I'm a normal white guy in middle class America, so I'm gonna know it as that thing that it is meant to represent to our class. That's where this metaphor is going. I'm on board with you. I think that it is a hell of a leap.
It's a big old stretch.
It's a big stretch.
It's like a Mr. Incredible stretch.
Yeah, it is. And by the way, just as an aside, that particular shot is really cool. It's a really cool shot.
When it zooms in and
it just slowly moves forward and closes in on these 9 pictures on the wall. And then it closes in on the middle picture, and then it closes in further and further and further until you can
It's a great
see
shot.
Jack Nicholson standing there partying.
It's very indicative of his style, where it's just so slow, but it's very directed in some instances, and then others you don't really know what he was going after, and he was doing it on purpose. We have a couple bits more here. So we have the death of Dick Halloran. So we know that Dick gets to the Overlook Hotel. He comes in. Jack pops out from around the side of a column and hits him in the heart with an axe. Drops him to the floor, and he dies.
I think Halloran should have brought a gun with him.
Yeah, probably.
He knew what was going on.
Yeah. Well, of course, when we see him next, he is laid splayed out and bleeding. And according to a lot of the reading on this, he is laying on a rug that has an American Indian design. Well, I'm going to point out, he's not laying on a rug. He's actually laying on the floor. It's the linoleum tile floor. I guess it'd be linoleum.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's not tile. It's inlaid, so it's got to be linoleum. Regardless, he's laying on a shiny floor, bleeding on it. Now, I will admit it's got some inlays that could be, interpreted, but mostly they're just kind of half chevrons in the corners. So
I mean, I think it's fair to say that almost every other scene of The Shining either takes place in a kitchen, which is clearly tiled / linoleumed, or very carpeted. So, okay, fine.
Yeah.
There's something weird happening there. Is it explainable by not wanting to stain a set carpet with fake blood? Sure.
There you go.
Why not? I mean, I feel like that's stretching even less than this explanation.
Oh, well, I've got one more stretch for you.
Ooh.
And that's the elevator.
What?
We're going to go back to the beginning of this one when I talked about Ullman saying it was a burial ground.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you think about the way an elevator is constructed, the first floor is not where it ends. Its shaft and its machinery are farther down and below. Some of it, at least.
Oh, and the hotel had a basement. That's where they had their boilers or their heating system.
But they're saying there's a shaft going down, and that's burrowing into that Indian burial ground, which is why we have the blood scene where all the blood comes pouring out of the elevator. It's like a Splash Mountain ad if Splash Mountain was covered in blood and gore. But it flows everywhere, and it's insane. And they're saying that's the release of the spirits of all of these Indians.
Because this thing is plunging into their heart. And,
and it's releasing them.
Boo.
Yeah, none of it's. I mean,
that's melodramatic, I know.
The fact that the hotel was built on an Indian burial ground. I mean, Stephen King actually used that particular plot device in numerous books of his. There was like in Pet Sematary, wasn't there like the Micmac Indian burial ground where all the evil mojo came from that reanimated the pets?
It's been so long since I've seen that movie, I don't even remember.
Yeah.
But also, this is America. What isn't built on an Indian burial ground?
Very true.
Yeah. There's probably white people too buried under my house. I mean, there's probably there's more likely Indians, but I mean, there's probably a lot of dead white people.
Yeah. Everywhere.
There's dead people everywhere, regardless of nationality, and they're all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
I guess this is the third one? We've only made the third one?
I guess.
Okay. Wow. We're going to have to start talking fast.
Yeah.
As Job says.
Talking really fast.
Yes.
Let's talk really...
This one says that it's about the Holocaust.
Yeah, that's another one I found rather tendentious.
I'm sorry, we're hitting that point in the theories where I'm just going to start saying no.
All right, well, before you start shouting no, let me explain this.
I said saying, not shouting.
Oh, okay. Well, before you start saying no, Devin, let me go through it. The first part of this is that it's all based on Nazi symbolism. The Nazis, of course, love the eagle. They had that on a bunch of their stuff.
Yeah, they did.
On their paraphernalia.
Yeah, man.
Our first item that is a Holocaust representation is Jack's Adler typewriter.
And that thing says Holocaust more than a typewriter.
Well, it's a German brand.
Well,
And it's got a giant eagle spread across the front.
that does it then.
It doesn't actually explain why the typewriter changes color midway through the film, but we'll leave that. It goes from kind of a white cream color to a light blue, but I almost wonder if that's a lighting issue.
Oh, it must be.
But it changes color. But
There's no way they had two typewriters.
No, that just seems really, well, I don't know, maybe. But there's also the fact that the name Adler, translated from German to English, is eagle.
Mm-hmm. It is. I even tested that out because I
did too.
Yeah,
I really did it 3 times to make sure Google wasn't messing with me.
Yeah.
And let's see, what else? Oh, there's more symbolism. There is one of the early scenes where Jack is in bed and he wakes up and he's being filmed in the mirror. Wendy brings him breakfast. He wakes up at like 11 o'clock in the morning.
I love that scene, but for something else, yeah.
Well, if you look, he's wearing a shirt that says Stovington, and it's got the eagle on it. They're saying the eagle is another representation, a Nazi symbolism.
So pretty much they're saying that it's Nazis because eagles, not
That's part of
freedom
it.
because eagles.
Do you want to point out it's one of the few times I saw Kubrick really hold to something in the script, or in the book. The name of that school is the school that Jack used to work at. Because if you remember in the beginning, he said he used to be a school teacher. Well, that's the name of the school he worked at. But back to the Holocaust.
Oh, okay.
This one, what is the phrase you used earlier? A bit of a stretch? This one's a bit of a stretch. It's saying that the music that was used in the film, all of those composers were post-World War II composers, and that they were all influenced by the war.
Yeah, that's
No.
Yeah.
There's just
No.
nothing. There just ain't nothing there.
The last thing that they do is math. If you take...
I love this. Because even the people who are proponents of this theory say, I know it's a bit of a stretch, but
It's more than a bit.
if you multiply 2 times 3 times 7, you get
42.
which
Is representative of 1942, when the Germans really took their plans against the Jews and really ramped it up and started all of the atrocities.
come on, you guys.
Yeah, I know, but in order to accomplish this, what Kubrick had to do was he had to bribe the people at Timberline Lodge.
Or it was a
to ask
convenience.
him, to ask him.
Or it was a convenience. But
Yeah.
but that's not the only place they're saying it's at. There are 42 vehicles in the parking lot. When we first see the parking lot.
Did you check that? I did not.
I did not count them because it is so hard.
In that movie, they do actually count it.
Oh, do they?
As they do the flyover,
Oh, that's right. They do have a
pause it and
graphic
they do.
in the room 237.
But also, you guys, seriously? Seriously?
Danny's wearing a shirt that has the number 42 on it. There is the number 42 in the license plate of Dick Halloran's rental car. And do you remember when Wendy and Danny are watching TV and before Danny goes upstairs to get something out of their room, but they're watching a show and it turns out it's the summer of 42. Also, a funny side note, there's no plug on that television.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah,
There's no cord.
I'm sorry, I just
yeah, I know.
42, 42, 42. You know what else is 42? Is the answer to life in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. If we're going there, we're going there, right?
That's right. Good point.
It's
So
The
you're saying,
Hitchhiker's Guide came out. When did that come out?
I don't remember. That would have been the 70s sometime.
It would have been before the movie, right?
Oh, yeah.
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 Well, I don't know. Was it? And they filmed this movie in what, 1978, 9?
I believe it was late 78, finished up in late 79. It came out in 80, I believe is how
Yeah,
that
it came out in
timeline worked.
1980. but-
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how old Kubrick was. Maybe he was 42.
I mean, it could have been his 42nd birthday present to himself.
Yeah,
Could have been.
Let's see. Okay, according to Wikipedia, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy came out in
So it
the
would have
novel.
come out at the same time as filming.
I'm just saying, If we're going there, we're going there.
Okay.
42, meaning of life.
Well,
You want to go somewhere else?
actually, one thing about the Holocaust that this movie is a little reminiscent of is that at the time, leading up to and the early days of World War II, Europe's Jews were desperate to get out. And of course, they found the exits closed to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, if you're the Nazis and you hate the Jews, and the Jews are perfectly happy to leave, why not just let them leave? Instead, they closed off the exits.
Yeah.
Which is what Jack Nicholson did in the movie.
But
he sabotaged the radio and he sabotaged the Snowcat.
In the same way, though, that we said if Kubrick wanted to make a movie about
The Holocaust,
he
would have made Schindler's List.
He
Right.
wanted
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
He wanted to make a movie about the Holocaust.
and he did.
Which movie
According
was
to
that?
this,
I mean, I don't know.
I mean,
he was going to make one, and then Schindler's List came out, and he was actually relieved because he could never get. It was going to be called the Aryan Papers.
Yeah.
But he never could quite get it together to make that movie, and then was relieved when he didn't have to do it.
Right.
So he would have done that. He was trying to do that for years. So why is it shoehorned in here? I don't know.
I mean, but I guess my feeling is, right, is that, okay, Schindler's List came out, like, fine, so you wait for your next movie, right? Because if he wanted to make a Western, he would have made a Western. If he wanted to make something about the slaughter of the American Indians, he would have made that Western. If he wanted to make a movie about the Holocaust, he would have done it, regardless of what was out at the time.
He, according to the next one, he also made this movie about the Minotaur.
Yeah,
Oh my God,
this
I
is
hate
another
this.
absurd one.
Okay.
This one I hate more than any of them.
I'm going to make this really brief because it is really simple, and then I'm going to blow it out of the water a little bit.
Thank
for
you.
So, if you don't know what the Minotaur is, he is from Greek mythology, and it's the body of a man with the head of a bull and a really bad attitude, and has a penchant for living in mazes. The Shining is about the Minotaur because we have the hedge maze, even though in the book it's actually hedge animals that are down by the playground.
Yeah.
That's a change.
Topiary?
Yeah, the topiary.
Yeah.
Is it topiary or topiary? I never know.
Topiary.
Is it topiary or topiary?
Okay. But the fact that, like you were talking about earlier, Devin, how things are so disjointed when you move around in that hotel in the movie.
Yeah.
That's because it's supposed to be maze-like, so that's another representation of the maze. We have Jack Nicholson. There are quite a few times where he's looking at the camera. He's kind of got his head tipped forward. He's got that the kind of blank look or almost semi-angry look. But
And the stupid widow's peak.
and his widow's peak, almost like the same stance or the head angle that you see on a bull that is about to charge. So again, that's a reference to it. The last one that I really love, which is the representation of it, is in the beginning of the movie when they go to the hotel, Danny is in the game room. And then he meets the Grady girls, the Grady twins. When the girls are there, on the left-hand side on the wall, there is a poster that says Monarch, and then it's got this strange-looking blacked-out figure with light coming from behind it that they say is supposed to be a representation of the Minotaur, but it's actually got curved legs, more like a goat, which would make me think it should be a satyr.
You know what?
Not a-
Actually, though, because this is, you're talking about, they talked about this in that movie Room 2.
That's one of the places I found it, yeah.
As they were describing it, I was like, I don't see it. It's a skier. It's a skier. It's a skier. And then at one moment, it was like, oh my God, it's a man. I see it with the hood, like pointed in the opposite direction, the way that a human's knees would be. I see it. It was like that dress, the like, is it black or blue or gold or white? It was like the moment that I saw it, I can't unsee it. That's all I see now is a Minotaur. So I guess.
Well, and they take it farther by saying on the opposite wall, there is it's a piece of art that is a guy on a bucking bronco. So that's the combination of man and beast. So it's another metaphor for it.
I guess.
But, go ahead.
For me, see as I might these kind of imagery things, I still don't understand why he would be making a movie about a Minotaur.
I don't either.
Yeah, I know.
That's
Like, this
it's
is-
some
that's
weird
the-
subtext.
It's dumb.
Yeah, this is by far the lamest of the
I'm sorry.
theories,
Well,
which have
and
all been
sorry
pretty
to
lame,
say.
And here's
frankly.
the problem. Here's the problem with this. That's actually a Minotaur because we all know it's a skier.
But even if it is a Minotaur, why?
But if you pause the movie and you start reading the poster, it doesn't say monarch. It says ski monarch, as in the Monarch recreational ski area,
Yeah.
because that is a real place and it's been in existence since like the 30s or something. It's a local area prop.
I know.
Although what they talk about in that movie, in the room 237, whatever, I think it is a little bit fair, just given that there is a very explicit discussion between the characters about the fact that the hotel resort,
Should be a ski resort.
yeah, that it should be in there. Like, well, no, it's just no.
It's too hard to keep the roads open.
Right, but
Yeah.
so I get that, right? That their reasoning behind, well, it's not a ski resort, but then they have this advertisement for skiing. Okay, fine, but also why?
Yeah,
Like, why?
Absolutely.
Well,
But
let's-
also, the Minotaur lived in a maze.
true.
Nicholson didn't live in the maze. He died in the maze.
Well, but he was living in the maze
But
at
he
the time.
lived in the maze until somebody broke the maze, right?
Somebody broke the maze?
I mean, Danny essentially broke the maze.
Yeah, Halloran and Danny would have broken the maze by bringing someone up there in the winter. That's a great point. I hadn't made that connection.
But it's still dumb.
Okay.
Absolutely
Well,
dumb.
let's keep sticking with that particular poster as we go to the next in line, which is that this whole movie was about the CIA's mind control program.
Of course.
As is everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, evidently Monarch is a reference to the program it's MK Ultra, which was a program for like 20 or 30 years where the CIA gave people loads of drugs. Sometimes they knew it, sometimes they didn't, to try and figure out a really good way to get people to confess. Basically a truth drug.
Sure.
Yeah.
Also, the supervillain in the Venture Brothers.
Oh, is it the
Monarch.
Monarch? Yeah.
Yeah, Monarch I thought was the successor to MK Ultra, though, right?
That I'm not positive of.
Yeah.
I mean, I just did this. I looked at this and I went through some of it, and it's
decided
such a
it was
stretch.
dumb.
I mean, they're saying that it's basically you're on LSD, and that's why this place is so crazy, and it's a representation of you being broken down by the man who's questioning you. So that's why Jack is breaking down under the weight of the hotel.
Is
But-
Jack the one that's breaking down?
Yes.
It's not Wendy.
He is.
No, Jack is the one who clearly breaks down. He goes from a very clear-minded person to, in the end, when he is in the maze, he is not speaking English. He is just speaking gibberish.
Yeah,
So that's the slide
All right.
that this says.
I'll buy into that. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but any mind control themes here, I think, no. It's just dumb.
Okay. We have our... Holy cow, we're on our last one.
Oh my gosh.
Another
well,
theory.
Well,
our last official one.
Our last official one, and then we've got a present for everybody who holds
Yay!
out. Okay, the last theory that we have here is that this is all about a dream. The whole thing is a dream, and I'm gonna kind of summarize these into little bits, and then we can take them apart farther if you want. There is the idea that this whole thing is a dream had by Jack as he is suffering the detox, because he's an alcoholic who's dried out, and he's also suffering from writer's block. And so this whole thing is this weird, crazy dream in his head.
Yeah, but I mean, and they said in the movie that Shelley Duvall said at the beginning of the movie that he'd been on the wagon for like 6 months.
Right.
You don't have the DTs at 6 months out.
No, that's true. But
Yeah.
he's also, I guess the DTs were the wrong thing to call it. But he wants a drink.
Oh yeah.
He's resisting, but the urge is still there, the craving. So that's what he's fighting.
And luckily, there was a virtual drink ready for him.
There was.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff that I've seen that says that their support of this is, the fact that weird things only really seem to happen around Jack. The ghosts only appear around Jack, if indeed there were ghosts.
No, actually, no, it's just I mean, everybody saw ghosts.
You're right. In the very, very end, Wendy saw
a couple of ghosts in
the
a room.
butler. or not the butler, Grady. She saw Grady. And the skeletons. She saw the skeletons in the
all
room.
the corpses in the ballroom, and then of course
Danny saw the girls. He saw it all.
Danny saw all kinds of stuff.
He had a sneak peek.
So everybody saw ghosts and stuff like that. Remind me not to go to this place.
What, Timberline?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's a great way to segue into our next bit of Is This a Dream? The part about Danny is that maybe the whole thing is actually in Danny's head. So it's Danny having a dream, and it's from his point of view, and it's all in his imagination. It's not really happening the way we are shown on screen. It happens.
It's interesting as we talk about Jack, it being Jack's dream, it being Danny's dream. They talk about there's only one actual supernatural thing that happens in this movie, right?
The pantry.
It's Jack getting out of the pantry because he's locked in there by Wendy after he's knocked out.
Yeah.
But
then Grady lets him out. Yeah.
That's what we're led to believe in the movie.
Right. But I actually do like the theory that is brought up in a lot of different places that it's actually Danny.
Yeah, that Danny lets him loose because we don't see Danny.
Right.
We don't know where Danny is at that point.
Right. Because he's not anywhere. I mean, there's no documentation of him being anywhere, and I do like that theory a lot. And I also think that it lends credence to it being Danny's dream.
Or there's another version of it that it's all Danny's fault. Danny, with his shining, is actually causing all of the things that are happening.
Well, that he takes over Wendy's brain, right? Are you going to talk about that? That he takes over Wendy when she's fighting Jack off?
I haven't.
Yeah, I think there actually was another supernatural thing that happened. That was a little bit earlier in the movie when he's playing with a bunch of little toy cars.
And the ball rolls up.
And the ball comes rolling up, and he happens to be right down the corridor from good old room 237.
Right.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So there were two things that physically couldn't possibly where the ghost took over. Of course, maybe Jack Nicholson was down the corridor and he rolled the ball at him.
Because Jack did throw the ball.
He did throw the ball.
There are scenes of him playing
and
with
that brings up
the tennis ball.
And that brings up the weird sense of space, right? That you don't totally know where everything is in relation to each other in this hotel that they live in. So it's possible, right? He's like throwing the ball, and if everything lines up the way your brain wants it to line up, he's throwing the ball, it hits a weird angle, and it just rolls down the hall to Danny. But you don't know that. Like, there's no way to know where it actually lines up.
And actually, when that happened, when he was playing with the toys, that was right about the same time that Jack Nicholson was passed out asleep over his typewriter in that room. He wasn't throwing the ball, and then he starts having a hideous dream and starts screaming in his sleep and everything.
Right.
And so that all about happened at the same time.
There's a lot of weird stuff around that specific supernatural moment, right? Because that's also when the continuity gets weird.
Of the hotel?
Yeah.
Of the layout of the hotel?
Of even just the carpet, the physical carpet below Danny.
Oh, because
do you remember that bit?
Because it flips.
Yeah, the ball rolls up to him in this like kind of pathway in the carpeting that leads into the geometric shape that he's been playing in, and he stands up, and it's flipped.
He's standing 180 degrees facing the other direction.
Which is
the
weird.
same thing actually happens when Halloran is showing Wendy and Danny the pantries.
Yeah.
And they go in the pantry one way, and then when they walk out, it's a completely different area.
Yeah.
But those things happen all the time.
And those are big questions, I think, for me about the movie. Whatever theories I believe, it's a dream, it's the Holocaust, whatever. They're big questions because it seems like, given the rest of Kubrick's filmology,
I guess that works.
Filmology?
His catalog?
Yeah, his catalog of films.
Yes.
That he was really big on details and continuity, and so for him to kind of overlook those things seems significant, I think, a lot of times, but
there's also the fact of the sheer volume. They shot for a year. There's the sheer number of takes. He then edits it all himself. I see details disappearing. But
you want to talk about the sheer number of takes?
Oh, which
there are a lot of
particular
them.
one do we want to go into? The Shelley Duvall scene?
Yes.
Yeah, the
fact
baseball
that
bat
Shelley
scene?
Duvall was admitted to the hospital like a couple of times during the filming because she was in a constant state of
Exhaustion
Yeah.
and mental. Yeah,
She
she
was under a
strung
lot
out.
of stress, apparently. Yeah.
and that one scene
117 takes.
117 takes.
Yeah, that must
Yeah.
have taken a couple of days.
Well, I have, before we get into the final thing that we got for all of our listeners, I have one final thing that I want to throw out there that I am surprised never came up in any of the research and I've never read anywhere else.
Sure.
Do you remember Jack is in the Colorado room on his typewriter, typing all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy?
That Kubrick wrote. You know that, right?
Nah.
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
He did not.
I thought
the
he did.
secretaries hated Kubrick because he made them type it up and he wouldn't let them Xerox it. So the secretaries actually wrote it.
Because there's all that behind the scenes footage of him typing away on that orange typewriter.
Right, but
that's
he's
a totally
typing on
different
little
one.
itty bitty sheets.
It turns out he's rewriting the script, right?
Right.
Yeah.
No, I got that bit of information from an inside source, and it turns out that no, Kubrick didn't write any of that. So
Okay.
that's Bupkis.
Okay, sorry.
But all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy is 33 characters. I counted.
Yeah.
When we see Jack in the Colorado room, and he resets the carriage and he starts typing. If you listen, it's 26 keystrokes before he resets the carriage again. Go a little farther. Wendy, when she first discovers what Jack has been typing and she's spinning through the pages, they show 26 different pages with that text on it.
Is
So what
it-
does that mean?
Well,
Probably nothing, but I'm surprised somebody has latched onto
But as
it.
a question, like under the heading, this is all a dream, I've only ever heard it's Jack or it's Danny. I've never heard it's Wendy having a nightmare.
Or it's Scatman
Or a
Crothers.
breakdown.
Or a breakdown, right?
Her character in this movie is very bird-like in her mannerisms and her actions and her attitude. She's very timid and scared and,
But I
and
get,
fluttery all the
for
time.
me, she even kind of says in the very beginning, as Jack is saying, hey, we're going to go do this thing for our family, she's like, well, I don't really want to go do that thing. And so for it to be a nightmare of hers, of this is how it could turn out, the inconsistencies by and large happen when she's involved, right?
Some.
Most?
Not all, though.
But so, like, okay, the other things that happen, right? Like, okay, so Jack cheats on her with an attractive lady who turns out to be, like, a bog monster. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Her son is, like, super injured by weird supernatural things. She has a breakdown over Jack saying, like, hey, nothing's going on. The fact that it could just be a movie about her mental breakdown in isolation, that's compelling to me.
Yeah.
I know a couple people, honestly, currently,
Who could have
that
imagined something like that?
I wouldn't be surprised if that's how they are experiencing life currently, to be honest.
I always hate that. Whenever a movie or anything like that, always in the end, the guy always just wakes up. And
Yeah.
I hate that crap. So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not.
that's-
so
that's a
I'm
terrible
not,
ending.
I'm not buying this crap at all. It's
Okay.
a cheap way out. Now nobody was dreaming.
Okay.
Can we give our gift now?
We can give our gift.
Yay!
At the last minute, we got a lucky break. There's a producer friend that we know who is involved in Hollywood.
Yeah, Lucas.
And he happens to know the guys, a couple of folks who were involved with filming of The Shining.
Like more than a little involved.
It was a last minute deal.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely last
I
minute
wasn't
deal.
even, I don't think, actually, it was just you.
It was just me.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got to talk to Brian Cook. He was the assistant director on The Shining. He worked with Stanley on almost every one of his
He's
movies.
credited on literally every single movie.
Yeah.
All 16 of them.
And he saw Room 237. He didn't like it.
Yeah, and so we've got. I was able to get an interview with him, and he's given us some great stuff and his impression and his thoughts on this. I'm going to tell you now, it was done by Skype, and because it was such a last-minute thing, audio's not the best. Yeah, I stopped hearing the audio issues after a minute or two,
Yeah,
and you probably will too.
He's super interesting.
He is. It's so interesting that just doesn't become a problem. So without further ado, I'm gonna talk to Brian, and then we'll come back to you.
So it sounds like to me, and tell me if I'm wrong here, is that things weren't set in stone. I mean, it sounded like things were, you had so much going on that it was always a little bit flexible as you worked through scenes and shots. And how much of that would you say?
Oh, definitely. I mean, always with Stanley, you'd light the scene first, get all the art direction set and the dressing, and then he'd bring the actors in to rehearse and rewrite the scene and sit down with them. That would take a day, send them away, learn the lines, then come back, and then we'd carry on lighting and then start shooting.
Okay.
So the whole process was like that with him. I mean, not on exteriors on Barry Lyndon, for instance, because it was so difficult in Ireland. Ireland's very difficult, with the weather changing. I think probably, we would have recast Ryan O'Neill when we closed down after 6 weeks on Barry Lyndon, to be honest with you. He certainly thought about it, but if we hadn't had to go back to the south and reshoot all the exteriors. But anyway, of course, that's why guys like Stanley like to shoot interiors, so they can control the light, they can control everything. Well, when you're outside, you're in the lap of the gods,
Yeah, and some of the stuff that I've read is that Stanley liked to take a lot of shots of the same scene.
Oh yeah,
and sometimes what I've heard it described as excessive before, and I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of the final takes that we used weren't, take 60. But Jack got the message, and he learned, don't really wind up until don't put too much in early on with it. Took him a little while, but the first month. But once we sorted his working hours and everything out, there was no problem with Jack.
Yeah.
Because, as I said, he didn't even have a stand-in. I mean, can you believe that? But Stanley, the crew used to stand in, and then, of course, he'd bring in the actors to life properly.
That's funny.
So, yeah, I mean, but that's the way it worked. I mean, no one else would work like that. But, I mean, it was a wonderful, it's such a holiday after working with Stanley when you go to work with other people, because you don't get lumbered with all these other things to worry about. You just get on and do it automatically, It doesn't get questioned. But, once you get used to it, I used to spend a lot of time telling new people. Like, for instance, we had 2 or 3 art directors we got rid of early on before Roy came back on Eyes Wide Shut. They used to say to me, Brian, but you've got to build the set. I said, I know all that. We've got people for 13 weeks going around London every night taking photographs of New York streets. I said, of course we aren't going to shoot. We did shoot for 2 nights, I think, on a street in London, a side street. I said, we'd be building all this eventually. I said, but you've got to go through this stuff with Stanley. If he's told him at Warner Brothers, told Terry Semel that he'll, shoot it all in London, it looks just like New York, the same shit. They know shit the same as we do. They're not mad. I mean, they know what the rules are with Stanley. I mean, they're all very well aware of that. These guys are smart. Yeah. I mean, those guys at Warner Brothers are all smart. John Galley, Bob Daly, Terry Semel, Ted Ashley in the old days. They're not mugs. These guys were very, very smart, successful people. And they didn't interfere with him at all,
Yeah.
And go on with it. But he had a winning track record. He made them money, so over the years, And, of course, he was an imposing person to be on the payroll. I mean, he was a grade A director. And studios have got to have that. And Robert Benton, who was a very good director and writer anyway on Billy Bathgate, although it was a flop, the film. And so was Stella, actually. But I certainly have worked on some flops over the years. Expensive ones.
There's been quite a few of those out there in general.
Yeah. Amazing when you think about it. But what else can I help you with in terms of...
Well, here's the reason that we're
looking about the conspiracy stuff.
Yeah, that's where I was headed. this stuff, and just through interviews and research with other people, I found things that are wrong with these. But what, in general, I mean, what is your take on all of this conspiracy stuff?
Stanley, like all these great guys, he'll move continuity things out because if it's something in the frame, no matter how continuity is, if it affects the frame being what he thought was a perfect frame, it would go, and then it would come back in on the next thing. All that sort of stuff. But, I mean, I went to see that awful film with my son and his business partner, and we went to...
Room 237?
Oh, what a load of we went to see it, and we left halfway through, or we retired to the bar halfway through. It was so embarrassing. How they got away with making that and getting it distributed is amazing. It was rubbish. Absolute rubbish. But, of course, there are many different things that happen over... When you think we've shot for nearly a year on The Shining, and even the little boy, I mean, if you want to figure out things, there's a million mistakes because you go backwards and forwards to the scenes months later. And also the actors change. I mean, the little boy changes in look, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You know, all those sort of things. So there's certainly no conspiracy that I know with Stanley. I mean, even worse, the ones about the moon landings and all that sort of stuff. I mean, where do these guys come from? It's unbelievable. What a lot of morons. There are so many fruitcakes out there in this world. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, the moon landing is a pretty big stretch to me.
Oh, it's an absolute joke. But he was a very, very good director, Stanley. You know, a lot of people used to say they didn't think he was good with actors. I thought he was very good with actors. He gave them every opportunity to do whatever they wanted. And I know for a fact, because I've worked 3 times with Jack. I've been lucky enough to work with him 3 times. 2 of them with Sean Penn directing, who's an excellent director, by the way. I just did a film with him last year, which I think is going to be a very good film. It'll be called The Last Face. Charlize Theron and Javier Bardem, which we shot in Africa. It's all set in the refugee camps in Sierra Leone, Sudan, and very interesting. And a little bit in the United Nations in Switzerland we shot. Sierra Leone and Liberia. So a big film. I think it'll be a very good movie. He's a good director. No, all those conspiracy theories, absolute crap. I mean, old Stanley used to say to me when we didn't know what we were doing, he said, well, we'll let the French film critics tell us what this was supposed to be about. That was his standard line on those sort of things. Very, very, very funny man. I mean, very humorous guy, Stanley, very dry. And had a very good dry sense of humor about people in the film industry, that's for sure.
I love talking to that guy.
Yeah.
I'm jealous. I'm so jealous.
Guy. Interesting. But I
the hard part is, it was an hour and a half conversation.
I bet.
Like, we talked for so long about so much. He's the one who told me about the typewriter, or the pages.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So that's how I know.
Well, he also had that to say about the continuity thing. He says, that's not a conspiracy. It's just that sometimes he would look at it and say, that chair just doesn't, it really kind of changes the balance of the scene. So let's pull that chair out. Then the next scene, the chair's back in.
Continuity was not as important as the shot.
Yeah.
So
it was really nice of him to actually make the time.
Oh yeah, I dropped everything and ran. So
of course,
big thank you to Brian. And everybody who helped us get that. That was fantastic.
I think Steve said, "Listen to this interview so that we can talk about it a little bit," and I just responded with, "How did you get that interview?"
Yeah, I know.
Oh my gosh, that is so cool. But I think he makes some really, really good points.
Fantastic points.
Because in fairness, right, like, you want to believe there's so much lore around Stanley Kubrick, right? So people say, like, oh, he had an IQ of 200, which is bunk. I mean, maybe he did. He seemed like he was like a really, really smart guy.
I don't know if anybody has an IQ of 200. Though.
Right. But I think that to make claims that The Shining, of all of his movies, had all of this subtext, I think he wanted to make a horror movie.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
And
he absolutely did.
And yeah, like he, like it says in the interview, like Jack Nicholson realized real quick, like, hey, maybe don't give 100% on your first take. Like, it's never going to be perfect. And I think that explains so much of the movie. Like, especially since you're working with an actual 5-year-old, when you get into the continuity of, the carpet was different. Like, well, he was a 5-year-old. Like, they took it from different angles.
They came back the next day and they didn't check their Polaroids to know what the scene exactly was set up as. I mean, all these things happen.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
So my personal take is that Stanley was a great director and a great filmmaker, and he had a fantastic eye for detail for what should and shouldn't be in the shot. His use of one-point perspective is I've never seen anybody else pull it off like he does. He was great at what he did.
Yeah.
Was he making all of these overt or not overt things? I don't think so. I think that he left so much open to interpretation on purpose, not knowing that people were going to go nuts, and it drove him crazy because there are statements from him saying some whack job makes something up, but then it sticks and it won't go away.
Yeah.
And I can't say enough that it's not right.
Yeah.
So the genie got out of the bottle.
Yeah.
Much more than I think he intended.
Yeah, as Deb and I both said repeatedly, if he'd wanted to make a movie about the Indians or the Holocaust, or whatever, he would have just done it.
Yeah.
Well, there was that big question mark on all of his movies, sure, but he made movies about what he wanted to make movies about. And sometimes you just have to set a sense of place where, like, a kid happens to wear a Goodwill sweater of Apollo 11 or...
Things that a boy of that age at that time would wear is what he was looking for.
Back in those days, the space program was still a big thing for among kids. When I was a kid, I was all nuts about the space program. I thought it was really awesome.
You still are. You got that helmet that we have to make
It's
you
weird.
take off before we record.
Because we can't hear you. Weird.
The force is strong in this one.
I think, I don't know. I think it's fair to say that, there were just a lot of takes that happened with this movie, and it's not a whole lot deeper than it should have been.
I would agree wholeheartedly with that.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, everybody, we are going to go ahead and put a bow on this one.
Finally.
Yeah,
Finally.
really.
This is a longer one than I realized it was going to be. We will have links and this episode, of course, as always, on our website, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. And you can stream the show from there or download it. A lot of folks use iTunes, and a lot of folks stream through other services. If you're on iTunes, do take the time to leave a rating and a comment. We have been moving up the charts, which is absolutely great. We're really enjoying that. We are on a couple of places for social media. We're going to be on Twitter. We are on Twitter.
We are.
We are on Twitter, and we are at Thinkin' Sideways without the G in the middle. We do tweet on a sort of regular, maybe happened basis.
I'm tweeting right now.
Ooh.
Are we on Facebooka?
We are on Facebook. We have the Facebook group and the Facebook page, both of which are a lot of fun. And if you have any thoughts about what we've talked about or the things that we've missed, and I apologize, this episode is long already, and there is so much lore and little facts and details that we had to cut. We couldn't bring in.
Yeah,
so
but
be aware that we didn't not know a lot of these Kubrick things. It just takes a while to talk about them.
Yeah, and then, we have that interview basically tells everything.
Yep, but if you've got something great to share about Kubrick and you want to, you can send us an email at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Apologize to folks in advance because I know that we've been okay about it, but there's a big event that is coming that is going to be around the time that this episode drops, so we might be a little bit delinquent.
Sorry.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah.
It took all of us away. And last but certainly not least, if you like what we do here at the show and you're enjoying it, you do consider helping support the show to put out more episodes like this. We're on Patreon, so it's Patreon/Thinking Sideways, patreon.com.
Yeah.
/Thinking Sideways. You can go there. You can set an amount that you would like to donate to the show per episode, completely voluntary.
Absolutely voluntary.
If you decide you don't want to do it anymore, you can quit, or it's just not your bag.
great.
Yeah, yeah.
We're going to keep doing this, but we do appreciate all of that help.
Yeah, no pressure, because I certainly don't hit the tip jar at every blog that I go to. So
Yeah, no, we
Yeah.
try. I know I try, but it's hard because there are so many out there, and we understand that.
There are, yeah.
That I think that's enough. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and sign off, and we will talk to you next week.
Oh, bye, guys.
Yeah, ta-ta.
Oh, hey guys.
What's up?
So we actually didn't leave yet. Listen, there was so much great audio in in my conversation with Brian that I wanted to share a little bit more of it with you. It didn't fit in the path of the podcast in terms of where we were in the story and in the theories, but this is great stuff about the things that he did, and so we're going to bring that to you right now.
And so much bleeping, you guys. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, there's a little bit of bleeping.
There's a good number of bleeps
Yeah.
there. So.
Yeah.
If we didn't edit our show, this is what it would sound like too.
Yeah. I'm not putting Brian down, because I certainly say those words too.
Oh no, no. It absolutely happened.
Yeah.
Enjoy, you guys.
Okay, goodbye for reals.
Yeah, we mean it this time.
But that conspiracy stuff, I mean, it's just nonsense. That's all you can say about it, to be honest. It's hard to sort of make a program on it, because, you know, it's difficult. I don't know quite how you do it. Just you look at all the things and say, well, this is not true.
Well, that's kind of what we do, is we find what we can to pull apart, and then we just give everything else and say, this is what they say.
Yeah, and, you know, I can assure you that none of that ever came into play. I mean, you could feel from what I've been talking to you about the tiny, minutiae, detailed trivia that we used to play with on everything. You know, everything, no matter what you ordered, you know, Stanley would want to know. And you know, Stanley used to have the payroll printed out every week. He'd look at I mean, you know, you don't know how Stanley had time to do all this and even think about directing the film. That was the last thing that came to mind. Get around to doing it, you know. But you get used to it, and you get used to working his way, and he is very loyal. And you find all these, what I call big, good directors. You look at the credits over the years, same old cameramen, same old production designers, same old editors, same old assistant directors. When they get somebody who they can also get on with, because if you're working with someone like Stanley, I mean, I was there for 2.5 years on the last picture.
That's a long time.
Yeah, well, we shot for 1.5 years nearly or something, with a lot of stops, but I mean, we shot for nearly 300 days. You know, you need to have people that you can get on with. I mean, it's not, and I must say, you know, in fairness, someone like Tom, I mean, he was incredible on the last film, I thought. I mean, he's a very easy guy to get on with, and was, of course, I used to say to him, I can't understand. You better get a new agent. I mean, you're here for 18 months. I can't believe you've got an open-ended deal. You should have talked to Jack. Maybe yours. You know, he used to keep coming to me and saying, Brian, I've got 3 other films to make. I said, Jeff, we haven't even started. I said, don't worry about, can you see the light at the end of the tunnel? I said, you haven't even left the hotel to go to the station to get on the train yet. Don't find a tunnel. I mean, nice guy, though. And got on very well with Stanley. I remember only 2 occasions in 18 months when he lost his rag a bit. And that was only during rehearsal when there was no one there. I happened to be outside the door where I used to be when the rehearsal, just with 2 or 3 actors and Stanley. And he'd come straight back after 5 minutes and apologise, you know. Yeah, nice guy. I liked him very much. And I've worked with Nicole quite a bit, so, you know, I knew them very well, really.
Yeah.
So, that they were fine. Strange movie, strange choice of movie. I was very surprised when I read the script that that's what we were going to make. Because really Stanley wanted to do AI, you know, that's what he planned on doing. But I think the studio were a little, who knows whether it's true or not. My guess was that they were very, you know, would have been a very, very expensive film.
Yeah.
With Stanley doing it. Would have been a very different film to Spielberg's efforts on it. Would have been a very different film, but he spent a lot of time preparing it, you know. I think they wanted to make a smaller film, and I think the idea was that Warner's were going to split it with Steven Spielberg in terms of financing it, you know. And Stanley That was the idea. But I mean, there's no such thing as making a small film with Stanley. You know what I mean? That word doesn't exist. And it's very difficult for these sort of guys because you've got to try and do something better than you've done before. It was the same problem for David Lean. You know, my father did 6 films with David Lean. Where are you based?
We are based out of Portland, Oregon.
Oh, right. Well, of course, you're up to the Overlook Hotel. That's
I have not been, but I know Joe has been to the Timberline, one of the other co-hosts.
Sure, of course.
But so a lot of that footage, it's very familiar.
Yeah, of course, I'm sure. And of course, the opening sequence, which I got Greg to do in the end, was in Heaven's Gate country, of course, where we were in Glacier National Park.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, he did a great job for us, Greg. You know, he's a top man, very good. I'd worked with him in Greece many years ago on a film with James Coburn called The Skyriders, and they were really terrific, Jim, and he got killed, unfortunately, on a scouting trip for a commercial. That chopper came down. Jim Freeman. Very sad. But, he's a good guy, Greg McGilvey. He did a great job on that opening sequence.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Never worked by car. We spent 3 months there f***ing around doing it from front to back of camera cars, no good at all. I knew that would be a f*** up. But, you know, usual stuff with Stanley. You start, you know, on the cheap and then have to spend the money.
Yep.
But, you know, he wasn't worried about the schedule. Stanley was more interested in the weekly running costs. He would keep those as low as possible.
Yeah.
Small crew, apart from when you needed them, you know, to keep costs down, because he knew he was going to shoot for a long time. You know, and... but he certainly was a unique guy. No question about that. I mean, a true visionary. My father, who did a lot of stuff, 6 films with David Lean, and also worked with Stanley, said that for him, David Lean was the best storyteller of all of the big directors, and he'd worked with Huston a lot. And he thought David Lean was the best storyteller of a major novel, bringing it to the screen, and that Stanley was more of a visionary who had terrific vision for movies, you know. I think that was a pretty good description of it from the old man, actually, because I think that's the case. I mean, David Lean was a wonderful director of mass. And, of course, all these guys, these big guys, they can work on a big canvas, which a lot of them can't do. I mean, I did a lot of films with Michael Cimino. I know not that successfully in the last few years from Heaven's Gate, but Michael could work on a big canvas. You know, Coppola can, Ridley can, Michael Mann, Cameron, you know, these guys can. Many, many directors can't. They're very good on a smaller canvas. And make some very good films. Of course they do. I mean, excellent films. But, you know, that big canvas thing is something you've either got or you haven't, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's another world out there doing that. And also, you know, the costs that go with that on those sort of movies, they all escalate. I mean, particularly period films. You know, I've never understood anyone who ever thinks that they can make a big period film for the money that you start out with. It's an impossibility. I mean, you only ever get the leading ladies on a period film for 6-7 hours a day, maximum. Because, you know, time you get them there in the mornings, you get them ready, a couple of hours at least getting them ready, dressing them, lunch, take all the gear off, get them back after lunch, remake up, the travel time, all the bullshit. You know, I think, you know, my experience is you get 6-7 hours working day off of a leading lady on a big period movie. Well, I mean, everyone schedules these things for the 12-hour day. Well, it's non-existent. How no one's ever worked that out in the studio, it amazes me every time we talk about it. It's very...
That's hilarious.
But of course, the thing is, you know, once you start on those big films, it's like a great big tanker at sea, and stopping them and turning them around is a whole different ballgame, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't happen. I mean, you just got to hope that, you know, you get lucky.
I heard a phrase the other day, trying to turn the Titanic with a canoe paddle, and that sounds like that's appropriate.
I've been on a few of those. Yeah.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey, everybody, and welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I am Steve. Of course, I am joined by
Devin.
And Joe.
And once again, we got a mystery.
Yeah.
We managed to fish another one out.
We did. We got one.
Yeah, there's still a couple left in the world.
Only a few.
Shooting fish in a barrel. Well, anyway, so today we are going to talk about another historical mystery because I'm evidently on a historical mystery
I
bend.
think some of us are. Yeah, like we did the runestone.
Yeah.
Too. That was mine, even.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, we really have.
That was a scary one.
We're gonna have to deal with some killing soon.
Ah.
Yeah, it's gotta happen.
For my last one that we just did, I was like, knife edge. Do I do a disappearance or do I do a murder? And I was leaning heavily towards murder.
Knife edge, nice.
So the next one, I think, is going to be a real bloody, disgusting murder.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about this non-bloody, non-murder story.
Mm-hmm.
The mystery we're going to talk about today is: did Frederick Cook make it to the North Pole to be the first man in recorded history to make it there?
Yeah.
Now, before we get into the story, of course, as normal, we got this from one of our listeners because you guys suggest so many great stories.
God, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, listeners.
We got this one from Dawn.
Thanks, Dawn.
I can't remember if Dawn was on Facebook or email, but thank you, Dawn, regardless of how you sent it in to us.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the weird thing about trying to be the first person to reach the North Pole is how do you prove it? You can't plant a flag there.
You can't. And we're going to go into some of that. But part of what makes this mystery so weird is that Frederick Cook, when he came back, he shortly thereafter discovered that he wasn't the only one claiming to have reached the North Pole at the same time, basically. There's a guy, I know Devin's going to laugh because she's been laughing all day. But according to the history books, the man to reach the North Pole first was Rear Admiral Robert Peary.
Yeah, I don't think he did.
I've got my opinions, but I'm going to hold that till we get through all of this.
Okay.
So let's talk about Mr. Cook.
Captain Cook?
No, not Captain Cook. Frederick Cook was born in New York in 1865, and he grew up. He became a surgeon. He almost immediately started exploring. He kind of had the bug. Initially, he wasn't really big on the idea, but his wife and child, they died in childbirth, and he wanted to get away, and it was a great excuse. And so he started going on expeditions. Initially, he was serving as the surgeon of the team that he would go with. And then after several years, started making his own or getting his own expeditions set up and then finding people to finance it. And he'd go out in the world.
Yeah. Cool. And his first expedition was with Robert Peary. Correct?
It was with Robert Peary.
The Rear Admiral.
Yeah. They were actually on better terms once upon a time.
Yes, they were.
They were bitter rivals.
And that's the thing is it was the 1891 to 92 Arctic expedition is the one that he went on with Peary. But there was no bad blood between them. Actually, I'm pretty sure that if I remember correctly, Cook saved his life.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, because Peary broke his leg so badly.
Yeah, well, there was that time, but also the time that Peary was kind of lost or marooned up there. And then,
and he went and hunted him down.
And treated him for sickness and brought him back.
Yeah.
I mean, so he really saved his bacon twice.
He did.
Yeah.
So, these guys got along. They didn't have any animosity, at least in the beginning. Though, I will say that from everything that I've read, Cook was a bit different than Peary, and most of the exploit at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, right in that 1900 time frame. Most guys, they'd go to an area, they'd hire a local crew, and then they would tell them what to do and ignore them. That was kind of the status quo. Cook wasn't like that. He learned the language. He got to know the people. And sometimes he was more interested in the locals or as much interested in the locals as what he was there to find.
So he was like being a good guy or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think Cook actually was a pretty decent guy, despite all the bad things that have been said about him.
I would agree with that, absolutely.
Yeah.
The first record that Cook wanted to set or tried to set was in 1906 when he
tried to be and said that he successfully was the first man to climb to the peak of Mount McKinley.
Yeah.
You might or you might not be familiar with the name McKinley because today, officially, the name is not McKinley. I believe it's Denali, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
But
which is the traditional indigenous name for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But most folks would know it as McKinley, and we're going to keep using that name because anytime you do the reading, it's always referred to that. So just to keep it
because
it was at the time. Yeah. The reason that he wanted to climb it is, if you don't know McKinley, it's in basically the middle of Alaska. It's in is it the Denali Range?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Denali Range.
There's like a national park.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's a huge mountain, right?
It's absolutely huge. It is, here, let me grab the number, 18,000 feet from base to peak. And the peak itself is just over 20,000 feet above sea level.
Yeah.
So it's really freaking high up there.
Yeah, that's a tall mountain.
And a lot of people had tried to make it to the peak, and a lot of people would climb the lower reaches of it and then stop.
Right.
I think most people would go to what's called the Gateway. That was the farthest they would go. But what happens? Cook says, I'm going to climb this. He takes his party. They get most of the way up. Then he takes one other man with him, and he climbs to what he says is the top, takes pictures, comes back, and says, I made it to the top. And everybody went, okay.
Cool.
Great. Okay, well, congrats. We'll put your name in this little book we have right here of people who did things first.
Yeah. But there was obviously some dispute about that later, right?
We're talking about this now because it does come up later.
Cool.
Oh, and because this is going to be important. Remember I said he took one person with him to the top of McKinley? Mm-hmm. That guy's name is Ed Burrill. So remember that name because it will come up in a bit.
Okay.
So the climb on McKinley was in 1906.
Oh, did he plant a flag or anything like that when he went up there?
He went up there. I've seen a photo that is him holding a flag, but he's on the tippy-top peaky bit, like there's not a whole lot at the actual peak.
Tippy-top peaky bit, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So I don't know that he planted the flag. There's a picture of him holding it, but I never saw anything that said he specifically planted it.
Okay.
But he did that in 1906. Then he went home, and he began planning his next Arctic expedition. And in 1907, he went to Greenland. And while he was in Greenland, he then announced that what he was going to do was try to reach the North Pole. And I think he made the announcement, I want to say it was in August of 1907. He couldn't actually leave, I believe, until February. Because that was when...
Got to wait for the ice to freeze up, right?
Yeah, he had to... So the timing of it was very, very specific. The thing that you need to know about where he left is he left from a place, and I hope I get this right, Anoatok, I believe is how you pronounce the name of the village. It's an Inuit village in Greenland. It's on the northwest tip of Greenland. So it's really pretty far up there.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to go for Anahuatok.
Okay, well, the trip from that village to the actual where they say the North Pole is going to be is 700 miles.
Okay.
So it's a 700-mile overland journey in ice and snow and basically terrible conditions.
Oh, yeah.
Is what he's going to do.
Well, I think, for the first part of it, I think there was still like caribou or things like that wandering around.
There were animals around, and it's,
even out onto the pack ice, so they were actually able to hunt for the first part.
Yes, they were. They were for part of the beginning, and it wasn't as if he took, for the final bit of his race to the North Pole, he took 2 local Inuit with him. But he didn't just start out with those 2 guys. I think he left, if I remember correctly, he left as part of a bigger party.
Yeah.
And then he and that party split ways. They were going to do something else. And then he made his run for the North Pole. The trip wasn't expected to take but a month or 2. Everybody figured Cook was gone. When a year had gone by, they figured that everybody had died.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a reasonable assumption.
He and his companion showed back up at the village 14 months later.
Wow.
Looking a little worse for the wear, as I understand.
Yeah, absolutely worse from where. What happened is they made the run for the North Pole. They got there. According to Cook, they made it to the North Pole, and they didn't take into consideration the movement of the ice flows. They didn't think that, I guess, that they were going to be a problem, but they totally were. They ended up hitting open water. They had to make all these detours, and they ended up southwest of where they wanted to be by 200 or 300 miles.
Yeah, I think he wasn't he expecting the ice to move eastward and it wound up moving westward instead.
Yes, that's exactly. It went the opposite direction. So he's like, well, I'll just keep going straight south and it'll always be okay. But everything's moving under your feet. That doesn't work. Here is the data bits, the data points that we'll use here for his actual trip. From when they split off of that larger party, they traveled, according to Cook, 360 miles, and they did that in 24 days.
Okay.
That comes out to an average of about 15 miles a day, which is pretty good pace in the Arctic. When you consider it's not smooth ice, it's going to be ice flows that are going to heave, it's craggy, it's nasty. I decided I'd go ahead and take a look and pull a Joe. I'd go on Google Earth and Google Maps and take a look at the North Pole.
Did you go on Street View?
Well, it turns out you can't because there's nothing there.
There's no streets?
There's no streets. And here's the problem. Unlike the South Pole, there is no landmass at the North Pole, so it's not a actual fixable point. You can't, as you said with the top of the mountain, plant a flag.
Yeah, well, you can. I think,
but it's not going to stay in the same spot.
No, it's not. It's going to move off. Perry supposedly planted a flag.
He did and he didn't. He planted ceremonially a flag and then pulled it down. Left a bit of it in a tube in a crevasse. But he didn't actually even bother to try to leave the flag there because that just wasn't going to do any good.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything, yeah.
But the point is, it's a moving target.
Sure.
As I said, though, of course, they missed the mark when they were coming home. I found the number here. It was 400 miles because they ended up living in a cave on what is known as Devon Island. So it's your island.
Well, it's spelled wrong, but yeah.
Not according to the internet.
That's true. Apparently that is how you spell my name.
People misspell your name. Sure, it's Steve and Joe Island anywhere nearby?
No, there isn't. But they ended up living in a cave. They barely survived off of local animals. They were hunting. When they ran out of ammo, they were hunting with spears, which is pretty hardcore, if you ask me, in the Arctic.
Yeah,
They managed to get back to the village. They arrived in the spring of 1909. So they left February of 08 and arrived back 14 months later in 09. So that's a heck of a long trip.
Yeah, it is.
Cook would eventually make a initial announcement that he had made it to the North Pole. That would be the date that he said he got there would be the 22nd of April, 1908, which means that, he made it there in about 2 months from when he initially left, which is pretty good time.
Not bad.
I think, Joe, it was you that said they were looking a little worse for wear for living off of just whatever animal they could kill and hiking in freezing conditions.
Probably a scurvy at least, huh?
Yeah, I probably at least to some degree. But when they got back to the village, of course, Cook wasn't just going to turn around and head home. He hung out for a while to recuperate. While he was in the village, he met a man named Harry Whitney, and they became kind of buds. They were both English speakers. I'm sure that helped in a village where, it's Inuits and he could speak the local language. Both of them could, but it's always nice to be able to use your native tongue. I'm sure that was something to bond over.
Yeah.
Whitney was there on, I wouldn't call it a safari, but he was on kind of a sportsman's trip. So he had been dropped off by a ship. It was set to come back for him several months later. And he was just kind of having a good time. And he told Cook, hey, I got this ship coming. If you want, you could just hook a ride with me and I'll take you back down to New York and you can go home.
That's what he probably should have done, huh?
Well, I think he probably should have, yes and no, because of the way things turned out. But Cook didn't want to wait that long. So instead, he decided to book or plan out another overland journey to head down the coast of Greenland by sled and go all the way to go home, or as far south as he could till he could catch a boat at one of the major lanes. What ended up happening, though, is he had two guys set up to go with him. The day before he's going to leave, one of them got sick, and so it was just going to be Cook and one other Inuit, and that really put him in a bind because he couldn't take all of his stuff with him. Because one sled down means one sled's worth of stuff you can't pack.
Yeah, and you're going to have to bring other stuff like food.
He's got to bring food. So Whitney, being a good guy, said, hey, if you want to leave that stuff with me, when my ship gets here, I'll totally bring it to you. No big deal. So he left all the heavy stuff that he didn't need. So his navigational tools like a sextant, all of his records, except for his own personal diary or his journal. I guess it wouldn't be a diary. Would it? It'd be his journal. It was his journal. They call it his journal. It's manly if it's journal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just because he had stars and it was pink doesn't count. It was journal. It was manly.
Sequins.
Just because it said Dear Diary at every entry doesn't mean it was a diary.
But he left all that stuff with him because it was heavy, and he didn't need any navigational equipment because he was just heading down the coastline. It's pretty easy to follow the coastline. So he goes ahead. He heads south. He eventually gets that he had done it, and great. On the 1st of September, the world learns that Frederick Cook was the first man to make it to the North Pole.
He didn't just tweet it out?
He didn't tweet it out.
Yeah, why not?
He didn't have service there.
Oh, I guess that's true.
Yeah, it's way up there.
Yeah.
Can't just do that.
AT&T will cover you up there.
Are you sure about that?
No, I've never tested it.
That'll cover me in my house.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going to leave Cook's story for the moment.
I thought we were talking about Cook.
We are, but there's another big player, and we need to switch gears, and we've talked about him a little bit already, and that's Robert Peary.
Yes.
Peary, as we had talked about before, he had made a bunch of Arctic expeditions. He'd gone with Cook, or Cook had been with him a couple of times. Peary had made, if I remember the number, it's something like 8 or 9 attempts to get to the North Pole.
Yeah, and then
8 or 9 failed attempts before his last attempt, which he will learn he says was successful.
Yeah, and the reason Cook did stop going along with him in these expeditions, did you hear about that? He wanted to sign up, but then Peary put down the requirement that nobody was allowed to write their memoirs of the expedition before he published his.
Yes, which is a financial reason, because, of course, everybody sold their story. So that means that, oh, great, I'll pay you whatever I pay you, but you can't make any actual bonus money until it's, your story's worthless.
Yeah, pretty much.
And one of the things I think Cook was writing more about things like the locals and that kind of stuff, which wasn't even gonna step on Peary's toes. But that, you're right, that is the reason that they did part ways. On the 1st of March, 1909, Peary left for the North Pole. He went ahead. He was already in the Arctic. He says, I'm going to go. He gets his big party together, and he and this large party that he has, they head 280 miles north heading towards the North Pole. And they didn't leave from Greenland. They left from a different location that actually longitudinally put them closer to the North Pole. But he was still kind of in that same region, because that evidently is where you start from.
In the Arctic Circle.
Yes, yes. On the 1st of April of 1909, Peary split off from the main big group that he had with him. He took 5 other guys with him, and they then would make the final dash for the North Pole. They did that in 6 days.
So this was a year after Cook said he had...
Right. Okay. This is when Cook is still presumed missing.
Right.
Okay. And so,
Just wanted to make sure.
Yep. No, so it is weird when you read it because, technically Cook found it a year prior before Peary ever got there.
Sure. Yeah, but he was still missing. So.
But so he's missing. So Cook, Peary's like, well, nobody's got it yet. I'm going for it.
Yeah.
Because that evidently was his white whale at that point.
I think it was everybody's white whale.
Yeah, I plan to do it.
So he goes with these guys, and they go to what Robert Peary says is the North Pole. He says, we've got the North Pole. He plants his ceremonial flag. He then, like I said, tore off a strip of it, put it in a little jar, and buried it in a crevasse, and they beat feet back out of the circle. And when he got back to the party, then they go back to their launch point. Everything's hunky-dory, except that at that point, he kind of just starts lollygagging around the area. He's, they're steaming from place to place. They're going on little hunting trips. They're just kind of having a good old time. He's in no hurry to get back to the civilized world and announce that he made it to the North Pole.
Oh, you'd think he would be.
I would too, but maybe it was I'm basking in the fact that I finally did it. I finally achieved what I'm after all this time. I mean...
Well, I'm sorry. Did you say earlier that he said they were at the North Pole? Can you clarify that?
Okay, yeah. Perry was the only one of the six, because he had the 5 other men with him, who had the ability to navigate.
Yeah, he's the only one that could use a sextant, right?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And you got to remember is that, and this is, Joe might have to help me out on this to how you would navigate, but you use a sextant to find 2 fixed points and figure out the distance between them, and as they change, you use that to figure out your longitude. Is that correct, Joe?
I think that's how it works.
Okay.
I don't use the sextant.
I don't either. But the point is that you use it to fix on this point, and so he would have to take readings, and when nothing is north of you, everything is south. That means you're at the North Pole.
Sure.
But he's the only one who could do it, so he's the one doing all of the readings. So he's the one that has done all of that. I'll call it the hard math.
Okay.
To figure it out.
And
sure.
Isn't it? I seem to recall something in the story around that one of his assistants was a black guy. I can't remember his name now. And they're just at this place, and one day this assistant says, this place has kind of a North Pole-y feeling to it, don't you think, Admiral?
Something like that.
And he says something, and he says basically, yeah, I think you're onto something there. And he pulls out the flag and everything.
Yeah, that is what that guy says.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right. That's not the version I know that you will read from Perry himself, of course.
Yeah,
he's not going to put it that way.
No.
Well, I think in retrospect, if I were either one of these guys, Cook or Perry, I would have made sure I had several people in my party and that every single one of them knew how to navigate.
Actually, the funny point is, what we're getting into here is that if you haven't already figured it out from what we're leading up to, there becomes dual claim for being the first person to go to the North Pole between Perry and Cook.
Yeah.
The guy who ended up being the first man to reach the South Pole, because of, and I think he did it in 1911, but everything that went on between these two, which it turns into a giant public battle.
Oh, yeah, that's a big mud fest.
This guy made sure to double, triple check all kinds of things and leave all kinds of signs and all kinds of markers. Like he dotted every T, or crossed every T and dotted every I.
Yeah,
got that backwards.
Was the guy's name, like Roald Amundsen or something like that?
Yeah, Roald. Yeah, that was his first name, and I'm not positive on the pronunciation. I listened to it a couple of times, and I'm still not sure. But the point is, that's why he went to such extremes.
Smart move, dude.
So Perry finally makes it to Greenland.
He gets to Greenland, and when he gets there, he starts hearing rumors that Cook is back. That Cook wasn't dead, and that he's back, and that, hey, he's also claiming that he made it to the North Pole the year before you did. And he's like, wait a minute, that's not possible. And he ends up getting to the same village where Whitney and Cook had been. And, of course, Whitney is still there because he's just having his little sportsman vacation. And Perry talks to him and says, well, what do you know about this? Cook and Whitney had talked, and Cook had told him, he said, listen, don't tell anybody. Until I've made my official announcement, don't tell anybody. And so he plays dumb. He's like, well, I don't know. I mean, he said he went north and had some expedition, but I'm not really sure. Perry then goes on and tracks down the 2 Inuit that went with Cook, and he interviews them. And he basically interrogates him. And he takes away from it, and we'll later learn he makes all these statements about how they disagreed with what Cook is claiming. But what you need to know is that natives of the area at that time, they didn't have an understanding of latitude and longitude. They knew distances in days. Took me a day to get there. So we walked north for X number of days. That's all they knew.
And it was Perry didn't speak the language.
He didn't speak the language. So they're, and he's showing them maps, and they're just kind of drawing on it. Whitney, who does know the language, talks to them after the fact, and he went on record and said, yeah, they said they didn't know what the angry white man was asking them and what the pieces of paper that he kept pointing at meant. They didn't understand.
Yeah.
But Perry didn't care. So once he figures that out, well, that lights a fire underneath him get back to the mainland and stop all this. Here's the other thing that really, really, really bites Cook in the rear. And that is the fact that Whitney, remember he had a ship chartered to come back and pick him up?
Yeah.
His ship never showed up.
Oh.
So that meant he'd have to wait there at the tip of Greenland for another 6 months before another ship would come to take him home. And he really wasn't keen on that idea. Well, being such a nice guy, Perry says, hey, we'll give you a ride home, no big deal. Except when he brings all of his stuff down to the ship to load it up, Perry specifically stops him and says, hey, is any of that stuff Cook's? And he has to admit, well, yeah, there's these trunks here that belong to him. He says, I don't want any of that on my ship.
What a jerk.
Total jerk move.
Yeah.
And some of the things that go on in this story make me think that he did that very intentionally, knowing that it was going to screw Cook over.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So poor Whitney, what's he do? He goes over to some rocks, he digs a big hole, and he buries them so that at least they're sort of secure and Cook could come back for him.
I mean, has anybody actually gone out looking for these things?
I imagine
know they've never
that
been
they
found
have,
again.
but they've never shown up, which makes me feel that probably if anybody found them after a couple of years, they were probably destroyed anyway.
Trashed, yeah.
You know, I mean, they would have been buried in permafrost, which is okay, but still, they're trunks. Not like they're totally waterproof.
Oh,
There is
not
going
at
to be
all.
some moisture, and that's going to just destroy paperwork and tools in no time flat. So we move forward. Perry now gets to work on destroying Cook's claim. He meets up with some of his supporters. What are these guys called? They are the
Perry Arctic Club?
Yes, the Perry Arctic Club, which is a bunch of well-off dudes
Of course it is.
who financially back his expeditions.
Mhm.
And they get together and they start doing some kind of devious stuff. First off, what Perry does is he tells everybody, of course, that, hey, I got there, and Cook is totally full of it.
Mm-hmm.
He communicates that a week after Cook has said he got there. Perry's information comes through and says, A, hey, I totally got there, and B, Cook's a liar, and I've got the evidence to prove it. Then when he gets back to the world, everybody says, well, great, let's see your documents. And he says, no, I will go ahead and put out I will give you my fully authorized version. As soon as Cook gives you, I'll show you mine if you show me yours, knowing full well that Cook can't.
Because he made
He made Whitney bury it all in the Arctic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got to say, I think that between these two, not to give it away or anything, I think Cook behaved with a lot more class in this
He
whole
did.
thing than Perry
Cook
did.
ended up for the rest of his life getting the short stick. He
Yeah.
absolutely got the short stick, though in a way it seems to have given him peace, but he really got hosed a bunch after this.
Oh, yeah.
That was where I was headed, though, was the Perry Arctic, whatchamacallit, what were they?
Club?
The club, thank you. Yeah, his fan club. They did what was so common at that time and so despicable is, if you remember, we talked about how Cook had been the first to go all the way to the top of Mount McKinley, and he took the other gentleman, Burrill, with him.
Uh-huh.
Well, for years, Burrill had been going around publicly saying, we made it to the top. It's so awesome, telling everybody about it. until suddenly, on the 4th of October, 1909, an affidavit from him that is signed comes out saying that they faked the whole thing and it's a total lie.
Mm-hmm.
What would make somebody do that?
What do you think,
Oh, it's somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000 at the time.
So, like,
they totally blatantly paid him off. They made no claim that they hadn't done it, or Burrill never ever even pretended that he hadn't been paid off. It's equivalent to like $125,000 US today.
Ugh.
So that's a huge chunk of change. I
Yeah.
can see why he would turn on him for the money. I mean, it's kind of despicable, but I understand
It kind of is, yeah. But then he, by pretty much acknowledging that he was bribed to sign that affidavit.
He did.
Yeah, then, doesn't that provide a little ammunition to Cook?
It should have.
Yeah.
It should have. And I never could get a good, clear understanding of why Cook went about doing things the way he did. He had his journal, and so he could provide that. And in the beginning, the public believed him. But because of all the underhanded moves that Perry was pulling, they started not believing him. And I think he realized he was defeated, and he stopped fighting. I think that's probably what happened for the most
Probably
part.
spent a lot of time, on the McKinley thing, he probably spent a lot of time just really, really wishing that he had buried something at the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
That's what I'd be thinking.
Yeah. Well, after that affidavit shows up, then of course this is where Perry comes out with his account of what Cook's Inuit, well, they wouldn't be companions.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of the right word for him. His companions, quote unquote, said about him and what the route that they took. I won't go into detail, but basically they, according to him, sketched out this completely different route, meaning that Cook just took him kind of in a circle and in a completely the wrong direction intentionally. Is what this is making it out to be.
Yeah, did Whitney ever show his head again?
No, not really. I mean, Whitney came out and said, hey, I had to do this. He publicly said, I had to do this. This is what Perry made me do.
I mean, leaving the stuff behind.
Leaving the stuff behind. And he said that Cook had told him that he had made it to the North Pole, but it's secondhand information.
Yeah, you don't know. But but he had overheard the conversation when Perry was interrogating the two Inuits, right?
Correct.
And so, did he ever show up and say, hey, no, that the Inuits did not say this to Perry? He's lying?
We know that there are written accounts of it. I don't know the exact interaction of did he show up at some legal proceeding or something, because there really was only one legal proceeding, and by that time that happened, it was way too late. And so it may have been wasted breath.
Yeah,
or maybe he was on safari.
Again.
Yeah, probably.
I think probably the nail that really kind of sealed the coffin for Cook, though, was the National Geographic Society, because they were a big backer of Perry. They loved him. They were, totally supported him, always published his stuff. He drew in people for them. They went ahead and they immediately said that Perry was right and Cook was wrong. And then later on, they set up a committee to go ahead and investigate the whole thing, which, of course, because there was no papers from Cook, that was easy. They went ahead and checked out Perry's story. They did it in a matter of 3 days. That's all it took for them to go ahead and figure it out.
Check out Perry's story.
Perry's story.
And this committee was like mostly his friends, right?
Yes, two of the people he knew extremely well, and one of them said that I think he came out and said that he was the skeptic. He was a total skeptic, but I get the feeling he also knew Perry as well personally. They all knew him personally, so it was totally an inside job.
Yeah,
and that really was the end of it. And for years and years and years, everybody learned that Robert Perry went ahead and made it to the North Pole, and he was the first one. And nobody really knows who Cook is.
Yeah.
He's not really in any of the history books. He's just one little footnote because of this schmear campaign.
Then it was a schmear campaign.
Absolute mud-flinging contest.
Yeah, Perry was not a classy guy.
No. But that is the end of our story, which means we are now into the theory section.
What?
Oh,
Yep.
Cool.
So this is really it's three simple theories. There's only three headings here. And the first one is, of course, that Cook made it there before Perry. Mm-hmm. We don't have any documents to back this up, but he was the first person to ever describe the frozen polar sea, as being in continuous motion. And at 88 degrees north, the fact that he basically encountered a giant flat-topped, as he described it, ice island that was higher and thicker than the sea ice around it.
That was a fixed object, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
and that was something that was backed up by later explorers who went to the area.
They found the same thing, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Perry never that I know of makes any mention of that.
Yeah, of course, if he went a different route, he could have missed it.
Absolutely true. Cook, also seemed to be pretty good at his navigation. I mean, he knew how to use the sextant. He had been guiding himself for a while on these kind of Arctic expeditions. I don't know why I said things.
Yeah.
Stream of consciousness here needs to stop. But overall, as you said, he seemed to be a pretty honest guy, and he didn't seem to be the kind of guy that would just to grab glory say that he did something.
Yeah,
that's my personal impression.
Yeah, it's my impression too is that Cook had a much deeper sense of honor than Perry had, and that he wouldn't have deliberately faked it.
A gentleman's honor.
There was. I think there was some question that he was making mistakes in his navigation,
which is entirely possible.
It is entirely possible, and quite possibly, probably true even. But if they were honest mistakes, so he might have honestly thought that he was at the North Pole.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, there's an easier way than using a sextant. You just lay on the ground, looking straight up, and when the North Star is right over you, you're at the North Pole. Nothing to it.
Not easy.
Yeah, it's that easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, if only they had known that, this whole thing would have been solved. I laid on my back. The North Star was directly above me.
Yeah, there you go.
It was really easy. It's fun.
It all felt really North Pole-y.
Yeah. North Pole-y?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to let that go. Our next theory is, of course, that Frederick Cook faked the entire thing. The quote-unquote loss of all of his data, well, that means that we can't confirm that he really did it. Mm-hmm. And it could be that if we had gotten his records, we'd have figured out quite easily that he was full of it and that he didn't know what he was doing. So there is that absolute possibility. I mean, you also got to think about the fact this guy was lost for a year in the Arctic. Mm-hmm. And when he got back to his starting point, he could have said, you know what? I survived that. I deserve something for going through all that crap. I'm going to say that I got there because I've earned it.
Or, for all I know, we got there.
Yeah. And intentionally, directly knowing that he was pretty sure that he didn't actually do it. Yeah, that's completely plausible.
Yeah.
One thing, and again, this my lack of understanding of the sextant, though I've read about it so many times, it still just doesn't sink in. One of the things that his detractors will point out is the fact that trying to use a sextant at that time of the year is going to be not exactly reliable because a lot of times you use the sun as a reference point. But the sun was so low in the horizon all the time that it's basically a useless point to fix to.
Mm-hmm. But I have no idea how often they had clear days. You could also use stars.
That's a good point. And I haven't seen any data, I mean, none of us have actually, that says, was it cloudy or was it clear when they were making that final drive? Mm-hmm. If it was clear, it totally makes sense. But this information gives me the impression that it wasn't clear days, and so he was fixing his position based on the sun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be hard if it was cloudy and the sun's under the horizon. Well, yeah. Real difficult.
It's not, I mean, we've all seen the sun go down and it's on the horizon and it's not exactly a fix. It's not, because of the atmosphere, it's not going to look or be where it actually is. It's going to have the distortion issue.
Oh, yeah.
Final theory, they both, either intentionally or not, faked it. Both Perry and Cook didn't get to the North Pole, and both of them probably knew it. That's what this theory is getting at. Okay, well, we've already talked about Cook, so I think probably we need to talk about the second half of this, which is Perry. Turns out there's problems with the writings that he left behind, his data from the trip. Now, if you remember, I said that he wouldn't release anything, or hardly anything, just very basic details. Eventually, that his papers would get released about a decade and a half ago. That's how long they were under wraps.
It was that long before they were...
Almost 100 years. Now, the National Geographic Society had them, and they had looked at them, but they didn't release them. And it wasn't until about 10 or 15 years ago put out, and people could really, really analyze them. And, well, it turns out that his numbers didn't exactly work. People have tried to trace the route based on what he had, and it doesn't work. So he was probably about 100 miles south of the North Pole.
Yeah, and that's interesting that they wouldn't release him, but he had a lot of buddies in the NGS, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
Maybe that's why they didn't release him, huh?
Here's the other really hinky thing, and I don't know why this flew, but in the beginning, Devin was laughing at Rear Admiral, because that was the status that was bestowed upon him by the U.S. House of Representatives. They gave him the title. There was an act that was passed through that, and then Congress that gave, or not an act. How do you become a Rear Admiral? That it's an honorific.
Okay, so it's like it's an honorary title. So he was never like he didn't work his way up through the ranks.
Correct. They gave him an honorary title.
Was he ever even in the Navy?
No.
Oh, okay.
He might have. Yeah, actually, he might have been at one point. But the point is, he was given this title. But one of the things that had to happen first was he had to go and talk to a Naval Affairs subcommittee, and he had to give them some of his stuff to look at. And he gave them his journal that he said he had used on his entire trip to the North Pole. Here's the thing. When these guys are up at the North Pole, it's not like they're packing, kale and carrots and all these great veggies to eat. They're eating what they can. And one of the things that Arctic explorers in the day took with them is what is called pemmican. Kind of looks gross. It's a greasy mix of fat and meat all pressed together. It's kind of like jerky.
Yes, yeah, like
You'll
that.
You'll see it kind of in a ball sometimes.
Yeah, or in like sort of flat cakes, hockey puck, shaped like a hockey puck.
If you've ever picked up greasy meats and eaten them by hand, you know how much of that stuff gets on your fingers. Now, then combine that with the fact that they're in the Arctic. It's not like they can wash their hands off and their stuff off. That fingerprints of that stuff should be on everything.
Yeah, especially the journal.
His journal was pristine to the point that the subcommittee asked him about it, and he stood by the fact of, nope, that's it. That's the one I used. It totally is. And they just kind of shined it on and let it go through. So
really?
This is
he actually swore, because, if you were totally BSing, I think what I would have said is, it was such a disgusting mess that I just copied the whole thing over to a new book.
Yeah.
That's what I would have told him.
Yeah, I mean, and nobody probably would have said anything if he had said, listen, the other one is kind of going, it's going a little off now because all that grease, it's a little rancid, so I had to transfer it.
Yeah.
They probably wouldn't have worried about that.
Yeah, but this was way back in the day, though, right? And then did that
1910.
And did that journal go back to the National Geographic Society, or did Perry keep it?
I'm not positive. Perry's papers are in more than one place.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know who holds that journal.
Sure, somebody somewhere has got it.
Probably.
Yeah.
There's also some issues with the speed that Perry said he traveled. Basically,
yeah, he kind of set some land records there, didn't he?
He really did. He set some land records so that he and his 5 companions, what is it? They traveled Each day they traveled 25 miles, 20 miles, 20 miles, 25 miles, and then 40 miles.
No.
Final day, they traveled 40 miles in that final day to make their destination. That's 26 miles a day in the Arctic on foot. Bit fast.
Yeah,
Really
that's
fast.
a lot speedier than Cook went, right?
Oh, yeah. Cook was averaging 15 miles, which is still pretty good.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
40 miles.
Yeah.
No.
You want to hear my favorite detractor of Perry?
Yeah.
This is my absolute favorite, and that is there is a man by the name of Marshall B. Garner. And he wrote a book called A Journey to the Earth's Interior, which is a hollow Earth book, all about the fact that the Earth is actually hollow. And he says that there is no way that either man actually made it to the North Pole because as they went north, they would have discovered that the temperature was rising, the ice was melting, and it was going to be open sea because the sun's beams are all focused at the North Pole. And of course, if they had gotten on a boat, they would have gone to the North Pole and discovered the entry to the hollow Earth and then been able to explore that. So that obviously is why neither man actually made it to the North Pole.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't understand what your problem is. It's accepted science fact.
Yeah. Well, and so I guess that's one of the reasons then that the National Geographic Society eventually went back and looked at his and declared that
he didn't actually make
he
it.
Didn't prove it. Yeah, it was unproven.
They went from totally did it. You made it to the North Pole claim is unproven.
Yeah.
Now, of course, they still left Cook's claim as disproven.
Yeah,
because he didn't have anything, so they said, "Well, you're totally making it up.
Yeah,
you don't even have anything to support this claim, so we're just going to throw it out."
Yeah, if I was going to believe either one of them, I would believe Cook.
Yeah,
You know?
well, and the thing is, here's the great thing about Cook. His claim to Mount McKinley, everybody was saying that his pictures were of different areas of the mountain, not past what is called the Gateway, which is the final ascent. People have started looking at his writing, and there was actually a Russian team that followed his route based on his writing, and it turns out they made it to the peak.
Yeah, there are people, more than one set of people have actually duplicated his route.
It's a completely unconventional or unstandard way to go to the top. And that's why most people seem to have thrown it out. But it appears that he was telling the truth on that, which is why I'm inclined to believe he probably, at least to the best of his knowledge, was telling the truth about getting to the North Pole.
Mm-hmm. I think he probably was too.
Yeah. So, I mean, personally, yeah, I think he did it, or, super close anyway. I think officially the first man to make it to the North Pole, it didn't happen until there was a guy on skis, and I want to say it was in the 1980s that he did it. And he was supported the whole way by airdrops of supplies. That's the only way that this guy managed to do it. And of course, the airdrops help figure out if he's really there.
Yeah.
But so it wasn't an easy thing to get to.
No, it's not something. It's something I probably wouldn't even try to get to. But
yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys, like they have, they have some pretty rough times. Like it was months ago that I read Endurance by F.A. Worsley, who was. Yeah, it's about Ernest Shackleton and his attempt to get to the South Pole. And that's an amazing story. I'd highly recommend that story, by the way. And I know we're talking the other end of the earth, but it's kind of a similar thing. We're talking sleds and dogs and ships crushed in the ice and tales of incredible survival. And these guys went through an amazing set of adventures. So.
Well, I mean, over the years, there's countless people have died trying to get to those places. So it's what I called it earlier. It's kind of the white whale. I'm going to be the one who gets it, and that could be why some of these guys say, "To hell with it, I'm going to lie because I've tried so hard, I deserve it."
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I still think that Cook probably thought he got there, and I think Perry knew well as a lying jerk that he didn't get there, but couldn't admit that he had failed yet again.
Yeah.
And so went on that nasty little smear campaign that he launched.
Yeah, and by the way, when he went public with this whole thing about the Inuits said they just went out a few miles and then just sort of circled around and came back. Well, that's obviously a lie.
Well, no, they didn't circle around, but they went a totally wrong way.
Yeah, but they didn't. Yeah, but if they had just like sort of gone out there intending to fake it, and and then decided, screw it, let's go back home. Well, why were they gone for 14 months?
Got lost.
Yeah, I guess.
Got cut off on the ice.
They were never really lost. I don't
No.
think. No, they knew where they were. They
Well,
were just
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
they were on a floating ice floe, and
Cook figured it out.
Yeah.
He figured out where they were. That's how he knew how to navigate back to the village.
Yeah, he that was his big mistake though. Is he should have taken a few more people with him, and he should have made sure everybody in the expedition knew how to use a sextant.
Again, that's why heading to the South Pole was so well documented. It's to make sure that didn't happen.
Smart move there, yeah.
Yeah, but that's all I've got.
Yeah.
What do you? It sounds like you're in agreement with me on it, Joe.
I think it's quite likely that Perry lied, and I think it's quite likely. Well, I know he lied about some stuff.
Yeah,
he was not an honorable guy.
He wasn't honest.
No, he was not. I think it's quite possible that Cook actually did make it to the North Pole, or somewhere very close to where he, maybe through errors in navigation, felt that he was on the exact spot. I think he was pretty damn close if he wasn't actually on the exact spot.
I agree. I think Perry seems like a jerk.
Yeah.
I saw you starting to use the letter A and then stop.
Yeah. And I think Cook, he's a sympathetic character. You want to be on his side.
Yeah. And the hard part for Cook. Remember how I told you he kind of got the short end of the stick for the rest of his life?
Oh yeah.
He got I think it was about 10 years later, he started investing in oil fields, and he was sending correspondence and projecting the value of the output of his oil field. And simple version is that somebody challenged it, and then they charged him with mail fraud for fraudulent claims about the value of something, and they sent him to jail for like 10 years, which was, everybody couldn't believe what a harsh judgment it was.
Well, the judge, apparently the prosecutor thought it was overly harsh.
Yeah.
But the judge was, guess what?
A friend of Perry.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the worst part is, turns out that part of Cook's oil field was on one of the giant oil reserves.
Yeah, he wasn't lying at all.
He was. He actually undercut the amount. He was shy about the production.
Yeah, and for this he gets a good long stay in jail.
Yep.
I mean,
but
part of that due to Perry.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is I almost wonder if it was a good thing for him, because he said that being in prison, he was a surgeon, he was a doctor in prison, and it was very peaceful for him and very calming, and he could just get away from all the crap that was going on because he could never outrun it.
Yeah.
So it might have, it could have done for him.
Yeah, but still the poor guy really suffered, I think.
Yeah.
It's like, I feel bad. Okay, we settled that mystery.
Yes, we totally, at least settled it.
What do you want to talk about now?
How about our website?
Oh, yeah.
Because we've got one of those.
It's lovely.
Yes, we do. It's at thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. We, of course, this episode and all other episodes are on the website. Going to have links to research on there. If you're not listening to us on the website, you can always listen to us through any streaming service. We're on pretty much every one of them. Of course, we're on iTunes. If you are on iTunes and you're listening to this show through there, do take the time to leave us a comment and a rating. Those do help.
Especially high ratings.
Well, we've always said that it helps, but I know that it helps because we continually keep moving upwards in the rankings, and we're getting really high up there, which is awesome.
The rankings, are they based on downloads or are they based on ratings?
It's a combination. I don't think Apple tells you exactly what it is.
It's a really complex algorithm you wouldn't understand.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I bet it would.
Hipster. We're, of course, on Twitter. You can find us at Thinkin' Sideways, and we do use that. Twitter's actually been really, really busy lately, which is pretty fun. We are on Facebook. You can find us at our Facebook page. You can join the Facebook group. We can have there's lots of conversations going on there. We're getting lots of stuff all the time through that. Total fun. So come join us there. And if you're enjoying the podcast and you want to hear more, you can always go ahead and go to Patreon to support the show. Patreon.com/Thinking Sideways is where we're at. You can choose to donate however much you want per show. Totally an option, but that is something we have out there. Or if you want to do something that's just a one-timer, we've got the PayPal right there on the website.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping Bill Gates discovers our website or our podcast and pledges $1 million an episode.
It'd be fantastic, but I don't think
Wouldn't
it's
it,
going to
though?
happen.
Yeah, no, probably not.
The final thing I got to tell everybody is, of course, about our email address, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And go ahead and send us an email if you've got a story suggestion, you've got thoughts, you've got comments, you're looking for more information. We're happy to get them all, and we'll field everything. So, think that's everything we gotta share here.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure you're right.
All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and close it on out, and we will talk to all you good people next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know. Insufficient data to formulate a reply. What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hello there, and welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, your host.
I'm Steve.
Your co-host.
Oh, yeah, I guess we're all co-hosts, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'm Devin, your host.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're just getting together one more time to solve another unsolved mystery. This week we're going to talk about the Hagley Wood mystery. Ooh, yeah, it's a creepy one. A little intro here. There's an area in the West Midlands of England. The West Midlands is like the western part of the middle part of England, which is like kind of abuts Wales for all those who really care.
The western part of
The middle part.
Yeah.
Very specific.
Yeah, exactly.
I like where this is going.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's that part that's kind of just east of Wales. Anyway, there's an area there.
2-year-olds with chainsaws. Just kidding. Hulu just released a new original, The Looming Tower, based on the Pulitzer Prize-winning book by Lawrence Wright. This limited series traces the rising threat of Osama bin Laden and how the rivalry between the FBI and CIA may have set a path for the tragedy of 9/11. The Looming Tower is available now, only on Hulu. Also brought to you by Breach, a new podcast. A podcast team started looking into the biggest hack in history and ended up in the middle of the story. A mysterious voicemail, disappearing files. It got personal. Breach is a new podcast that takes you inside the world's biggest hacks. They set out to answer questions about hacks of a huge American company and found themselves investigating a Russian conspiracy. Subscribe to Breach, that's BREACH, in your podcast app now.
Hey there, and welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined as always by
Steve
and
Devin.
And it's time for another mystery.
Yay!
Yeah, this week we're going to talk about a good one. This involves the Nellis Air Force Testing Range in Area 51 and all kinds of cool stuff.
It's pretty cool.
So yeah, let's jump right in. We're going to talk about the very strange disappearance of a guy named Kenny Veach. In the mountains just east of the Air Force Range that I just mentioned. Mm-hmm. This happened in late 2014. So that means that we are kind of breaking our 5-year rule just a little bit.
It's just barely out there.
Yeah, it's less than a year away. But I've been following this story for 2 or 3 years now, and there's been no movement on it at all. So I think we're probably safe.
And for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, we have a rule where we won't cover a case that is
less than 5 years old.
That hasn't been active for less than 5 years, right?
Yeah.
So, people say like, whoa, who Banksy is.
Yeah.
That's, 20 years old. No, it's not, because Banksy's still a thing, right? But sometimes we will break our rule for things like this.
Oh, yeah, we will. So,
Usually it's pretty close to the margin.
Yeah. So, and I think people need to know about this story. 'Cause
Agreed.
We need to find Kenny.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we've got some Las Vegas listeners who are going
You
to hear
killed
this.
Kenny.
Well,
No.
somebody naturally.
That's the only time we're making the joke, right? Okay, good.
Actually, of course,
You
naturally,
bastards.
in some comment sections out there on the web, some people have made that comment.
How
oh
could
my
you
God! I know. Okay, but back to Kenny here. Oh, I wanted to give a shout out real quick, like to our listener Jacob, who suggested this story a while back. Thanks, Jacob. Here's where some people put the starting point of our story, which would be December 3rd, 2013. A YouTuber called Serious Disclosure, which posts a lot of like UFO-y kind of stuff.
Paranormal,
and
and extraterrestrial stuff.
Yeah. They posted a video that day called Son of an Area 51 Technician, which is an interview of a guy named Paul H. Utes, whose father worked on secret government projects out there around and near Area 51.
Or at
Sometimes
least that's the
inside it.
claim.
That's what he says, yeah. A lot of his work took place in the Nellis Air Force Range near where our mystery takes place, just a hop, skip, jump away. And you may have heard of this. It takes up an enormous chunk of southern Nevada, northwest of Las Vegas, and it includes, of course, Area 51. as
Didn't we
all
talk
know.
about this at one point that Utah is like
Basically entirely.
75% owned by the Air Force?
I'm-
It's some absurd percentage of Utah is owned by
yeah.
the military.
Yeah, I mean, the western United States, an absurd amount of it is owned by the federal government.
But
in
Utah
general. Not just-
particularly
But
is.
Utah, or are you talking Nevada?
Utah and Nevada, both.
Utah,
I
yeah,
thought.
I'm sure, but
It's
Nevada.
mostly Nevada is what you're
But-
The
getting
Four
at, but
Corners
yeah.
area.
Yeah, there's a ton of that. Yeah, but
Yeah.
especially like Nevada really got the brunt of it for things like Area 51 and also nuclear testing. I
Yeah.
mean, a lot of nukes got
Nothing
tested
like
off
a
in Nevada.
big, beautiful, empty desert to do your
Yeah.
covert operation
And White
testing.
Sands, which
Yeah.
is beautiful but also terrifying.
Probably radioactive as hell.
So
Yeah.
radioactive, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, but back to our video. This Paul Utes guy said that his father got drunk one time. They were in Germany at some sort of beer garden sort of thing. And his
Is
dad-
it Utes or Utz?
I think it's Utes.
Because it's spelled the way that Utz potatoes is spelled.
I thought they pronounced it Utes.
Yeah, that's fine. Utz is
But,
probably the mispronunciation.
or it could have been Utes. I don't remember.
So they're at Oktoberfest.
Yeah, and his dad starts talking about some of his secret stuff that he'd been working on for all these years, and he talked about this one thing. Apparently, mostly what he was doing, he was being handed alien technology, and they expected to kind of reverse engineer it.
That's what he said.
That's what he said. Yeah, and so one of the biggest project he worked on was this thing where they were trying to essentially create a whole new kind of energy source. And they had this project that was going, and it had a lot of organic components to it. And it never wound up working in the end. But his dad told him that this thing, almost when it was like all put together and everything, it was, quote, actually, I'll quote it here, almost like it had a consciousness, unquote.
How far into this guy's video were you able to make it?
I watched it all the way through.
Did you?
Wow.
I did.
You have a better constitution than I do.
Or me.
I couldn't do it.
I think I got maybe like a minute and a half.
I tried to skip it. It didn't help.
I felt like I had to get all the way through, but
I feel like you try to skip on videos like this, and then you have to go back. You're like,
It makes it worse. It takes longer.
you might as well just sit down and suffer through it.
it's kind of like porn,
Yeah, of course.
where you like skip ahead, and you're like, well, now I have to go back and understand why they're doing that action that they're doing.
Because it's the script just doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean,
the dialogue just doesn't line up
Usually
now.
when I'm doing
Yeah,
porn,
I mean, sometimes you
I'd say
do,
stuff
though.
like, wow, that doesn't look very comfortable.
Right.
Yeah. That looks kind of unnatural. But anyway, back to our thing. Okay, another YouTuber, a guy named Snakebit McGee, watched
Good name.
the entire... Yeah, that's kind of a cool name. He watched the entire video and commented on it. And here is what he had to say. Steve, would you mind reading this?
Should I do this in my David Duchovny voice?
No, please just do it in your
do
regular
Dana
voice.
Scully voice.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, regular voice.
This ain't nothing. I'm a long-distance hiker. One time during one of my hikes out by Nellis Air Force Base, I found a hidden cave. The entrance of the cave was shaped like a perfect capital M. I always enter every cave I find, but as I began to enter this particular cave, my whole body began to vibrate. The closer I got to the cave entrance, the worse the vibrating became. Suddenly, I became very scared and hightailed it out of there. That was one of the strangest things that ever happened to me.
All right, thanks, Steve. And so that's from Snakebit McGee, who, of course, was none other than Kenny Veach.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and his comment got some unkind replies from some skeptical people out there, as you can
You mean
imagine.
on YouTube?
Surprise.
Yeah, believe it or not, on the internet.
Not nice on
People
YouTube.
were rude
What?
to him. Yeah, they were. They made fun of him, and there were some other things here. Like he said one time, I'm going to go back. This is actually I got some of this stuff off of Reddit because it turns out the original video they disabled the comments,
have,
and so
unfortunately.
they are gone. But luckily there are people out there that snagged them and did.
And also
screencasts
we
and
have
stuff
the
like that.
Wayback Machine.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
I
crazy
didn't even
how
think
full.
about going in the Wayback Machine to look at
well,
this.
sometimes I don't know if YouTube is one of them because I guess I just haven't checked recently. But there are a lot of sites, the bigger name sites that disable the Wayback Machine.
Oh, do they?
Which I ran into recently with one of our cases where it was just kind of like you couldn't even crawl.
Bastards.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Anyway, but
But
Reddit.
you've got screen caps.
I got some screen caps here. These are some Reddit users. This was obviously, as you can imagine, was discussed intensely on Reddit.
Of course.
Yeah. Sometime in late 2014, he after some taunting, he commented again. I'm going to edit this a little bit, but he commented, Kenny Snakebit said, I am going back. I will film what I saw. I can't say it will be interesting. Maybe it's just a strange-looking cave that has a mountain lion living in it. Should be sometime this week. I will have my 9mm with me this time just in case. Last time I was unarmed. And very dangerous terrain. The mountain is located right next to a bombing range. I have found some giant empty rounds of ammo before. And he goes on a little bit like that, and then ends it up. I hope it turns out to be something crazy. That would be so cool. And yeah, I like it.
That sounds a lot like Kenny.
Yeah,
it does sound like Kenny, doesn't it? Kenny, by the way, when he left on his final foray to the M Cave, he was 47, but he had a kind of a
He did
youthful,
not seem 47.
No, he had a youthful enthusiasm about him. I thought
He really didn't look like he was 47.
He didn't look or speak or act like he was 47.
He acted like a 20-something-year-old
Yeah,
dude.
like a mid-20s.
Yeah,
he did. He was young at heart. There's no doubt. I shouldn't say was. He was/is young
maybe,
at heart because we don't know what happened to Kenny, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then after he went out in early October, I think, because he wanted to go out and find this cave again and prove these people wrong. He wanted to film it, document it, everything.
because the internet is taunting him, and the best thing to do when the internet taunts you is to show the internet it's wrong.
Yeah, and so as per his comments that I just read some excerpts from, he did indeed go back. He went sometime early October 2014, took his video camera with him like he said he would, and he posted a video of this trip on October 17th, 2014. Let's play a clip from the video so you can all hear Kenny speak for himself.
And I'm looking for a cave that I found, and I didn't have a sidearm when I was here before, and something about that cave just spooked me. Out of all the caves I've ever gone in, this one just made my body vibrate. The closer I got to it, the crazier my body felt, and I was like, all right, I'm not going to go in there right now, but I'm coming back someday. And I talked to some people on YouTube, and I told them, hey, I'm coming out here, because they kind of called my hand on it. So I don't know if there's going to be anything to it, but it might be interesting. If I can find it, I got to relocate it, and this is a big mountain range I'm in, and I'm on foot. My truck's way out there. There's no roads. There's no trails. It's a pretty rough terrain. So hopefully I'll find it. It's shaped like a big M. It's a big cave that looks just like a gigantic M, and it's about as tall as I am and kind of narrow. And it's stuck on the side of a mountain. So I hope I can find it again. And if I do, I'm going in there. I'm going to put on my light and take my gun out and walk in there, see if I find anything. We'll see.
Okay, that's Kenny.
And
yeah,
I just would encourage, I know a lot of people listen on their commutes or whatever, but if you have the ability to go out and watch
the MK video,
any of these videos, or even just parts of it, I mean, I know I presume we're going to post those links on our website.
Oh, for sure.
ThinkingSidewayspodcast.com. But I mean, like, he's not just using a a cell phone camera, and he's clearly not.
It's an old school camera.
I think he is using
It's
like
an
an
old school
like
video camera on a
handheld like
tripod.
cam.
Well, I don't think
it's on a.
I don't think it's one of those enormous ones that had a VHS tape.
I don't think so either, but it's not just a handheld camera because at the very end of that video, he zooms into the antelope or
it's a bighorn sheep.
Yeah, bighorn sheep,
Yeah.
and then he zooms back out, and you're like, oh my!
He's got a
great camera.
He had a good camera there, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily like a GoPro just strapped to his head, which you would kind of
you see a lot.
You would now, definitely.
It was not an iPhone.
It wasn't, like or it wasn't an iPhone on a selfie stick, as some of the cameras that
the follow-up searches are. Yeah,
no, it's a decent quality one. Like that zooming in on the sheep was that was pretty good.
That was a really good
something
zoom.
that has got actual glass lens in it.
Absolutely.
To be able to do that. That's not digital magnification.
And this is 2014, so it's 4 years ago.
And that's funny too. You know, the YouTube video got well over 10,000 comments. I read hundreds and hundreds, maybe a few thousand of them. Even, I don't know, but
at the time of this recording,
I did not get all the way through.
At the time of this recording, it was over 800,000 views.
Yeah.
Well on its way to 1 million views.
Oh, yeah.
He was talking about the comments, so the comment section is just peppered.
It's huge, yeah. And but as you know, there's that one point. It's kind of near the end where he spots the bighorn sheep way up in the cliffs. And he zooms real close in and tight.
Yeah, he's got it really tight in there.
And then the sheep sort of looks at him because he's talking, so the sheep probably hears him, you know. So the sheep looks at him, and Kenny actually says, "Oh, he's looking at us. I think he must hear me talking." And then there's at least a couple of guys in the comments said, "It's so creepy when that sheep looks at him like that."
I think it is very interesting though, because you see he goes, "Oh, he's looking right at me. I guess I'll zoom out," and he zooms out, and he. Like kind of like going. Halfway through the zoom, you're like, okay, well that's where Kenny's at, and then it just keeps zooming back out, and you're like, oh God, how did he even see that? First of all, and then how did he zoom in so well that it looked like it was just as in focus as everything else? But
that's been a decent quality camera.
It's probably not that important to the
story. It very much feels like though you see a lot of stuff like Adventure Time where it's they pan back and the pan just keeps going.
Yeah.
Suddenly it's halfway across the universe kind of pan. Like that's what it feels like because it's.
That's a long lens.
It's like a Google satellite situation.
Exactly. Google Earth. That's what it
Google
feels
Earth.
Like.
Yeah.
So Kenny zooms in on a sheep.
Yeah.
Okay. So did he have any other videos on his?
Actually,
account?
he did. He posted several other ones on the same day that he posted this one. There's one where he tries to sell his house. Although that one up like a month and a half before this one. His offer has a special twist.
What is Kenny's twist?
Okay. Well, let's listen to Kenny's own words.
Now, this house is only approximately just under 4 years old. It's beautiful in every way. It's perfect and clean, and there's not a spot anywhere on any of the walls. And I'm putting this house up for sale along with me. I'm offering myself along with the house. So that's the niche, that's the unusual thing right there. So by the time this video is finished, you will know exactly what I'm offering, what I'm talking about, and hopefully you'll have fun watching the video, and we'll see what happens.
Didn't he have a girlfriend?
I'm not sure exactly how.
He wasn't selling the house and him as some kind of personal dirty slave. He's your maintenance guy. He's upkeeping. He maintains the house for you.
I think essentially what he wanted to do was have somebody pay him a bunch of money for the house, but he gets to keep living there.
Yeah,
sure.
We've done some stories about people who've had that kind of situation before, I think.
Yeah, and so.
But just quickly, how many total videos did Kenny post on this account?
Not that many, like 5. I think it was like 5. There was the selling the house one, the MK one, and there were 3 where he was apparently trying to get on this TV show Shark Tank.
Yeah.
Yep. And so he was showing off some of his cool inventions, like he had an improved toilet paper holder. And he had a glow-in-the-dark
the Glowler bear?
The Glowler bear, the glow-in-the-dark polar bear figurine. And
they're like all three of those are really well titled too. They're like Shark Tank Submission.
I know.
Super cool, unique thing.
You've watched the Glowler bear, right?
No, that was the only one I
did not
didn't.
watch that one.
I couldn't.
Is it really? Is it good?
Oh my good God! I couldn't resist watching the Glowler bear, and he has some brass to him because it is. He took I took this tin that I found, and he put glow-in-the-dark sticker letters on it, and snowflake stickers, and then he hand sewed this terrible polar bear
amalgam thing. Yeah.
He's like, and this is my hand pattern that I drew, and it's just this like weird, sketchy thing. And then eventually, at the end of the video, he shows it up close, and it looks nothing like a polar bear. It's so creepy.
It's not a polar bear. It's a Glowler bear.
The thing about Kenny, and I think we'll kind of get that as we get on with this story, is that like he was a ballsy dude.
He was.
He was a cowboy.
He really wanted to represent himself as a maverick cowboy adventurer. I know we kind of like, I don't know where in your script this is, but when he would go out on these treks, he would like deprive himself.
Oh yeah, for sure. He would take very little water or food,
and almost no food,
and go on these like 12 mile 10-hour hikes, like over rough country and stuff.
And I think that was kind of like part of his persona, was this kind of like tough guy cowboy. I can survive with anything.
Crazy brave, willing to take chances. And speaking of which, there's another video out there that was posted by his now ex-girlfriend of Kenny playing with a rattlesnake.
Oh,
that's a
my
classic.
God.
You guys have both seen that, I'm assuming.
Oh, is that how he gave himself his YouTube handle?
That's how he got his name. Apparently, he's been bit a couple of times by rattlesnakes because, that's what happens when you mess with them.
Yeah.
Really?
They will bite you.
They will.
And the thing that's like painful is I really, really like snakes.
Yeah.
My significant other and like everybody else in my life aside, I am super pro snakes and having snakes in my life and as pets and whatever. And so it's kind of frustrating to see videos like this where it's just like
he's kind of manhandling the snake.
It is.
And then when he decides to put the snake down, he does it. He does it in the worst possible way. Yeah. Well, he did it in a way that I don't know if he thought it'd be safer that way, but it was really what he does is I would have just taken it and sort of like just chucked it a few feet away from me, low to the ground.
Throw it. Yeah.
I wouldn't have thrown it far or hard.
So the proper way to release a snake is you hold it by the tail because they can't coil all the way back up themselves, and then there's a little bit of a wiggle shake so they straighten out, and then when you set them down and you set them down head first and then let the rest of the body go, and they immediately go forward. Yeah. They might turn and coil and get ready to strike back, but you're already too far away.
And by that time,
that is not what he does.
By that time, no, what he does is he walks over far, far away and then throws it up into this tree.
Yeah.
But he doesn't actually get it to land in the tree.
Well, no,
but also rattlesnakes don't live in trees.
No, they don't. And so he throws it up in the tree, and the poor snake bounces off some branches and then falls and bounces off some more branches and eventually hits the ground with a thud. It's like felt kind of bad for the snake.
And then he's like, "Oh, I wonder if it's okay." He starts going back for it.
No, that rattlesnake.
But that's what I mean.
Rattlesnake is pissed off.
Yeah,
don't you go anywhere.
And it is gonna hurt you. But that's what I just
it was unkind, but also, and I don't think Kenny was a cruel guy. I think he was.
Just think
kind of clueless.
He was unaware in that regard.
Well, the thing about it too is that if he tossed it up and it hit a particularly springy branch and bounced off the tree and back onto him.
Right onto him.
That very well could have happened.
Yeah.
So it was just. So Kenny sounded to me like a fun, great guy, a lot of energy, but sometimes, occasionally lacking a little bit of judgment.
I would agree.
Okay, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, and I think as we've already sort of touched on, it could be said he marched to his own drummer, and he wanted to do something bigger, than what he was doing. He had had a job for years, and he quit the job.
Like most of us.
Yeah, and he quit his job about mid-2013, apparently, and he was just looking around for some new big thing. He wanted to do something creative that he could make a living, but without having to punch a clock or have a boss.
Like most of us.
A lot of us want that.
Yeah.
And he hadn't found that. Things weren't working out for him. Obviously, he was trying. we had all those Shark Tank things that weren't really getting him anywhere.
Did you watch all of the Shark Tank things?
No, not all of them. Just some excerpts from a few of them.
They were all bad.
Well,
They were none of them were good.
There's a reason that they just sat on this unattended YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they were. What did he had? The redneck whistle. Did you? The redneck whistle.
And he had a weird knife thing too, right?
Well, yeah. Well, there was the spinning thing he had, but the redneck whistle is my favorite because it was literally a stick with a hole that he had drilled through it by hand with a bullet casing in the tip.
Yeah.
Somehow he turned it. It was
not good.
So weird.
Yeah.
So weird.
Yeah, and so I think Kenny really wanted to be creative. Maybe he wasn't quite as creative as he thought he was. I don't know, but
he also had a girlfriend.
He had a girlfriend. Her name was Sherian. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, but probably not. Sherian Pilgrim. And she actually has had a few things to say about this whole thing. Like, for example, the state of his finances by about this time when he posted that video on YouTube. Said he was running out of money. He'd been living off of his retirement funds, and money was running out. And he was getting really worried about finances and depressed about the future.
Yeah. She's the one that you can hear in the rattlesnake video.
Yeah. She's the one that was holding the camera.
And there's videos, or I don't know. It's actually, I don't remember it as a video, but there's a still of Kenny hanging through like an old gold mining chute.
It looks like a chute of some sort, yeah.
And then she's in the chute next to him. They're old, dilapidated ruins is not the word I.
Yeah,
the
but
right
it's
word,
like a ghost, the ghost town kind of
but
derelict
she's in
building.
the one next to him, and they're in a still in that way. That's one of the few images of her that I've seen, if it's truly her.
Yeah, I believe it is, but it's hard to say. She's a little bit of she's a
enigmatic,
a little elusive on the internet.
Yeah, there's something about her.
Yeah, a little bit.
At least her presence on the internet.
Yeah, and maybe she just doesn't want to have that much to do with the internet. But she did post that video that had a lot of stills. It was like kind of a montage of stills of Kenny
that's
and
where
Kenny
that's
and her.
where it came from.
Yeah, and so that was posted like last year or the year before, but a couple of years after he disappeared. But anyway, this kind of gives you the background of our story. Okay, he was out of work and a little worried about money. He'd had this this dust up on YouTube. He'd been out and been out there to the sheep range. I didn't know if I mentioned where that big is. Mm-hmm. And he had posted his video. He wanted to go back out. Okay, so I'm going to talk about first the video. And if you're curious to see exactly where this took place, of course you are, then let me tell you. It begins with Kenny standing next to an abandoned mine shaft. The coordinates, if you want to really know exactly where it is, are you ready? 36.554747 by negative 115.288660. So there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can pinpoint that on the map.
You can.
Actually, yes.
Yes, you can, pretty precisely. And if you look at this, if you look at this on a map, zoom out a little bit, you see that this area is actually just east of the Nellis Air Force Range, as I mentioned before.
Yeah.
Which has provoked some speculation on the interwebs about maybe what happened to Kenny, like maybe the military was or is dumping dead alien bodies in the sheep range,
toxic waste,
or toxic waste, perhaps. Yeah. I know that in the video, Kenny kind of zooms in. He goes to the top of this mine, which is a vertical shaft, and zooms down to the bottom. There's an old wooden ladder, a couple of ladders actually, going all the way down, quite a ways.
Yeah.
And he didn't try to climb down, which is one area where he showed a little sense, because I'm sure those ladders are rotten and wouldn't support him. But they're at the very bottom. You see an old rusty metal drum.
Yeah.
And of course that provokes some people to say, well, I wonder if the military put some toxic waste down there.
And I will say these videos triggered my ASMR, like, whoa, because he's just like walking through like gravel roads and talking, and I don't know, like, if
there's something about the pace of his voice.
There's something about it that really appealed to my brain, apparently. But it's also worth watching. It's only like 20 minutes long, so if you have the ability to watch these videos, I would highly
suggest.
He's
an interesting character.
He's not. He spends a good 5 minutes talking about like some nuts that he found.
Yeah, it's opinion nuts. He finds these.
And then at the very end, there's like another 5 minutes about him being being like, look at this tortoise I found. You can't touch it. Legally, you can't touch it. But I'm going to get as close as I possibly could to touching it.
And I loved it, too. The tortoise is sitting there. He's got his arms and legs and head sticking out, you know. And then Kenny comes up close, just put his hand next to it so you can get an idea of the size of it, you know.
Yeah. But you could tell Kenny was like trying really hard not to touch it.
Oh, yeah, no, he didn't
he was
touch
like,
it.
okay, you can't touch it though. Like, don't touch it.
But no, if you watch the video, though, as he gets close, all of a sudden the tortoise goes whoop, and he just sucks everything inside.
Yeah. No, I mean, the video is pretty intense, but I would say, you know, it's a 20 minutes well spent.
Yeah, it's 23. I think it's 23 minutes overall.
Especially if this is something that interests you, but I would definitely watch it for sure.
Oh, yeah, definitely. If you're interested in this mystery, and of course you are. We're talking about it. Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, back to the military dumping toxic waste. And,
oh, yeah.
and
Sorry.
That's fine. No, we had to talk about the tortoise sooner or later. But, you know, that actually makes sense. No one ever seems to go up in the sheep range. It's kind of godforsaken.
Okay, so this whole thing is Kenny's going to go find M Cave.
He's going up there to look for the M Cave.
So how does that all progress?
He starts at this mine shaft, but I'm going to talk about, first of all, where he parked. He parked about 4 miles south of there.
Okay.
And so if you want to get there, if you're actually in Vegas and you want to drive out there, it's easy to get to. You drive out Highway 95 northwest from Vegas. You turn right on Corn Creek Road, go about 4 miles, and the road tees right there at Alamo Road. So you got to turn either left or right. Turn left, which is north, and then go about 3 miles, turn right on Joe May Road, which is the only road you can turn right on.
Is that somewhere close to the Ruby Tuesdays out there?
I'm sure there's at least 2 Ruby Tuesdays on the way out there.
Okay,
yeah, cool. But a good point, by the way. And stop in for the milkshakes; they're awesome. But and when you get on Joe May Road, you drive about 4 miles, and you get to the end of the road. That's where you are. You're at the south end of Joe May Canyon, and so that's where he parked his Jeep. He hiked north up that canyon about 4 miles to the starting point of the video, which is the mine shaft.
And word of warning on this, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, if you go out there, go take somebody.
Take a friend, at least one friend.
Definitely take some water with you.
Wear good
It's going to be hot out there. Take a lot of water with you. Wear some boots.
Yeah.
Take some food.
Yeah.
Prepare for the day.
Maybe a GPS.
Probably a first aid kit.
At least a compass, first aid kit. Wear long pants for the rattlers and good boots, like I said.
Yeah.
The great thing about water is water weighs a lot, but you can always stash some somewhere along the way, too.
You can.
There's all kinds of ways to deal with that, but water is indispensable.
But
and last of all, it's the desert, so it gets freaking cold at night, so take a fleece and a coat.
That's what wear layers, wear long pants, take lots of water with you.
So one thing I want to point out, though, here is that I know this from watching the video, but when we've been talking about it, this mine entrance, if you don't know, it's not a mine entrance that is in the side of a hill.
No, it's vertical. Yeah.
It's a vertical mine shaft with this weird metal contraption with a pulley on top.
Yeah.
It's all been planked over for the most part.
That I feel like made me very uncomfortable for reasons totally unknown.
Because you feel like it's going to collapse as
Yeah,
soon as you touch it.
Yeah,
Like, that's what
I guess
it looks
that
like.
might have been.
Yeah, I wouldn't walk out on that wooden platform.
Definitely had nothing to do with Fallout New Vegas.
No.
No. But yeah, if you decide to take this hike, though, as you're working your way up to the top of this canyon, it's very near the top, and you'll see the mine. There's just sort of this thing sticking up like a metal framework. You'll see it off on your right. It's sort of atop of a low hill. That's
Take
the mine.
more than one single Snickers bar with you.
Yeah, exactly. So when you get to the mine, that's about a 1,600-foot elevation gain. So that's uphill the entire way.
That's a heck of a hike.
And that's where the video starts, right?
And that's where it starts.
Yeah.
From there, you go about a quarter mile north to what's called Wild Horse Pass. And you can find that on Google when you look for it. You'll see it. There's a little saddle there. And you go over the pass, and from there, Kenny goes downhill to the north and then makes a left through a cleft between two cliffs and goes into what's called Picture Canyon.
Which makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, which you can also find on Google. It's marked. And that's where the cave supposedly was, somewhere in Picture Canyon. And this part of the video starts at 9 minutes, 30 seconds.
And we're talking finger canyons, right?
Picture, you go through the cleft, and there's sort of a biggish, sort of roundish area, large area. And then there's a valley that goes off to the north, a canyon that goes off to the north, and then another finger of it goes off to the west.
But we're talking like relatively
little offshoots,
small I mean, you know,
It's
we're
not the
talking
Grand
like
Canyon.
right.
Yeah, no.
We're not
yeah.
talking
20
like,
feet wide.
right. We're
sometimes.
talking about
Well,
like
yeah,
10
in
feet
some
wide,
fairly
areas,
conservative.
it's hundreds of yards wide, but it's
but
not
that's
miles
but
wide.
hundreds of
Yeah.
yards wide is
At
like
the
the
widest,
most.
at
Yes.
the widest,
Okay.
and then towards the western side, toward the western end of it, it narrows down. It narrows down quite a bit, and then it sort of snakes out off
Sure.
to the west.
Yeah.
And throughout this video, of course, Kenny is dispensing lots of handy tips on wilderness survival, like don't bother bringing a compass.
Or water.
Or food.
Yeah, and yeah, that's what he said.
It's totally overrated,
Yeah.
dude.
He's
Yeah.
a super survivalist.
Yeah, I know. He totally is. He says this. Oh, I only bring a little bit of water, and I brought one candy bar to get me through the day. It's like, okay, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
there was kind of like near the end of the video, I think it was kind of the near the tortoise situation where
Yeah.
he's kind of like, okay, I climbed up this canyon. And look, this cool tortoise is here. This is amazing.
You could tell he was just
And you could tell
wiped.
he's just a little delirious
Yeah,
and
he's
like
still got-
super wiped.
He's still got miles to go before he gets back to his Jeep.
yeah.
I know.
Where the beer is going to be there and it's still going to be
And
cold.
he
Yeah.
and
It'd
he
be
talks a
great.
lot about the one beer he's got sitting in his car that's
Yeah.
still somehow going to be cold.
Yeah, well, if you buy it, if you put it in there and buy a big block of ice to set it next to it, will
Dry
be cold.
ice,
as
maybe,
long as
yeah.
somebody doesn't break into your car and
Nestle
steal it.
into the dry ice.
Yeah,
You get a Yeti.
Yeah.
yeah.
What it's all about.
But yeah, I could, and actually his incentive system is pretty sensible. I
meant the
tell him.
cryptid, by the way.
Right.
Oh,
No,
Yeti,
I mean
Yeti,
I
yeah.
agree. Like there's something to be said about having some sort of drink or amazing
Some
food
reward at the end of your trip.
end
There's
when you got
a
back.
motivator,
But
yeah.
that should not preeminent. What's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah.
It should not take precedence over taking reasonable water and food supplies with you
hell no.
on your journey.
Oh, yeah.
Which
Oh,
it
yeah.
seems like it did for
Yeah,
I
him.
mean, for the love of Pete, I told you guys I went up on Mount Tabor this week, which is not any kind of heavy climb because I
No.
drove up most of it.
probably
I walked about an hour and a half around
You
it.
probably took some water with you, huh?
I didn't take water, and I didn't take a granola bar because I was super close to my car. And in the 2 hours that I was dinking around, by the time I got back to my car, I was absolutely famished and just exhausted. And immediately I'm in town, thank God, went to the first food establishment I could find.
And I've told you guys this story, I'm sure. We went to the Grand Canyon over the summer right after CrimeCon.
Right.
And I am...
You found a ring there.
Yeah, I did find a ring there. It was
Oh,
a
good
pretty
find, by the
beautiful
way.
ring. But I am a wilderness EMT, like survivalist, and I was wearing flip-flops and had like my clutch purse and a cappuccino with me.
And a
we were
martini in
walking
the other
along.
hand?
No, we were walking like along the rim, and it was just amazing to me the number of people who were throwing me dirty looks. Because there's this like little bit of a rim trail where you can hop on and hop off, and you're not actually going down into the rim. But the number of people who are like clearly giving me these looks where they were like, "You are so underprepared for this.
We are going to have to go down and rescue your sorry ass. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like me knowing like actually I'm more prepared to save all of you people than you were to save me was pretty amazing. But I think Kenny
Was the opposite.
Was the opposite.
He
of that.
thought he knew what he was doing.
He exactly.
I was amazed when I was listening to, or there was somewhere I was reading or listening to one of his videos, and he was talking about the fact that I go on hikes for so long, and when I get home, my toenails are black. And I started reading about that, and that is a symptom of heavy duty runners, like marathon, ultra marathon runners will have that happen. But
he wasn't exaggerating. I don't think.
But a guy to be hiking for a day or three. He's really, really putting his body under some extreme stresses.
Unfortunately, one thing
to encourage that
can encourage the
lack of
toenail
water.
falling off is lack of water, but
dehydration,
also
yeah.
like boots that don't fit you great.
Oh, that could be.
He probably didn't have
also
the best
do
gear.
And this is another thing why Kenny should have taken more water, because he said specifically, I lose 13 pounds of body weight. Well, dude,
You're not supposed to.
You're not losing
That's
fat,
not a
dude.
bragging right.
You're not losing
sir.
fat, dude. You're losing. That's all water, dude.
It's all water.
Yeah, it's all water, dude.
Yeah. And you need that 13 pounds of
And
water.
that's why
thank you.
that kind of thing is dangerous.
It is.
I mean, you might think that, hey, I'm
Yeah.
tough, I'm badass.
So, okay,
but-
so
but
Kenny
anyway,
filmed himself going into Picture Canyon,
So,
where
yeah.
the M Cave is.
where the MK
Did he find
somewhere
it?
is. No, he goes. So he goes. He goes through Picture Canyon to the west, and as I said, it narrows. It sort of snakes around for a while. Eventually, it drops back down to the desert. Kenny came out the west end, and here is his report.
Well, I did not find the cave. That is so weird. I mean, I thought for sure I was just going to be able to find it. I remember, who knows, but I am at the mouth of the canyon. There, I'm just now coming out. And now I have to take a big left-hand turn and walk all the way back to my truck, which is a long, hard trip because I've got a lot of up and down to do. And that's it. I'll talk to you when I get back to my truck. Bye-bye.
So, disappointment.
Ah!
But Kenny didn't give up. He actually had plans to go back out there again. He actually posted somewhere on YouTube. This was not too long before he left. Said, I'll be going this weekend. I'll be hiking solo for 3 days. I will cross to the same canyon where I found the cave. If I don't find it again, I will just continue hiking over mountain after mountain to the north of the canyon. I dare any of the people that like to run their mouths on here to join me. My hikes are brutal on the body. And he talks about his fingernails turning.
His toenails.
And he talks about his toenails falling black and falling off and all that stuff. But he says he really wants to go find that M cave again.
That was his
last, I think, comment on YouTube.
Yeah, I just really do love all of the guys or ladies. It's usually guys though.
On
unfortunately,
YouTube that are
in life who think that black toenails and depriving themselves of water and stuff is some sort of sign of manliness.
Yeah. No. Oh no.
Don't.
Yeah.
To our literally tens of listeners
who are going to undertake this kind of
don't take the water, take the food. Don't think that you depriving yourself. It's better for you to come back with extra water.
Absolutely. And by the way, if the water is too heavy and it's weighing you down, drink it.
Drink it.
Yeah, just drink it.
By the way, I just realized also for context, one thing that we missed through this is we keep talking about the M Cave. We've got Kenny's description.
Yeah.
Kenny's description of M Cave is not this giant monumental cave entrance.
It's about
man height.
Yeah.
I think it was in the text, but if we haven't emphasized, it's not a giant thing.
Yeah. It's about, man height or anything. And he finds a lot of people mention this too in the comments on YouTube that, well, Grant, that this marker, he found the MK, but these are little ones that are maybe a foot or two tall.
Yeah, he finds other M caves that you would have to. I don't think honestly, I don't think a person would fit in any.
Turns out there's a lot of cave entrances in that area that look like a capital M if you bend the definition of a capital M to suit what you're looking at.
Yeah.
There's that, It could look like many letters of the alphabet. Oh, and there's also, this is an aside, there's that one that looks like kind of a diagonal slit.
With the eyes in it?
With the eyes in it. You saw that one?
Yeah, I don't love that one.
Yeah, you don't like that one?
That one's actually not that bad when you watch the other videos.
I mean, watching it in the videos, but if you watch it without the sound on it, which I did the first time, it's like silence. There's no closed captioning or anything, and you just see this it's almost like a horror movie.
Yeah.
It pans over, it's a slit with things that look like eyes staring back at him, and you're just like, ah! But then you listen and you understand it's not really what that is. But
these guys that went up there later on and did these
looking
videos,
for Kenny.
They zoomed in on that and they decided it was bird poop on a rock.
Yeah, it's something.
So it appeared that the white eye things were multiplying in the multiple videos. It appered that there was more as time went on.
Well,
so it would appear to maybe it probably was guano.
Yeah, it was probably a shifting landscape. Probably at least one flash flood in the middle of the winter or something
I just talked about the white spots, though.
Oh,
the rest of the landscape changed.
So Kenny,
like I said, had
went out.
plans. Yeah, on November 10th, 2014, he phoned his girlfriend, Sherian, left a message saying he was heading back to the sheep range for another go. He was going to spend a couple of nights out there. And he was going to find that damn cave.
Yeah.
And,
weirdly, though, he didn't take his video camera.
No, he didn't. But some people have made some things, some out of that. He did take his gun. But he did not take the movie camera. But I suspect that because he was going out for an overnighter, he had to take more provisions, had to take his sleeping bag and his tent, etc. Probably wanted to save a little weight. And so I'm not surprised he left the movie camera behind.
Nor am I.
See, I didn't get the impression that his camera would have been that big of a camera or that much weight. No, I get that his bulk in a pack. I totally understand it. As you guys know, I am currently in the process, of course, when this releases, this will be after the fact, but figuring out how to get about 8 or 9 days worth of clothes into a pack. But still, it's not that big of a thing, and there's no weight to that camera and its tripod in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, but and maybe this is like better served in theories, but when you're going out, every ounce
Absolutely,
counts.
it does. It does.
Especially if you're doing an overnight.
Pack of water.
Yeah.
Well, but he might have decided at that point, actually, it's better for me to take the water than the camera.
Well, I wish that were true, because that means we may know what happened to Kenny.
Or the gun replaces the camera in ounceage.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yes, obviously we would be happier now.
There could be some found footage.
But maybe not, because his camera may have never been found.
There's only one thing that ever got found, but we'll talk about that in a minute. But it would have been great if the camera had been found, and if it was found footage like Blair Witch Project. Oh, yeah. So it's like, instead of "I've never been so scared," it's Kenny going, "I've never been so thirsty," because
I don't want to.
Shouldn't have bought these Snicker bars.
Actually, all joking aside, I didn't mind watching any of Kenny's videos.
Yeah.
That would be the video that I absolutely would not watch.
Yeah.
If it was the
Kenny
end of
video.
Kenny video, that's the kind of thing that you don't ever, as human being, want to have.
Agree.
Oh, no,
Agree.
John, no. I like Kenny. I'm not
and
gonna.
some sicko would put it on the internet.
Oh
so.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I'm not happy if Kenny did indeed die, which some people think he did. Some people have their theories that maybe he didn't. We're going to talk about that in a minute, but so when he was reported missing, of course he didn't come back. A local search and rescue team, Red Rocks Search and Rescue,
the local SAR.
Yeah, they made 4 expeditions, I believe, out there. They combed Picture Canyon and Joe May Canyon looking for him. They tracked him from where his Jeep was up to the abandoned mine shaft, and they found his phone and nothing else there.
And this is the mine shaft we talked about earlier, the vertical mine shaft.
The vertical mine shaft where his video began, where it started the first, and they tracked him as far as there, found the phone, but the track ended there. And so that's it. They searched. They found no trace of Kenny ever. Not a stitch of clothing or a candy wrapper, nothing. He looks to be gone for good, so our mystery here is what the hell happened to Kenny? But first, before we talk about what happened to Kenny, let's take a break.
Salt, cellulose, vitamins, minerals, fish oil, fish meal, chicken fat, chicken digest, brewer's yeast, whole linseed, soybean hulls, sugar beet pulp, barley, brown rice, soya meal, oats, long pig meal. What's long pig meal? If you are into knowing what's in your food, not long pig, try RX Bar. RX Bar is a whole food protein bar made from a few simple ingredients, all which serve a purpose. Egg whites for protein, dates to bind, nuts for texture. And, in the interest of full transparency, all the core ingredients are labeled right on the front of the package. No BS. With 11 delicious varieties, all of which are gluten-free, soy-free, dairy-free, and free of any added sugar, artificial colors, flavors, preservatives, or fillers, you can actually taste all of the ingredients. I've had a couple of the flavors, actually, at this point. Peanut butter chocolate. I really like peanut butter. They're really, really good. I have been snacking on them all the time, and they're actually replacing meals for me because I'm lazy. So if you want to give them a try too, you can get 25% off your first order at rxbar.com/sideways and using the promo code sideways at checkout. That's rxbar.com/sideways, promo code sideways for 25% off your first order. Because long pig, you don't want to know what that is.
And we're back. Well, let's go to our first theory. So our first theory is this whole thing is a hoax.
It could be.
Yeah, and this guy that's in the video.
That makes a lot of sense.
It does.
Well, it kind of does. There's some reasons why there's people out there questioning this story. whether Kenny even really existed or if he really disappeared, because maybe somebody just wanted to start a little internet legend.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this thing has become sort of a minor. It's not as big as, say, Maura Murray, but it's still got a fairly decent following out there.
Yeah.
For one thing, there's almost no, I just wouldn't say no, there are actually two stories about this in the Las Vegas press. And they were done by one TV station, which is the local NBC affiliate, KSNV News 3. And they've got 2 stories on their website about this. And it seems a little strange. And I looked at the websites of the 2 major Las Vegas newspapers, which are the Review-Journal and the Sun. And their websites have no stories at all regarding Kenny's disappearance. I actually called them up just to check, because a lot of websites have crappy search features, right? And so I called them up, and they confirmed that they have never done a story about Kenny Veach, ever.
Shocking.
Well,
Actually, not really.
Not really that
well,
much.
I guess not, but a lot of people are wondering about this. He does have a NamUs page. That's the National Missing and Unidentified Persons. So the NamUs page would seem to give it some sort of authenticity, because I've heard that
They tend to be
They have to
pretty on
validate
it.
who you
it
are.
has to be submitted by law enforcement. Although
Yeah.
I'm thinking also, first of all, the info on the page is very skimpy.
Well,
extremely minimal.
If we're being really totally honest here, most NamUs pages are
somewhat skimpy.
like a vague description of a
Yeah.
person and like where
But-
they were maybe last seen, and that's it.
Yeah, but here's the other thing, is that if you wanted to create an internet legend and you're clever, you could create a really beautiful copy and totally spoof the NamUs page and have people thinking it would show up on web searches and stuff. This is just hypothetical. And so again, I'm questioning.
That's a lot of work. Though.
It would be. Well,
I also wouldn't. I mean,
yeah.
I think it'd be easier to fake a human and report it to NamUs than it would to be spoof a NamUs account. But whatever.
Maybe that's another way where you could hack in and just plant some spam. in
Because
there.
we've talked. I mean, I know you're going to talk about this in a second, but like his girlfriend may or may not be real.
Yeah.
Right. It may or may not be real human.
Yeah. Or maybe
or her internet presence may not
right.
be.
So it
might not be her talking.
Right.
You know,
And
right?
so it's that sort of possibility of this person who was his quote unquote girlfriend reported him missing, but maybe it was him that reported him missing.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
you know, he was a real person, but he's not actually missing.
He's not found, but
Right.
he's not actually really legally speaking.
So that's
missing.
Sherian? How are you
Sherian.
pronouncing her name, by the way?
I'm calling it Sherian or
Okay.
Sherian, but anyway,
Sherian?
yeah, I did check with the Las Vegas Police Department though, and it turns out that they actually do have an open case file for Kenny, so it's real apparently. I talked to a Detective Danny at Missing Persons. He said, yeah, he really did exist. He really did disappear. He confirmed also that Sherian is a real person.
Okay. So just like
and,
ignore everything I just said.
well,
So the hoax is not a hoax.
It's not a hoax, yeah, no, and as for the lack of news coverage, I talked to this woman who's the librarian at the Sun newspaper, and she said, well, in Las Vegas, people disappearing is not considered newsworthy.
No.
Yeah.
In Vegas, for sure, that's true.
Yeah,
I mean,
and so she just said, yeah, there's just, so it's so, and even though a lot of people are suspicious, no, it's
I do
not a
briefly
hoax.
want to talk about Sherian's Twitter account.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that's right, she did.
Because you reached out to me about this.
I did mention that to you.
Yeah,
yes,
and she is a person who exists on Twitter. Kenny doesn't exist on Twitter, as far as I can tell. But her first 3 tweets were just spam.
Yeah.
Like actual literal spam.
Oh, I know. I clicked on a couple.
And there
of
were
them.
only,
yeah.
so she's only got 8 tweets in the existence of her account that are public, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah.
And so the 3 are spam, and the other 5 are to this guy named Eric the Hiker.
Yeah.
Did you look at these?
I don't know. I didn't. I saw
The
this
very
in
first
Joe's
one,
content,
yeah.
and I never actually
The very
got
first
to
one
it.
is just like, Eric the Hiker, hey, it's noon, you should have checked in by now, what is going on? And then the next one is like, Eric, this isn't funny.
Yeah.
Check in. And the next one is like, Eric, if you don't check in an hour, we're reporting you missing. So it seems, and I didn't do any research into Eric the Hiker because actually it turns out Eric the Hiker is a totally defunct
It's been
account.
deleted. Yeah.
And Twitter is one of the websites
That doesn't let the archive.
Doesn't let the archive crawl.
So it could be that Kenny was actually Eric.
I don't think
Is that where
so.
you're going with this?
No, I don't, because
Possibly.
it was a couple years later. It seemed.
That was in I think early 2016.
Yeah, so it was a couple
Because,
years later. But I will say that it is kind of interesting that she is connected with another hiker that may or may not have gone missing.
She's the hiking Black Widow.
But again,
Maybe that's what it is.
But
yeah.
again, in Las Vegas, especially in that kind of area, it's not weird that people go missing.
No, not at all.
In Nevada, it's not weird.
Yeah, as far as Eric the hiker, he was probably just a troll. I think that because what happened is this guy posted a comment on the video on YouTube and said basically, hey, I'm going to go up there and I'm going to go looking for him. I'm going to go like this weekend or something like that. I'm going to find the M Cave. I'm going to find Kenny's remains or whatever. And so somebody clued her in on it. Somebody
Made a whole lot of stink about it.
And somebody clued her in on it. And so she tweeted the guy, just says, hey, dude, check in. Be sure to check in and let us know that you're back safe. And he never replied. And it was probably just a troll because he deleted his Twitter account right after that. So I think he was just trying to get people concerned. I'm sure he never actually even went up there.
Right.
But that was it for her tweeting. But I gotta say, there's a lot of people out there who have Twitter accounts and never actually tweet. I mean, I've got a Twitter account and I don't actually tweet.
I know that I never had a Twitter account and I don't tweet, but
Yeah.
I intentionally didn't create one.
Yeah.
There's some interesting stuff that I didn't have time to dive into, but there's some like Yahoo Answers questions where it's like Eric the hiker and picking bad men with like an online dating situation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean
Maybe that's where Eric got his name from.
well, but so there's some kind of weird stuff around that I like. Frankly, like I said, I didn't necessarily have time to dive into, but
Yeah.
it's Eric the
odd.
hiker is like a weird name.
Could be a pseudonym.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird thing that's been happening on the internet for just like a very small time frame around
Yeah.
that whole situation. But yeah, I mean, it is interesting that she was tweeting at this person 8 tweets. 5 of them are at this person who may or may not have existed and may or may not have been going after finding Kenny's body.
He probably did not.
May
actually
have
go
been
up
an
there.
internet troll. It's
Yeah.
totally possible. I mean, Kenny M is a thing, which you guys may or may not know about on the internet, who's like a professional internet troll who just says the stupidest things you could possibly ever say on the internet. And that's like what he does on the internet.
Does he make a living doing this?
I don't know.
Huh. Wow.
But that's
I wouldn't recommend anybody looks at him.
No, I wouldn't either.
He's doing stupid things.
Yeah,
well,
but
lots of that
I
out
don't know.
there.
I don't really know where
It's
this whole situation comes in, and I don't know.
I don't know either.
And I would agree that it's weird and kind of feels like a hoax.
Yeah, it does. It does. Sharon does a lot of commenting on this video, replies to a lot of people, and you got to wonder, is this really her, or is it just Kenny somewhere out there? Maybe Kenny disappeared and moved to Atlantic City, and he's out there impersonating his ex-girlfriend, replying to people on YouTube.
Because he knows that she doesn't ever go on the internet.
yeah.
He has her
Because there are
password.
people who just completely reject the internet, and I don't blame them a lot of the times.
Or even
but
more than that, it's, things like, as we said, Joe has a Twitter account that he never ever uses.
Yeah.
Maybe Steve, you or I can fake his password
You probably
and
figured
log
it out
in, and it
and
turns
start
out
tweeting in my
actually
name.
Joe has been super active on Twitter in the last 5 years, but he doesn't know because he never uses it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I probably had to go out there and take a look, see what's going on.
So it's possible that his ex-girlfriend could have had these accounts and that she wasn't using them, and he knew that she wasn't using them, and so he did.
So it's a prime opportunity.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or he created the accounts himself.
Yeah.
Like, for example, the her Twitter account was created October 2014, right about the same time he posted those 4 videos on
And you
YouTube.
asked me to look that up, and it turns out I can't find out.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to know the exact date in October when she signed up.
Yeah.
It would have been really interesting if it was October 17th. I don't know
Well,
that.
Perfect.
But it was
Okay,
October. Yeah.
that's the other thing to point out, though, is that it's one of the things that really gets people going
is Kenny uploads multiple videos on the same day. His selling his house video, his Shark Tank videos, and I think his MK video.
Yeah.
They all went up on the same day.
No, the selling the house one went up about 5 weeks before early September 2014.
Okay.
And then but all the other 4, they all went up on
Okay,
October
so
17th.
4 of the 5 go up on the same day, which is weird. Now I get that there are people who just figure out how to do it, and so they just dump it all in. But that's a red flag to a lot of people.
That's not what I was going to say. I was going to say it's crazy to me that he kept saying, I'm going to sell my house with me. And whether or not it was as a maintenance guy who just worked there or whatever, while he apparently had this super serious girlfriend that maybe he could have gone and lived with instead. Because that was, no? You don't think so?
No. I mean, I flesh out what you're saying. I'm
just
before
saying
I just interpret what you're saying. Tell me what you're saying.
It seems like Sharian?
Yeah.
Sharian? I don't know how we're saying her name. They were serious.
I guess
they were boyfriend girlfriend. I would be willing to affirm that they were serious enough to be dating.
And for her to be really concerned about him online.
Okay, but that is an easy thing to be.
In the early 2000s, early 2010s.
Where are you going with this, Devin? I want to, before I make jumps, I want to know what you're...
I'm just saying that it seems crazy to me that he felt like he needed to sell his house plus him still living there.
Well,
but he didn't have this backup of his girlfriend.
Okay, but that's... The only thing I'm going to say is that I really, based on what I've seen with Kenny and guys that I've known like him, there's male pride. He talks about how he built this house, how he did everything with this house.
Less than 4 years old,
So, so there is I built this is my thing. I can't give up this thing and then go live on somebody else's handouts.
Yeah, that's fair.
I just can't schleb
That's
around.
Fair. Yeah,
I think
fair.
that's why I wasn't. I don't think that he would do that.
Yeah,
but I also don't necessarily think Sharian was a real person. But that's fine.
I don't think they were that super serious either.
I don't know how serious they were. I think she is a real person as far as I know. But as far as is her internet presence really her? I'm not sure.
Okay,
I'm
so
not totally
I guess
sure.
the first theory was
it was a hoax.
Shot to hell.
It was a hoax.
No, it's definitely not
Great.
a hoax. Yeah, he definitely disappeared.
He was definitely a real human who also definitely disappeared.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Yeah. So that leaves us with some other theories that are out here. One is he just went out there, got lost, died of exposure, thirst, whatever.
Yeah. You can't just take no water and like a single bar.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he took some more provisions for his overnighter than he took.
Yeah, but even that, like if we're gonna just extrapolate out from what he took on his day hike to what he would take on his night hike. I also think people very often vastly underestimate what a desert's going to be like at night.
Yeah, it's cold.
And it did not seem like...
Kenny had actually spent time out there overnight before.
That's great.
He knew that it got really cold.
That's great for him, yeah. But, the things to consider in the desert are those flash freezes or flash floods that can come and go with almost no evidence whatsoever.
Yeah.
And Devin brings up a great point. Do you remember, Joe? I don't remember the name of the guy who puts the Finding Kenny video up. Do you remember his name?
Oh, you mean Sean?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So they make, so if you watch the MK video and then you watch the hour-long Finding Kenny 2 video, they start talking about the fact that they can tell in the time since they've been out there, which is
there's
months.
Been flooding,
There's been flooding, and the terrain is massively changed.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
it's very easy, though, that Kenny said, I think it's here. He does the MK video. He then gets home, uploads this, and realizes, you ding-dong, you got turned around because the terrain changed, and you should have hung a left at Albuquerque instead of a right at Albuquerque. And so he goes in that other direction, but of course, he's told everybody he's going this way, and then he he gets lost and it's not where he thinks it is.
The
and
whole
he's
reason
screwed.
that I earlier was trying to bring up the fact that they were finger canyons is that those are only formed by flash flooding.
Those are dangerous to wander through in flood.
Through flood season, and Kenny did not, while maybe he survived a couple nights out, he did not strike me as the kind of person who would know better than to camp at the bottom of a canyon.
I don't know.
At any time, because there is no safe time to pitch a tent at the bottom of a canyon.
No.
Because there's always the chance of a flood to come. And if you've watched some of those flash flood videos on YouTube, they are scary.
And they are quick.
It's like 30 seconds of somebody filming where suddenly, you go from ankle deep to chest deep water.
Yeah.
And if he had, for whatever reason, pitched a camp at the bottom of a canyon
the thing about it is it all depends on the weather. I don't know.
Yeah.
I assume the search and rescue guys had checked the weather conditions in the previous several days
would
to see if
assume
there had
that
been any
too.
rainfall.
Yeah, you would assume that they would have found a body at some point.
They would have found, not just a body, but a sleeping bag and a tent and all that stuff.
But that's also the difficulty. Let's just say, let's just hypothetically say that Kenny is completely unaware of where he's pitching his tent and the conditions. Let's just make that as our overarching assumption here.
Yeah.
He's in his tent.
That covers like the next 5 theories.
Well,
right?
but where I'm going here is all of his gear and him are in his tent. Flash flood hits. He doesn't get out of the tent. If you watch the M Cave 2 video, they talk about the fact that it is loose gravel 6 feet deep.
Yeah.
Okay, well that means that if Kenny has staked his tent down and now he and all his gear
totally
in
covered.
it is now 6 feet under gravel. Search and rescue wouldn't be able to detect that when they got there because they can't.
I don't know if
without digging.
I don't know if they brought any cadaver dogs with them on some of their searches. I think they did.
I don't know. I have no idea what they brought, but I'm just saying it's.
You would think that they would.
Hard.
For example, if you know that Kenny was planning on going up there and crawling into a cave, so it's a reasonable assumption that Kenny's dead body is inside a cave. I would much rather than having to crawl into every single hole to check it out.
Yeah!
I would much rather bring a cadaver dog. That would be a huge.
I would as well, but
if they've got one available, I don't know.
Yeah.
And if the dog is in the mood,
what they probably should bring, based on the terrain, is the
those
cadaver
dogs are
tortoise.
Always.
Yeah,
because the cadaver tortoise is much more suited for that environment.
Longhorn.
It's
cadaver
just going to
longhorn.
be slow. It's going to be kind of a slow.
It is a slow search.
I think there's a lot of possibilities. I know you have listed on your script so many different possibilities of
there's a ton of different possibilities.
He just something bad happened to him out there.
You could
and it's possible.
Put them under one overarching theory, which is it's bit by a snake, or attacked by a mountain lion, or broke his ankle and just died of exposure, or
lost,
a flash flood, or got lost,
or had an accident, or
let's go back to quickly. He got lost. So he said he didn't bring a map or a compass, although
because he was a hardcore dude.
Yeah, although frankly, after spending time looking at the videos and looking at aerials and looking at topographic maps, I'm fairly familiar with the area, and I think it would be hard to get lost there.
I disagree with that
because from Picture Canyon, everything is just all uphill. So if you get a little disoriented, just turn around and go back downhill.
Has an easy time getting lost.
See, that's the thing is that I think.
But I don't think
I
Kenny
get lost
did.
easy, and I understand